Your Majesty, your body is really a problem in your body, as if there is something you are constantly taking the vitality, allowing your body to more than 10 times the speed of aging. If not resolved, perhaps you life on the remaining 5 to 6 years. A secret lab, Guy Sprinkle Coulange said, holding an inspection report. Cold sweat on his forehead, after Yuri, afraid to know the truth, will be vent their anger on him, kill him directly. But you know the front of the world's most horrible, exist. I know what is in it. Swallowed my life? Yuri asked. Check it out. He swallowed a very wonderful way. Even the most advanced equipment now have no way to check it out in the end as how a way to swallow, and nothing can be done silently, but all other organs of your body are as normal. The only possibility is devil fruit. Guy Caesar Coulange said. Sure enough, devil fruit is it? Yuri said. His own natural body most clearly, however, and there is no problem. So the only possibility is the devil fruit. But devil fruit, why would draw my life? Never heard of such a thing. Yuri puzzled. But your Majesty, previously never heard of the devil fruit was developed to the point where the secondary awakening. Guy Caesar Coulange says. Guy heard the words of Caesar Coulange, Yuri's eyes as a reduction. Think of devil fruit at the time of the second awakening, they absorb a lot of energy his body. Yuri by means of additional Boeing Island's temptation of food, this is awakening. After awakening did not think, actually will continue to devour his vitality? This time trouble, this is uncharted territory. Even if the animation has never been this information. Is there any way to solve this problem? Or to prevent him from taking my vitality? Yuri asked. Your Majesty, devil fruit technology now or an unknown technology, of which there are many mysterious places, although it has been found that devil fruit spread factor is to rely on blood, but the blood factor is how come, how spread, demon fruit power it is how life and death removed, etc. are unknown, not to mention the secret of their origin. More blood factors may have been involved in high-dimensional technology. There is no way to answer, and he smoked. You are a more viable way, cannot understand the kind of way. With today's technology there is no way to block him taking you now. Only know that he should want to suck your life completely and evolutionary, or nurture some kind of power. If it is completely its target might be able to stop. Guy Caesar Coulange said. Guy heard the words of Caesar Coulange. Yuri pondered, the grim-faced. I see, so the data destruction, this thing I do not want a third person to know. If the third know, you know the consequences. Yuri said. Yes, yes, yes. Guy Caesar Coulange. Yuri left. Guy Caesar Coulange breathed sighs of relief, sitting on the ground. To know Yuri physical condition relating to the stability of Gabriel dynasty. Guy Caesar Coulange just thought Yuri almost directly kill him to keep the secret. Fortunately, Yuri finally did on his shot, Gabriel Palace in a secret room. After out from the secret laboratory, Yuri will things over to someone else, chaired by Robin Everything plus the strong dynasty emperor. And he announced the retreat and practiced the higher meaning of devil fruit. Because Yuri's devil fruit has reached a higher level of meaning that no one has reached, it is not too strange for Yuri to announce the retreat. Yuri has been in this closed room for half a month. Through various perceptions and experiments with devil fruit, Yuri finally figured out one thing. That is, devil fruit's own absorption of vitality is irreversible. Devil fruit exudes this pleasant and excited atmosphere. It is absorbing its own vitality and nurturing itself through his life, repairing and perfecting itself. The origin of devil fruit is a certain blood factor. In modern terms, DNA is almost the same. However, devil fruit's DNA is a bit advanced, and it is an extremely advanced genetic factor. Ordinary zone devil fruit is okay, but like some Paramecia, Logia, are devil fruit of the Eudemon species. The original lineage factor is like a species that only appears in some myths. For example, his original lineage factor of devil fruit seems to come from a legendary demon. Because after Yuri devil fruit awakened for the second time, a demon's phantom appeared. It can be seen that the origin of my devil fruit is related to the devil. Perhaps it is some kind of demon's blood factor. But this descent factor seems to be incomplete. He needs a lot of energy to repair it completely. Therefore, the magnetic devil fruit originated from the second awakening of Yuri, and then began to eat Yuri's vitality silently to repair it, thus nurturing a complete demon system factor. Maybe when he absorbs enough energy, he can really breed a demon blood factor, and finally transform him into a demon. But this requires a lot of energy. However, although Yuri cannot stop devil fruit's absorption of his own vitality, it can slow down this absorption. After all, this repair requires a lot of biological energy, preferably life force, but it can also be replaced by other life forces. Yuri once tried to inject his physical energy into the source of devil fruit, which slowed the absorption of his vitality by the source of devil fruit. Later, he injected armament hockey into it and found that devil fruit's source of life force had been reduced by at least a factor of 2. This shows the energy required by devil fruit, and the higher the level, the better. The best is vitality, and then armament hockey. As for the physical slowdown, it is very limited. As for the magnetic field and electricity, these have no effect on the origin of devil fruit. It seems that it must be his biological energy. If I can keep the master armament hockey 24 hours a day, then my life will pass 8 times faster than usual. This will greatly ease the loss of my life, but I can't do it 24 hours a day. Armament hockey, after all, even if I am now, there is no way to spend 24 hours uninterrupted use of armament hockey. Secondly, who knows how long it will take for the blood factor of the demon origin to be repaired. It seems that some preparations must be made. Just in case. One day Yuri's eyes flashed and said. Suddenly a breath of ultimate horror came from the palace. Everyone looked at the palace in horror. What is that? This breath is the breath of King Gabriel Devil Fruit's second awakening? Could someone attack Gabriel City again? But who can induce the Emperor to release the power of Devil Fruit's second awakening? There is no sign of fighting, let alone who is so stupid to provoke His Majesty the Emperor. The people looked at the direction of the palace with fear. They are very familiar with this breath, because not long ago, Yuri used Devil Fruit to awaken a second time when facing 2 Sea Emperors. They clearly saw the terrifying aura exuded at that time. But why is it appearing now? Could it be that who attacked Gabriel City in the Emperor's battle? But there is no sign of fighting in, and the alarm bell in Gabriel City can also ring. Just when everyone in Gabriel City was uncertain, suddenly military police appeared. They told everyone not to panic, no enemies came. This is the Emperor's retreat cultivating the Devil Fruit ability. At the same time, Beeg and others looked towards Yuri's retreat in shock. What is your Majesty doing? This power is really terrifying, Beeg said in surprise. If this power explodes, the entire Gabriel dynasty will be turned into dust, Zala said. I heard that your Majesty is refining our Jiadi Wangchaoai's town national treasure, Bonus said. Treasure of the town? What is that? Beeg said. I don't know, but it is said to be something like a national treasure of the world government, Bonus said. Although I don't know what it is, this power is not a joke. I am afraid this feeling is stronger than when dealing with Kaido and Big Mom. Maybe it can really refine a national treasure, Beeg said. It's not only stronger, it's a godlike power. I'm afraid the captain has become stronger, Bonus also said with a look of admiration. There was a cry of a baby in the palace. Ahem, don't cry. This is making a gift for the baby. Robin coaxed the baby in his arms and said. At the same time, I looked towards Yuri's retreat. Yuri came out of the retreat a few days ago, and then opened the palace treasure house. The Gabriel dynasty has the habit of collecting treasures. At the time of Gabriel pirates, there was a treasure trove of pirates. The Gabriel dynasty naturally has it. Among them, the treasures collected and stored in the royal treasury are the highest level. It is said that there are even many devil fruits, peerless swords, etc. In addition, there are a lot of precious mineral gems and so on. After Yuri opened the treasure house, he selected many extremely rare high-grade mineral ores, as well as some natural crystal gems, etc. Then he told Robin that he was going to build a national treasure of Jiadi Wangchaoli for her and her son. Then he closed again. After Yuri retreats, there is a terrifying breath from the retreat room. This breath is exactly the breath after Yuri's second awakening of Devil Fruit. This breath is too terrifying, the entire Gabriel Island can perceive it. Even ordinary civilians can clearly feel its horror. This terrifying aura is too terrifying. Even if the people know that it is Yuri who is cultivating Devil Fruit, they are still terrified. And this terrifying breath has continued, 1 week, half month. A month later, many people began to bow down in the direction of the palace. This breath is getting stronger and stronger, like a deep prison, and the entire Gabriel city is bathed in a terrifying river of energy. Like gods, they were kneeling down to worship the gods. What are you talking about? A terrifying aura came from the palace of the Gabriel dynasty. It is suspected that Gabriel Yuri is using the power of Devil Fruit's second awakening? How is it possible? Who else in the world needs Gabriel Yuri to display this level of power? Is someone at Marine acting arbitrarily? The world government is now extremely concerned about the affairs of the Gabriel dynasty. Whenever there is a wind and grass in the Canadian Empire, even small things will be reported to 5 elders. Not to mention about Yuri and Devil Fruit's second awakening. No, the explanation given by Gabriel City is that Gabriel Yuri is cultivating a certain Devil Fruit ability. The city of Gabriel was destroyed, so my staff felt very difficult. I have sent the most experienced spy to sneak into the city of Gabriel to secretly pay attention to this matter, said the CP in front of him. Hearing CP's words, 5 elders glanced at each other. There is a depressed look in his eyes. Gabriel Yuri cultivates devil fruit ability. They all need such attention, it is shameful. But they have to pay attention to this matter again, because this matter is related to the second awakening of Yuri and his devil fruit. Monitor this matter closely, said the last 5 elders. Yes. CP retreated. Next, news about Yuri's continuous use of devil fruit's second awakening power continued to come, and it has been going on for a month. Even 5 elders felt that this matter was not easy, and frequently asked CP to ask about it. After 1 month, that breath has turned into substance, covering the entire Gabriel domain like a tide, like a deep prison. Many ignorant and foolish people have rumored that Gabriel Yuri has become a god, and hundreds of people will bow to the palace. 5 elders looked very ugly after hearing it. What the hell is Gabriel Yuri going to do? A 5 elders said angrily. Does Gabriel Yuri want the gods to fool those civilians? A 5 elders said thoughtfully. Perhaps it is possible, and he has done it. I am afraid that Gabriel has already been extremely worshipped by many people. Another 5 elders said. 5, I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. At this moment, one person opened the door and said. Sengoku, are you here? It's not that simple? What do you think about this matter? The person who opened the door is really Marine Marshal Sengoku. Seeing his appearance, everyone was not surprised. It was originally they called Sengoku to discuss matters. I'm afraid Gabriel Yuri has discovered his physical condition. He is preparing for what's behind him. Sengoku walked in and said. Hearing Sengoku's words, 5 elders all changed color. Preparing for funeral? 5 elders' expressions changed. That's right. Gabriel Yuri probably already knows his physical condition and knows that his vitality is losing at a rapid rate, so he wants to leave something for his descendants in the Gabriel dynasty before the vitality is completely lost, just like Roger in the past. Before he died, I calculated the world government and marine, and it still caused great turmoil to the whole world. Sengoku said solemnly on his face. Regarding Gabriel City, marine is also paying attention. Such a big news, let alone world government marine, even the major forces of the New World countries are all paying attention. With the strength of Emperor Chao Linao, anything he has is enough to affect the hearts of everyone in the entire New World. A little bit of wind and grass, the whole New World will shake. Not to mention the second awakening of Yuri and Devil Fruit. And this time, Yuri used the power of Devil Fruit's second awakening for a month. The terrifying power made people see it as if the god came to the world. Everyone wants to know what Yuri is doing. Sengoku was also confused at the beginning of this matter. I don't know what Yuri is doing. Later, Sengoku thought of a person, the former One Piece Roger. Once Roger, after knowing that he had an incurable disease, he found Marine surrendered and surrendered. Roger clearly knew that Marine would not just imprison him in such a simple manner, nor would he secretly execute him. A big pirate who resounds around the world like Roger is also the king of pirates. The world government and Marine will definitely use him to frighten the world. Public execution is inevitable. Roger took advantage of this, and with a word before his death, set off the era of big pirates that shook the sea. Does Yuri already know that his body is aging rapidly? Is he doing the same thing as Roger, after arranging things after death? Originally, Sengoku was not very sure at the beginning, but the power of the second awakening of the strong magnetic fruit on Kadi Island continued for a month. Only then did Sengoku confirm his thoughts. Even if Gabriel Yuri wants to study some devil fruit ability, he doesn't need to let the second awakening of magnetic fruit last so long. And after a month of continuous fierceness, that power has become stronger and stronger. Some people regard them as the power of gods, although they are just the ignorant thoughts of some common people. But from this we can also see the horror of this power. Even if it is Gabriel Yuri, it is not so easy to accumulate such terrifying power. Let Gabriel Yuri use devil fruit's powers a disregard of consumption. I am afraid that the remaining tricks are not simple. Perhaps this power can even protect Gabriel City, his wife and son after his death. Hearing Sengoku's narration, 5 elders' face was also extremely dignified and gloomy. They don't think that after demon fruit power dies, his devil fruit ability will still exist. Even if it can exist, how much power can it have? But the opponent is Gabriel Yuri, they can't be careful. The other party is unprecedented, the first person to awaken devil fruit for the second time. Who knows what kind of power he will have after he is awakened for the second time, who has obtained devil fruit's original power. If he really left terrible powers, such as Heaven's Wrath or something, then it would be really troublesome. It must be investigated clearly, what kind of success Gabriel Yuri left behind, 5 elders said. The world government is not prepared to let the Gabriel dynasty exist. It's just that they are afraid of Yuri's strength, so they haven't acted on the Gabriel dynasty for the time being. They know that Yuri's lifespan is less than a few years. Now the world government is accumulating strength and is waiting for Yuri's death to wipe out the Gabriel dynasty. But at this time, if Yuri leaves a strong backhand, it will be a great obstacle to their eradication of the Gabriel dynasty in the future. So you have to figure out what Yuri's backhand is. I have sent Marine's best spy to infiltrate Gabriel City to inquire about this matter, but the espionage matter is still more CP than Grandmaster, Sengoku said. He is also extremely worried about this matter. He knows that there will be a battle between the world government and the Canadian Empire. The world government absolutely does not allow the existence of such a huge government as Emperor Chao Lai, which is a great threat to the world government. All means will be used to fight against the Gabriel dynasty, and the Gabriel dynasty will inevitably go to war in the end. If you don't investigate clearly in advance what kind of players Gabriel Yuri will leave, Marine will lose out in the future. CP will investigate clearly what Gabriel Yuri left behind at all costs. Seeing 5 elders look together, the head of CP lowered his head and promised. Although he knew that it was extremely difficult to investigate this matter clearly, but facing 5 elders' gaze, he had to make sure that otherwise CP would not be necessary, because this matter was originally his responsibility. However, the person in charge of CP did not expect that he did not need to investigate, and Yuri directly showed the so-called backhand. Solomon Island, Gabriel City, the terrifying magnetic energy covers the entire island like an ocean. The energy emanating from the palace is getting bigger and bigger, and the magnetic field has covered the whole island like substantial energy. People reach out and even touch this energy. Fortunately, this energy did not harm the people on the island, so it did not cause any trouble to civilian life. But even this is still frightening. Even ordinary people understand that this is a very scary thing. If this energy exploded, they wouldn't even exist in powder. 3 months have passed since this time. On this day, all the energy on the island suddenly gathered towards the palace. In other words, they all converge towards a secret room in the palace. This secret room is where Yuri retreats. All the senior officials of the Gabriel dynasty gathered in the secret room. They knew that Yuri was coming out soon. They are very curious about the national treasure built by Yuri for such a long time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the door of the secret room to open. Nabe, Nishiki, before they saw Yuri, they heard a sound of sharp iron hitting the ground, and then everyone finally saw Yuri. When they saw Yuri, everyone almost exclaimed. Yuri looks very haggard now, and holding this sun and moon scepter in his hand. I am afraid it is the so-called national treasure created by Yuri. The reason why it is called the sun and moon scepter is because the head of the scepter is a crescent. The magic is that inside the crescent moon, a ball of light is held out of thin air. It's like a sun inside the crescent moon. Yuri, Robin exclaimed, with a worried look on his face. Hee, it's okay, it's just a bit too much consumption, Yuri said with a smile. Your Majesty, don't overdo it, right? Now your body is the most important thing. If you wear out your body for the so-called national treasure, you will lose out, Bonus said. That's right, the Gabriel dynasty can't do without you now. If your body has a problem, the world government will probably attack it the first time, Beeg said. Indeed, although the world government is very restrained now, it is secretly accumulating this, waiting for some opportunity. Recently, many spies from the world government have arrived in Gabriel, and they seem to be inquiring about what your Majesty is doing. Others also said one after another. Haha, sorry, I will pay attention next time, Yuri said with a smile. Your Majesty, this is the national treasure you refined. At this time everyone turned their attention to the sun-moon scepter in Yuri's hand and said. Everyone showed a look of doubt. Is this thing that Yuri made such a big noise? A scepter? What does it do? It should not be as simple as it seems, right? This is the national treasure I specially created for the royal family of the Canadian Empire. It is called the Gabriel Scepter. It represents the highest right of the Royal Canadian Empire. If you see the rod, you can see me. Only the Emperor Gabriel and people I identify can own him, and use it, Yuri said with a smile. Yuri's opponent was very satisfied with this scepter, and even said that it exceeded his expectations. It is worthwhile that he wasted 3 months of time for this scepter and consumed such a huge amount of energy and physical strength. As for its capabilities, Lee paused for a smile and looked at the expectations of everyone's eyes, and then continued. Let me sell it. I heard that there have been a lot more spies in Gabriel recently. Everyone was disappointed to hear that Yuri sold Guanzi, but as a great national treasure of the Gabriel dynasty, it should be kept secret, so everyone didn't say much. Yes, they are all here to find out what your Majesty is doing. It's no wonder they are. You are making a lot of noise, Bonus said with a smile. Since they want to know so much, then I will tell them generously. Robin, invite the countries of New World, World Government and Marine for me. I want to show the power of this Gabriel scepter in public. Just hold a big military parade to show our strength, Yuri said. Want to show it to the public? Is that okay? Robin frowned. Some things should be displayed and displayed, otherwise others think you are bullying, and even if some things are displayed, others can't do anything, such as this Gabriel scepter, Yuri said with a smile. What? The great military parade of Emperor Canada. In addition, the Gabriel scepter, the national treasure of the Giadi dynasty, will be displayed later. The Gabriel dynasty also invited us world government and marine? What is the grand parade? It feels like you are demonstrating force. Showing force? Isn't Gabriel Yuri still afraid that others won't know his whole cards? Soon the invitation letter for the military parade of the Gabriel dynasty was sent to the world government and marine. 5 elders saw the invitation letter for the military parade and was stunned there. Now the countries and forces in the world, what trump cards and powerful weapons they have, are all hidden, for fear that others will know. So no one in this world has held a military parade. This military parade by Emperor Chao Lai is the first military parade in the world. Perhaps he wants to show his strength, so that we dare not do anything to Gabriel dynasty after his death, a 5 elders said. No matter what he is going to do, this time the Gabriel dynasty military parade, we must go, another 5 elders said. Indeed, it is necessary to figure out what power Gabriel Yuri's great national treasure has. This military parade will be the best opportunity, said a 5 elders. It's been a long time since I walked, I'll go see it myself this time. 5 elders, holding a long sword with a bald head, said suddenly. Do you want to go in person? The other 5 elders said in surprise. As the highest authority in the world government, they have not left Marie Joyce for a long time. Even the other 5 elders didn't expect him to go in person. This great national treasure created by Gabriel Yuri, I still feel uneasy if I don't go to see it in person. This will bias the strategy of the Gabriel dynasty in the future, and we should also go and see the Gabriel dynasty. The bald 5 with a long sword, elders said. You really have to go. Let CPO send 2 instructors to go with you, and let Sengoku Garp accompany you. In this case, even if Gabriel Yuri wants to do what you want, you need to be afraid of 1 or 2, a 5 elders said. Relax. This time we are officially invited by Gabriel Yuri to the Gabriel dynasty. He dare not do anything to us. Although Gabriel Yuri is a pirate, his vision is longer than anyone else. He won't be in such a thing. Huh, said 5 elders, holding a long sword. I hope his vision can be shorter, otherwise it won't be so difficult to deal with. The other 5 elders nodded and said. I agree with the words of 5 elders holding a long sword. Can develop a pirate group into such a huge dynasty. Even 5 elders had to say admiration to Yuri. Although the Gabriel dynasty can have such a grand event, it is inseparable from Yuri's strong strength. But there are many powerful pirates in New World. Do you think that pirate can develop such a powerful national dynasty? The previous Rocks pirate is not inferior to the Gabriel pirates, and even the overall strength is far above it. I haven't seen him develop any empire. Don't talk about all nations are just a joke. Everything about him is based on Big Mom, although the nations are well governed. But he has always been a paradise for one person, and he hasn't even washed white. Most of the resources are robbed. No matter how strong such a country is, he is also a pirate country. But the Gabriel dynasty is different, regardless of his politics, military, policy, education, overall situation, etc. Even 5 elders can't help but admire it. As 5 elders who could not have rich political experience, they saw the huge potential in the Gabriel dynasty. As long as he is given a few years, the Gabriel dynasty will be on an equal footing with the world government even if it does not rely on Yuri. It is precisely because of this that 5 elders saw the threat and was bound to eradicate it, otherwise the world government would really be over. His harm is greater than the revolutionary army that has risen in recent years. A great national treasure of the Gabriel dynasty? Is it the source of the unexpected movement in Gabriel City during this time? Even world government and marine are invited? This military parade is a bit interesting. Do you show force? Did the world government also agree to go? I heard that it was a 5 elders who went there in person. It seems that the military parade of Emperor Chao Lai is necessary to go and see it. It turned out that 5 elders went there in person? After receiving the invitation from the Canadian Empire, the reactions of the New World countries were mixed. However, I am very curious about the Gabriel dynasty and the great national treasure of the Gabriel dynasty. After all, there was such a big noise in Gabriel City some time ago. They are both members of New World, and they wouldn't know it. They were still a little scared when they went to the capital of the Gabriel dynasty. After all, it was once the nest of the 4 emperors' pirates. But when they heard that the world government was also participating, and even preparing to send 5 elders to participate, they all expressed that they would participate in this military parade. At the same time, reporters from all over the world are gearing up. This military parade will be big news. Even many pirates sent people to watch the salute secretly. As the day of the military parade approached, politicians and nobles from all over the world who participated in the military parade arrived in the city of Gabriel one after another. On this day, a large number of Royal Marines and Royal Guards surrounded a pier firmly and put all the surrounding areas under strict control. What's going on here? Definitely is another big man here. The nobles and even the royal families of all countries have sent people in this military parade. Last time a king came, I didn't see such martial law. Look, there are still many officials from the Ministry of Political Order. Hey, even Kizaru Admiral has come to greet him. It seems that the people who came this time are really not easy. The people in the port were very surprised when they saw so many military and police officers and put them under martial law. At this moment, several ships flying the flags of the world government and marine arrived on the Sea of Gabriel. Haha. I have to say that this Gabriel city is very well managed. I remember the last time I came here, it was still in ruins, and it is so prosperous now. Stepping on the ship deck, Garp looked towards Gabriel city in front of him, showing surprise. The look comes. There are indeed some ways, but the Emperor Chao now controls this large number of territories and rules such a large population. As his capital, it is natural that Gabriel has such a prosperous city, and this time is the Gabriel City Parade. It is a great celebration for Emperor Kadi. It is such a prosperous celebration, Sengoku said. Of course, Gabriel City can be as prosperous as it is now, and that sea train has played a huge role. Sengoku pointed to Gabriel City's iconic building station and said, "Is that a sea train? It is indeed very convenient. It seems that the world government should also implement this kind of train." 5 elders watched trains moving in the station, and soon said trains leaving one after another. The 4 islands of the City of 7 Waters have also set up sea trains, which have brought great prosperity and convenience to the islands of the City of 7 Waters, and they can indeed be developed vigorously. This is of great benefit to the entire world government, Sengoku said. It seems that it is indeed time to go out. The Gabriel dynasty can develop to this point in a short period of time. There is indeed some merit. 5 elders nodded and said. While talking, 5 elders waited to get out of the boat, and suddenly both 5 elders and Sengoku's faces became gloomy. On the pier of Gabriel City, the Emperor Chao Lai had sent someone to greet them, but they saw a person in the crowd. The appearance of this person made them look very ugly, as if they had eaten flies. This person is the original Marine Admiral Kizaru. For a while, the scene fell into embarrassment. Haha, isn't this Kizaru kid? I heard that you are now in the Gabriel dynasty? Garp said with a heartless smile, and resolved the embarrassment on the scene. Oh, there's no way, I have to eat too, I always find a job to do, Kizaru said. In fact, Kizaru also has some grievances against world government marine. I was arrested for the purpose of monitoring the battle between Yuri and the 2-4 emperors on behalf of marine. But instead of trying to save itself, world government immediately blocked its marine admiral position and replaced it with a new admiral. Although he can understand the ideas of world government and marine. After all, the chance of being rescued at that time was very slim, and the world government also needed marine to have the highest combat power to suppress the sea. But to understand is to understand, this matter will feel uncomfortable on anyone. I didn't expect to meet Kizaru in this situation, Sengoku. Ahem, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Marshal, Garp Vice Admiral, His Excellency 5 Elders, on behalf of the Canadian Empire. I welcome you to participate in the military parade of the Canadian Empire, Kizaru said. Kizaru really didn't expect to see Sengoku Garp so soon. In his opinion, Yuri's strength is too scary. Seeing the battle between Yuri and Kaido Big Mom, it is impossible for the world government and marine to conflict with the Gabriel dynasty in a short time. Therefore, he believes that it will not be entangled with world government marine for a long time. Unexpectedly, Yuri would suddenly have a military parade, and also invited the world government and marine. In the beginning, Yuri asked Kizaru if he wanted to avoid it. In the end, Kizaru did not choose to evade, and took the initiative to meet Sengoku's mission. So here to explain, this time it is not that Yuri specifically asked Kizaru to greet Sengoku and the others. For the people on his side, the people who take refuge in him, Yuri doesn't have the evil taste that makes them embarrassing. That will only make the other person dissatisfied, and it will not do any good for him. Yuri, representatives from all parties have come. The world government even sent 5 elders to participate in this military parade. Marine Sengoku Garp is here. But I really want me to use the power of Gabriel's scepter during the military parade, Show it to everyone. This is a strategic force that can change the situation of the sea. If it is hidden, it can reverse the entire battle at a critical time, Robin said to Yuri. Yuri has given Robin the right to use Gabriel's scepter during this time. He asked Robin to drop his blood on the scepter, and Yuri refines the blood into the scepter, and Robin felt that he had a certain right to use the scepter. If Yuri uses this scepter, no one in the world will be surprised no matter what magical power is displayed at that time. He is the world's greatest horror, the unprecedented Devil Fruit's second awakening ability who can easily defeat 2-4 emperors when facing 2-4 emperors alone. But if Robin is allowed to use this scepter, it will inevitably surprise everyone. This scepter is only authorized by Yuri, or can be used by people who have descendants of Yuri's blood. Although Robin is authorized, she is not Yuri's descendant, so she can only use part of her power. But it is this part of the power that is enough for Robin to be shocked. When Yuri refined this scepter, the energy radiated made people think that it was the power of God. When Robin took control of this scepter, he found that it did possess the power of a god. We do not have the powerful background of the world government, so we can only use strong power to make people fear. As long as you have strong enough power, you can deter the enemy from invading you, and this military parade is not just a deterrent to the outside. In fact, it is also to shock the inside and enhance the honor and confidence inside, Yuri said with a smile. How could Yuri not know that he should hide his hole cards? Only in this way can the enemy be unable to figure out your details. Only in this way can the hole cards play their best role at the critical moment. But Yuri knew that the Gabriel dynasty had not only external problems, but also internal problems. The interior of the Gabriel dynasty is very complicated. Because the Gabriel pirates' background is insufficient, Yuri absorbed the Don Quixote family and the Charlotte family. Now the two big families have been integrated into the Canadian imperial dynasty, and are in positions of all sides. If Yuri is there, these can't make any waves. If Yuri is not there, there will be no strong military deterrence, plus the threat of world government and marine from outside. I am afraid that the Gabriel dynasty has not yet started a war with marine, and the internal chaos will begin first. You know that world government is very good at using spies and provocations. Let alone the Don Quixote family and the Charlotte family, these people with different minds, even the people of the original pirates may also be calculated by the world government and become a sword in the hands of the other party. Therefore, this military parade is not only for outsiders, but also for insiders. For such a huge force as the Gabriel dynasty, the danger often comes from within. He needs to let everyone inside know that their Gabriel dynasty is powerful. Even without him, the world government cannot be defeated. The Gabriel dynasty needs to use powerful force to tell everyone that they are not afraid of any challenge. So as to stabilize internal personnel, as long as the Canadian Empire is stable internally, even if the world government wants to go to war with the Canadian Empire, it will be difficult to defeat them. For this reason, he recruited officials from all over the dynasty, as well as the Don Quixote family and Charlotte family, to watch this military parade. Hearing Yuri's words, Robin frowned. He always felt that Yuri was a little anxious during this period of time, which made her feel a little uncertain. But what Yuri said makes sense. Demonstrating powerful force and eliminating the war before it starts may be the best way to avoid war. By the way, according to your instructions, the first batch of potential camps that originally trained on the Boeing Islands have returned to Gabriel Island. How are you going to arrange them? Robin asked. When deciding to hold a military parade, Yuri suddenly ordered the recruitment of the first batch of Qianlong camps that were still training on the Boeing Islands. Enel also came back at the same time. Are you back? This batch of Qianlong camp will all be incorporated into the Royal Knights, Yuri said. All incorporate into the Royal Knights, will this cause turmoil? Robin exclaimed. During the reform of the Gabriel dynasty, Yuri set up a Royal Knights. The reason why they are called the Knights is not because they are all Knights. But because of becoming a member of the Royal Knights, you can directly promote the Knights of the Inner Formation. There are about 500 people in this group of Qianlongying. If all become Royal Knights, it means that there will be 500 more members of the Inner Formation in the Giadi dynasty lie. You must know that the internal ranks of the Gabriel dynasty are very precious. Although the Gabriel dynasty is said to be a dynasty, there is still no aristocracy. Yuri has never canonized a nobleman. However, Jadi Wangchaoli is not like a nobleman, that is, members of the Inner Formation. In the Giadi dynasty Lizong, the Inner Formation is precious, and the members of the Inner Formation are also the core existence of the Gabriel dynasty. In addition, it is very difficult to become a member of the Inner Group, so the Inner Group members are very precious and their status is also very high. For the original Gabriel Pirates group, being an Inner Formation is not only a status, but also the highest honor, so everyone in the Gabriel Pirates group wants to be promoted to the inner formation. After the Gabriel Pirate group was disbanded, this system did not disappear, but instead covered all walks of life in the entire Gabriel dynasty. Everyone in the Gabriel dynasty has an independent id card. As long as you contribute to the Gabriel dynasty, you can get experience upgrades. For example, you are an inventor who invented some unique inventions. For example, how many talents do you teach as a teacher? For example, how much wealth and value you are a businessman created to the dynasty, etc. You can gain experience to increase your level. The higher the level, the higher your status and the more national resources you can obtain. After this system has been expanded to the entire dynasty, the upgrade difficulty is more than 10 times more difficult than that of the pirates. The first 50 levels of the outer formation are still very easy to upgrade, but the latter 50 requires your dynasty to contribute to the penultimate to be able to upgrade, and it takes a great contribution to enter the inner formation. Under this system, even Yuri cannot easily promote people to the inner line. Everything is improved according to experience, so that it is fair and can convince everyone. As the founder of the Canadian Empire and the person who makes all the rules, he can promote 1 or 2 people with the ability to penultimate. However, 500 were promoted at once. Even Robin was worried about whether it would cause turmoil. It's okay, the Royal Knights have long been organized. Besides, this is the power to protect the royal family. No one can say anything, Yuri said. Originally, when Yuri established the Royal Knights, he was not prepared to have such a large organization. Prepare to carefully select 3 or 4 elite teams from Qianlong camp and establish a small group to protect your children and the royal family. With one's own presence, no one dared to do it on their own children. But now is different, he must make greater preparations. So simply expand the establishment of the Royal Knights, and organize the entire first batch of Qianlong camps into the Royal Knights. In terms of loyalty, no one can compare to these Qianlongying members. They were originally orphans in the Canadian Empire, who were adopted by the orphanage set up by Yuri. Enter the Qianlong camp through layers of selection and investigation. Trained and taught by Qianlong camp, there is an education about loyalty in the teaching of Qianlongying. This education has not stopped even if it is training on the Boeing Islands. So when it comes to loyalty, there is absolutely no problem with these people, which is what Yuri values most. But before they become Royal Knights, they really have to take a good look at the results of their training in the past few years, and let us meet the Royal Knights in the future. The first batch of Qianlong camps began to be built when the Gabriel Pirate Group established Gabriel City. At that time there were only 2 or 3 people. Later, there were more and more people in Gabriel City, and Qianlong camp gradually expanded. After the Gabriel Pirates successfully took control of Garu Island, it expanded to about 500 people. Although Garu Island is only an island, it is a large island rarely seen in the pirate world, with a population of tens of millions, plus a rebellion, and many of them are orphans. Yuri established a large number of orphanages to adopt them, train them. According to calculations at the time, the Canadian Emperor Chao Ai adopted a total of hundreds of thousands of orphans. And from hundreds of thousands of orphans, a total of 500 orphans were selected. Every orphan has great potential and talent. To put it bluntly, the potential of each member of Qianlong camp is higher than that. Then after 3 years of training in the temptation of the Boeing Islands, their bodies have been greatly strengthened. Finally, under the guidance of Rayleigh, intensive training for 1.5 years. It can be said that each of them can be regarded as a little monster, and most of them can use armament hockey in quantity. Suddenly called back to Gabriel City, the eyes of everyone in Qianlong camp exuded expectation. They have a hunch that the Emperor will reuse them this time. The years of training finally have time to give effect, and they are all looking forward to it. At this time, someone notified them and asked him to go to the training collection. The Emperor saw them. So one by one came to the training ground. The so-called training is a battlefield behind the Gabriel Palace. After several battles here, it has become very weird and very suitable for training and fighting. Lan Gang, how do you think the Emperor will arrange for us? The people of Qianlong camp converged in the training ground, and several teenagers gathered together. Qianlongying is a gathering place for geniuses, but the strongest in this world is not a genius, but a monster, but a ghost. In this place where geniuses gathered, a few unsocial guys appeared. The people around saw their eyes dodge a little, and they were also proud to ignore everyone. It's not how arrogant they are, but because they are confident in their own strength, they look arrogantly at everything. As the so-called things gather together, monsters tend to gather together with monsters. Several monsters who looked down upon the surroundings gathered together, and one of them was a young girl with fiery red hair and said to a young man with blue hair, "It doesn't matter, no matter what the Emperor asks me to do, I will do it easily. My goal is to fight inward, said the blue-haired boy named Lan Gang. Huo Wu. Don't worry about this troublesome guy. Whoever of us here is not targeting the inner formation, let alone a few of us. Everyone here has the hope of becoming the inner formation. A purple-haired girl said coldly. I will be the first. Lan Gang said. Huh, that's impossible. Although your strength is very strong, the first one to upgrade is definitely one of those two. The purple-haired girl said to Lan Gang mockingly. At the same time, he looked at the two people on the other two sides. One wears glasses, and his eyes shine from time to time, as if thinking about something. The other has a proud temperament, and follows many friends around him. Yi Cheng and Yala. One will only be opportunistic, and the other will rely on a large number of people. Lan looked at Gang and said one after another. Don't be convinced. People have real skills. The guy in Yi Cheng is not a clever person. He is very resourceful and has an extremely powerful observation haki. He can always think of the best way to solve problems and fights. That guy has a convincing temperament and can command people on the battlefield. They are much stronger than you, who can only rampage, and the strength of the two of them is not necessarily worse than ours. Purple-haired girl said. Do you want to fight? Ziyuan. Lan Gang said to the purple-haired girl. Who is afraid of fighting? Ziyuan said coldly. Okay. Stop arguing between you two, the emperor is coming soon, Huo Wu said. Hearing Huo Wu's words, Lan Gang and Ziyuan snorted at the same time. Suddenly Lan Gang was waiting for a few people to notice something, and suddenly raised his head and looked in one direction. Several people in the crowd also noticed something and raised their heads, and then everyone around them also noticed it. I don't know when a person appeared on a stone in front of everyone, smiling and looking at them. Your Majesty. Everyone looked at the man on the stone with a look of worship in their eyes. This person is Yuri. Hee, long time no see, more than a year has passed in a blink of an eye. A lot of things happened in the Gabriel dynasty during your training. I must have guessed that you have been appointed to you when you were recruited this time. There is nothing wrong with me. Your strength is needed now, are you ready? Yuri asked. Always be prepared. The teenagers at the scene said on one knee at the same time. Very good, but before that, I need to test how far you have grown in the past few years, Yuri said. Hearing Yuri's words, some people in the room were faintly excited after guessing what. Test us? How to test? Does the emperor do it himself? Thinking that Yuri might be able to see Yuri's strength after a while, some young people in Qianlong camp who believed to be strong showed an expression of excitement. I don't know how His Majesty the Emperor will test our strength. At this time, a boy with a silver mirror asked. This boy is Yi Cheng. Within an hour, no matter what method you use, as long as you can force me to use Devil Fruit's ability, then you will be considered qualified. Yuri stretched out a finger and said. Hearing Yuri's eyes flashed, Yi Cheng seemed to be thinking about something. Haha. What are you waiting for? Let's start with, I'll come first. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded, and a figure rushed towards Yuri. Lan Gang. This fool, I knew it would be like this. Huo Wu and Ziyuan changed their expressions when they saw them. Lan Gang's speed was extremely fast, and he rushed to Yuri in an instant, hitting Yuri with a punch. Condensed on his fist was the extremely powerful armament haki. Yuri's body moved slightly, and he slapped it with a palm, shattering, and Lan Gang's body flew upside down. This time, I'm serious in the assessment. If you don't take it seriously, you may all be eliminated, or that your strength is only this, then I will be very disappointed, Yuri said coldly. Although Lan Gang's punch was violent, he hesitated when he hit it. Yuri is the emperor they respect after all. Several years of political education, in the eyes of the potential camp, Yuri is a great man. Even if it is Lan Gang's impulsive person, he still shrinks when he comes to the head. Hearing Yuri's words, everyone's hearts tightened. Let the emperor disappointed, it would be a desperate thing for them. Haha, you really deserve to be His Majesty the Emperor. Lan had just been hit by Yuri's palm and flew more than 10 meters, but in a blink of an eye he stood up as if nothing had happened, and continued to rush towards Yuri. Yuri was also very surprised when he saw it. Although he didn't use his full strength in his session, but with his current strength, even some big pirates from New World in that session need to lie down for a while when they are hit frontally. Lan Gang received the blow and stood up as if smoked and unharmed. Even Yuri was slightly surprised. It seems that there are really a few monsters in Qianlong camp that surprised him. Before recalling the Qianlong camp, Yuri made calls to Rayleigh, who trained them, and asked about the situation of this batch of Qianlong camps. Rayleigh just said a little. Maybe there are some monsters in this group that surprised you. It now appears that this Lan Gang should be one of the surprising monsters. Tear the Wind and Iron Claws. Lan Gang quickly rushed to Yuri's face, grabbing at Yuri. This claw grabbed it, and the air was cracked by him. The 5 claws turn into 5 cold rays, tearing everything apart. Seeing this blow, Yuri nodded secretly. It's really good. It's not that he praises his thoughts, it's really good. Whether it is agile or fierce, there is armament hockey hidden on the 5 fingers. This claw is already at the level of a new world powerhouse. However, it is too tender to deal with him. This claw is a bit interesting, but it's too aggressive. It's okay for ordinary people, and it's a huge flaw to deal with real masters. Yuri's body was slightly on one side, let this claw pass, and at the same time stretched out a claw, grabbed the wrist that came, flicked his hand. Lan Gang was used to fly out. Aren't you guys? There isn't a lot of time. After flying Lan Gang out, Yuri smiled and said to everyone. Come on, you can't let that guy show the limelight alone, Zayuan said. After speaking, her body was slightly lowered, and she grabbed the long sword at her waist, and the next one turned into an afterimage and rushed out at extreme speed. As soon as Zayuan rushed out, another fiery red figure rushed out at the same speed. This person was Huo Wu. I saw 2 flashes of red and purple moving quickly, flashing alternately from time to time, switching positions, and appeared in front of Yuri in a blink of an eye. Purple thunder and lightning. Purple garden suddenly appeared in front of Yuri, and a sword turned towards Yuri like light and electricity. This speed is several times faster than Lan Gang. The black and purple thunder and lightning flashed on her body, stimulating her body, and the power and speed of her move skyrocketed. Block. But this light-like electric attack was blocked by a finger. Yes, this knife is also good. What's more rare is that you have control over armament hockey, which can be said to exceed most people, Yuri said after blocking Ziyuan's blow with a finger. The black and purple thunder and lightning on Ziyuan's body is not a devil fruit ability. It's not the bioelectricity of the fur tribe. Instead, relying on the thunder and lightning generated by their own armament hockey colliding with each other. Ordinary people control armament hockey, and can bless him freely to every position of the body, so that it can flow around their own body or handheld objects as they like, which is already very good. But this girl actually did it, knocking armament hockey into each other at will, thus generating a thunder and lightning that stimulates the body. Because this kind of lightning is generated by her own hockey, not only will it not cause any harm to her, but it will have a strong buff to her. Coupled with the stimulation of thunder and lightning attributes, she has produced extremely fast speed and power with this move. The most important thing is that she is accelerating at the moment of attack, very good combat talent. Even some real strong men may be hurt by this trick if they are not careful. Don't look at Yuri taking this trick with just one finger, in fact, he has already used all his strength. Armament hockey is placed outside, condensed on a finger, and produces great destructive power and elasticity, which can easily block this move. Seeing Yuri, Ziyuan blocked her slash with a finger, showing a look of surprise. But thinking that the other party is the Gabriel Lord, I am not surprised anymore. Huh. At this moment, a young girl with red hair appeared beside Ziyuan. She suddenly appeared beside Ziyuan and hit Yuri with a punch. When this punch came, Yuri actually felt a hint of crisis, and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. At this time her fist had already hit Yuri. Yuri lifted his palm and took a copy. Yuri didn't expect that terrible power came from this small fist. And as if the power exploded, Yuri was struck by this terrible force and was involuntarily swiped back by 1 meter. Yuri was not surprised but rejoiced, such power is rare even in the entire new world. Is it a natural supernatural power like Big Mom Whitebeard? And it's not just power, it also has a good performance in the application of armament hockey. In the punch just now, there is more than 1 layer of armament hockey. It's armament hockey above 3 floors, these armament hockey layered on top of each other. After hitting themselves, the 3 layers of armament hockey exploded. Let this punch not only sink vigorously, but also contain terrifying lethality. He didn't expect a little girl to be able to make such a powerful blow, she was already a complete monster. The most important thing is that this is a member of Qianlong camp that he cultivated. These 2 girls, plus the boy with blue hair just now. They only lack some high-level battles now. After some high-level battles, they can grow into real monsters. If they were given a suitable devil fruit, maybe the 3 of them could challenge a monster like Kaido. As Yuri moved back, Lan Gang rushed towards Yuri. Although the 3 people were not very good at dealing with them just now, they had a very good understanding of cooperation in the fight. The 3 people kept attacking around this Yuri. Facing the siege of the 3 people, even the powerhouses like the 3 Plagues General Stars must be handled carefully, or they are likely to lose. It's a pity that they are facing Yuri. If it is Yuri 3 years ago, who has not experienced the training of the Boeing Islands, I am afraid that they will not be their opponent if they do not use the devil fruit ability. But now is different. After 3 years of training in Boeing Islands, Yuri has made up for his shortcomings. The strength of his body is not weaker than any monster in New World. Armament Haki has also reached the level of colorless external release. Even if he doesn't use devil fruit, he is also an emperor, so facing the siege of the three, Yuri is still at ease. It can't go on like this, let's go, and Lan Gang alone can't force the emperor's devil fruit ability, Yala said solemnly. Don't mention the three of Lan Gang. If we don't organize well, even if we have more than 500 people, I am afraid that it will not be much better. The strength of the emperor and us are not in the same dimension, and it is not the number of people that can make up for it, Yicheng said. Do you have any plans? Yaro asked. If Lan Gang and the others didn't make a move at the beginning, we can first use the human sea tactics to consume the emperor's physical strength, and the emperor's battle steps will be consumed to a certain extent, and the 5 of us will attack at the same time. By surprise, this may be possible. Forcing the emperor to use devil fruit, it's a pity that now I have lost the opportunity, Yicheng said. Then that is the only trick now? Yaro asked. Using that trick, there is indeed a chance to force the emperor to use the devil fruit ability, but in terms of bursts, physical strength, and neurological reactions, the emperor is still above Mr. Rayleigh, and this time I still have to mobilize so many people. It also needs to go through a lot of data simulation, Yicheng said. Rayleigh came to Boeing Islands a year ago. Although there were a new group of Qianlong camp members, Rayleigh was mainly teaching them. In training, Rayleigh often arranges for them to play against each other, and sometimes he will fight with them in person. Once Rayleigh chose a few powerful people in their Qianlong camp to fight against him. Including 5 people including Yicheng Yala Langong. A fight, Rayleigh used his superb experience and skills to beat them one by one. Fortunately, it was just a discussion. If it was a real battle, they would no longer know how many times they died. In that battle, Yala and others fought very awkwardly, and it also hit their arrogance all the time. At this time, Yicheng used a method to control their Rayleigh and fight, and even let them win a round from Rayleigh. Leave this to me, Yaro said. After speaking, Yaro drew out the long sword in his hand, raised the long sword and said to the people around him, Brothers, it's time to test the results of our years of cultivation. Do you want to let the emperor disappoint us? No around, everyone responded in response. Then take out your real strength, follow me, and let the emperor see our progress over the years. We have not failed the emperor's cultivation of us. Superior. The limelight can't all let Lan Gang grab them. Under the encouragement of Yaro, everyone rushed towards Yuri. Seeing all this rushing towards him, Yuri did not panic at all. Regardless of the fact that the number of 500 people is indeed large, but there are not many who can launch an attack on themselves. And I didn't stand still and let them besieged. As long as one's speed is faster than them, no matter how many people are, it's no use. Palms, fists, elbows, and legs, Yuri's whole body turned into a fighting weapon, and the members of the Qianlong camp who rushed in danced one by one, and were beaten out by him. Everyone wanted to surround him and limit him, but his speed was too fast to limit him at all. Hee, half an hour has passed. If this goes on, your test will fail. Is that your strength? Yuri's body flashed quickly, and 3 teenagers around him flew into the air. Then said with a smile. Indeed, Yuri is very satisfied with people. Their strength is not bad, but they are much worse for high-intensity combat experience. As long as they are given more combat experience, their strength will be improved for a long time. And in New World, are you afraid that there is no battle? Isn't it okay? I can't go on like this. Yaro commanded the crowd to fight, and said in a sense of anxiety in his heart. Just when Arrow was secretly anxious, suddenly Yicheng's eyes dared to flash. Although the Emperor's data has not been completely analyzed, it is almost the same. After speaking, a breath radiated from his body. This breath spreads across the world, and all the teenagers who have observation Haki on the scene perceive this breath. It is trying to connect with their experience. They are very familiar with this, knowing that this is Yicheng's ability, so they did not resist. Soon their observation Haki was connected with this breath, which is actually the observation Haki of Yicheng. Ju Yicheng. Well, forget it this time. Lan Gang also sensed the connection between the observation Haki temptation and his experience. If he didn't want to in the past, but today he can only do that. Although they don't want to admit it, if they are commanded by Yicheng, they can show great strength. Especially during team battles. 367 people. There are more than 100 more people than last time. In this way, the amount of calculation needs to be greatly increased. It seems that we have to fight today, Yicheng formation. Yicheng said. He closed his eyes. Well, this is observation hockey. These observation hockey are actually connected to each other. It seems to be a little different. Yuri immediately felt a huge change in the surrounding area. The attacks of the teenagers became more orderly and more reasonable. Suddenly Yuri felt as if he was trapped in a huge cage that was carefully calculated. His move and avoid attacks are all within the opponent's calculation, and even how he will fight next is calculated. And the young people's position and battle have also undergone tremendous changes. Just like a formation besieged him, interesting and predictable. It shouldn't have reached the stage of predictability. It just predicts my attack, then calculates the best battle formation, and then directs these people to move and fight, and it is not a language command. Language command is too late in such a high-speed battle. Could it be that you can convey your thoughts to the target through observation hockey? It's interesting. I didn't expect observation hockey to have this ability. Yuri became more surprised as he fought. Stand up. Haha, very good. Today I am very satisfied with you. In addition to the high-intensity combat experience, your strength has reached a considerable level. Today I will teach you the last lesson. There are only strong people of the same level. Only in the pursuit of winning by skill. Any skill is useless in the face of an absolute power gap. Yuri said. The powerful repulsive force of Shen Luo Tianzheng impacted from Yuri's body, and they were all lifted into the air immediately. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The terrifying repulsive force came out, and the teenagers were all rushed out one by one. Even Lan Gang and the 5 people could not resist the impact of this force, and flew out one by one. After a long time everyone stood up from the ground, and when they looked again, they saw that under one blow, no one could stand around Yuri. Even the ground around him seemed to have been plowed over, clean, without any rocks or trees. Is this the power of the Emperor? It's too powerful. The Emperor wants to defeat us, he doesn't need to move at all. I've heard of it. The Emperor's most powerful thing is the Devil Fruit ability. That is, I heard that the Emperor's Devil Fruit was originally just a magnetic fruit, but he has also developed such a powerful repulsive force. There is also gravity. With the strength of the Emperor, you can press us down with a single thought. Also I heard that the Emperor is now able to awaken Devil Fruit for the second time and possesses invincible power. Under the second awakening, all are ants. It really deserves to be the Emperor, the strongest existence in the world. The teenagers stood up slowly, with expressions of horror and admiration on their faces. The teenagers had good talent potential, and they spent 3 or 4 years practicing in the Boeing Islands with Temptation Food. Bonus and others have eaten Temptation Food on Boeing Islands for 2 years, and Temptation Food will have no effect on them. Because their bodies are already in shape, even if it's temptation to eat food, they can't heaven-defying to change their lives. But even so, I have already exercised my body to ultimate. And these teenagers even today, Temptation Food still has some effect on them. Because they are young and growing bodies, the effect of temptation on them is far greater than that of Bonus. Although their current bodies are not as strong as those of Bonus, it is just that their bodies have not fully grown, and nutrition has become their potential. But even in this way, their bodies are already extremely powerful. Although Yuri's Shinra Tien conquered everyone to fly, it did not cause any harm to their bodies. Is this the Shenluo Tianzheng? It's really scary. Yaro also stood up straight and said in surprise. It's really powerful, but it doesn't seem to have the power to destroy the world in the legend, Lan Gang said with a frown. What are you thinking? From the beginning to the end, the Emperor didn't show any real strength at all. You didn't see that no one here was seriously injured after the fight. Everything is under the control of the Emperor, Yi Cheng said with a wry smile. Moreover, what the Emperor is really powerful about is that Devil Fruit's awakening state, or even a second awakening, is the unparalleled power of the Emperor, Yaro said. It turned out to be like this, Lan Gang said suddenly. Stupid Lan Gang. Do you still dare to question the strength of the Emperor? This is just a test. It is naturally impossible for the Emperor to use much strength. If the Emperor shows true strength, we will not even have the qualifications to stand. What can be tested? Zi Yuan punched Lan Gang on the head. It hurts. Ah, do I question the strength of the Emperor? Lan Gang. Let's go. Don't show off. The Emperor is still waiting for us, Yaro said. Saying that everyone is walking towards Yuri. Participate in the Emperor. The Emperor is unparalleled in the world. The crowd once again gathered in front of Yuri and knelt down and said. Get up all. You are very good. You can use Devil Fruit's ability to force, and your strength is considered usable. I think you are all qualified for this test, Yuri said. Thank you, everyone responded. Actually, I have always been aware of your strengths, but do you know why I have to evaluate your strengths today? Yuri asked at this time. Hearing Yuri's words, everyone got up, and looked at Yuri with a look of doubt. shook their heads to show that they don't know. Do you know the Gabriel Royal Knights? Yuri asked. Royal Knights? What is that? Is there such an institution in the Canadian Empire? I haven't heard of it. I've heard of the Royal Guard. Everyone said in surprise, the Royal Knights, does it mean the knights who guard the royal family? Yi Cheng said with a flash of light in his eyes. The Gabriel Empire Knights is the guard of the Royal Knights, my pro-army guards. The Royal Knights, as the name implies, are knights except for the royal family. Do you know what this means? Yuri asked again. Knight? Could it be that? The inner knight? Yi Cheng said in surprise.
That's right. The Royal Knights are called the Royal Knights because they are the Emperor's army. They are dedicated to protecting the safety of the Emperor, and at the same time, they are knights. Each member of the Knights is a knight-level inner formation. Above, Yuri said.
Hearing Yuri's words, everyone looked excited. Yuri is now telling them the intention of this, it is not difficult to guess. Everyone looked expectantly. The Royal Knights Order was established a year ago, but there is no one. This is what I set up specifically for you, Yuri said. Thank you, Your Majesty, the crowd said excitedly on the ground. As members of Gabriel Qianlong camp, they all understand what the inner formation sequence represents. Royal Knight. The word knight not only represents the knight of the inner formation, he also represents the virtues of loyalty, bravery, integrity, etc. I hope you will not let down the word knight, Yuri said. To the death to defend the royal family, to protect Your Majesty to the death, the crowd said in unison. The Royal Knights has 5 teams, Yarou, Yi Cheng, Lan Gang, Ziyuan, and Huowu. You 5 have outstanding abilities. I have decided to appoint you as the captain of the 5 major teams. If some of you are dissatisfied with them, you can apply to me to challenge them. As long as you win, you can replace them as the captain. Are you dissatisfied? Yuri asked. Hearing Yuri's words, everyone did not speak. Yarou and the 5 of them were very convinced of their strength. Then from today, the 5 of you will be the captains of the Royal Knights, Yuri. I am waiting to defend the royal family to the death, and defend the glory of the Royal Knights to the death, said the 5. This is the devil fruit collected by the Gabriel dynasty over the past few years. If you want devil fruit, you can choose one of them. Tested the Qianlong group and announced that they were all incorporated into the Royal Knights. And after giving them the Royal Knights uniforms that were made for them earlier, Yuri took the 5 captains of Yarou, Yi Cheng, Lan Gang, Ziyuan, and Huowu to the royal treasury. After opening the royal treasure house, everyone walked in and said to the 10 devil fruits placed in the royal treasure house. Jiadi Wangchao Lai attaches great importance to devil fruit. The degree of importance it has surpassed any country in the world, even the world government. Since a long time ago, I have spared no effort in collecting devil fruit and demon fruit power. In addition, the Gabriel dynasty received Don Quixote family and Don Quixote family channels. Don Quixote family was originally the business of devil fruit. They have huge channels all over the world and in the dark world. Coupled with the strong support of the Gabriel dynasty, a large amount of devil fruit has been collected over the years. If the Don Quixote family in the past, most of these devil fruits will be auctioned off. But the Gabriel dynasty is different. Under the influence of Yuri, devil fruit was extremely popular within the Gabriel dynasty. All the devil fruit collected will be used within the Gabriel dynasty. Ordinary zone devil fruit, or some ordinary paramecia, will be placed in the inner formation treasure house, rewarded to those who made penultimate contributions, or new members of the inner formation. And some powerful devil fruits were collected in this royal treasure house as the foundation. Only Yuri has the right to decide to whom they will be rewarded. As a background, Yuri was not prepared to use them so quickly. But once I have to do some funeral preparations. Secondly, Yarou, they are indeed excellent, worthy of their own efforts to cultivate. That's why they decided to open up this treasure house and let them choose the devil fruit inside. Devil fruit. Unexpectedly so much. Let's pick one, is this true? Great, I wanted to have a devil fruit a long time ago. Huo Wu and others said excitedly. Qianlong camp, including the entire Gabriel dynasty, worshipped Yuri incomparably. This even brought their incomparable desire for devil fruit. People in the entire Gabriel dynasty are all eager to have a devil fruit, even the people in Qianlong camp. In addition, devil fruit was originally extremely precious, and it was even more precious in the Gabriel dynasty.
These are not ordinary devil fruits outside. These are the devil fruits collected by Emperor Chao Lai for many years and supplied to the royal family. Each of them has good abilities. Paramecia, Zone Ancient Species, Eudemon Species, and Logia both. Yuri said with a smile.
The fierce forces of the Canadian Empire are getting bigger and bigger, and the territory islands that they directly occupy more than 1/3 of the entire New World. Among them, the intelligence department covers the entire New World. In this year, it was included in the Charlotte family. That is the Charlotte family, as the oldest pirate group in New World. In this New World where pirates are raging, their influence spreads to the entire New World. Even many big countries in New World have alliances with them, and the channels they have are not comparable to the Don Quixote family and the Gabriel dynasty combined. With their participation, the Canadian Emperor Chao Lai was able to truly control the entire New World so quickly. Otherwise, even if the Gabriel dynasty is huge and Yuri is strong. However, the foundation is still weak after all. It will take a few years to completely control the territory that Jiadi Wangchao Lai now has, and then radiate his power to the entire New World. With these power channels, Yuri can store the good things of the entire New World into the Gabriel dynasty. Among them, Devil Fruit is the most important thing, and it is the thing collected by the Gabriel dynasty. In order to collect Devil Fruit, Yuri even set a price. A Devil Fruit bounty of at least 300 million Baileys directly increased the price of Devil Fruit by more than 3 times. And Yuri advertised some of the characteristics of Devil Fruit and told ordinary civilians in the entire New World to make it easy for ordinary civilians to find. For this reason, there was a fever of searching for Devil Fruit, and suddenly if you can find a Devil Fruit and offer it, you will be rich. Yuri collected these Devil Fruits to strengthen the Gabriel dynasty. The second is to stabilize New World. Most of the powerful pirates on the sea are demon fruit power. Although there are many powerful swordsmen, it takes many years of training to be truly strong. And a powerful Devil Fruit can create a strong one in a few years. If your strength suddenly becomes stronger, your heart will become unstable. I will think about going out and doing something to achieve a hegemony, and going to sea to be a pirate is the best choice. Because Yuri is a best role model, Yuri relied on being a pirate, and finally established such a grand cause. Such a huge role model, people with a little bit of ambition and strength, all take this as a goal. Therefore, after the establishment of the Gabriel dynasty, there is only one of the 3 emperors of New World. Not only has the number of pirates in New World not decreased, but they have increased. But they no longer go to sea to find the treasure of One Piece, but to achieve a hegemony like Yuri. So Yuri tried his best to collect Devil Fruit. In Yuri's eyes, Devil Fruit is also one of the sources of turmoil in this world. Without Devil Fruit, even if those people have some strength, it is impossible to be 100, let alone 1 to block 1,000, unless he has a strong conqueror's haki. However, most of the Devil Fruits in this royal treasury were not collected from the common people or individual channels. Most of these Devil Fruits were collected by the Gabriel dynasty, which wiped out many countries, from the royal families and nobles of those countries. The kingdom of Garu, the kingdoms from Gabriel City to Red's Rosa, were mostly wiped out and occupied by the Gabriel pirates. From above, the Gabriel dynasty confiscated huge wealth and made Yuri prosperous all at once. A lot of Devil Fruit was also collected from it. The common people didn't know the value of Devil Fruit. Those nobles and kingdoms understood. 70 to 80% of the wealth of this world is concentrated in the hands of nobles and pirates, and they will naturally have Devil Fruit in their hands. And because of the influence of celestial dragons, the nobles and royal families of various countries are very resistant to eating Devil Fruit. In their eyes, Devil Fruit is like gold and silver jewelry, just a treasure of high value. They are all locked in the treasure house, anyway, Devil Fruit will not be broken. After these countries were captured by the Gabriel dynasty, gold and silver jewelry, Devil Fruit, famous swords and guns were all sent to the Gabriel dynasty. Most of them entered the treasure house of the inner formation, and only a few fine products were collected by Yuri and entered this royal treasure house. Most of the Devil Fruits that can be collected by those royal nobles are very powerful Devil Fruits. And Yuri chooses the best from them, so none of the Devil Fruits here are simple. The ancient species of Zone, even the monster species. Some superb Paramecia, there is even Logia. The 5 of Yalaw looked at the introduction of these Devil Fruit with excitement. The Gabriel Pirate Group has controlled the most complete Devil Fruit illustrated book. However, there are still 3 Devil Fruits in this treasure house that are not in the illustrated book controlled by the Gabriel Pirates. The other 7 are introduced, they are the shape of Zone's ancient slab-tooth house. Zone U Demon's Paladin form, Paramecia Sonic Fruit. Paramecia Listed Fruits, Paramecia Chain Fruit. Paramecia Fresh Fruit, Logia Ammonia Fruit. In the end, Yarrow chose the Paladin form fruit of the Eudemon species. Yi Chung chose the Paramecia Chain Fruit, Langang chose Paramecia Tempered Fruit. Ziyuan chose Paramecia to install fruits, Huo Wu chose Paramecia Sonic Fruit. 5 people ate Devil Fruit in front of Yuri. In the next few days, Yuri specially instructed 5 people. I analyzed some of the advantages and insights of their respective devil fruit. The 5 people's eyes lit up. The Emperor really deserves to be the first person in devil fruit. No one can compare to him in the development of devil fruit. Just like this, 4 or 5 days passed. On this day, colorful flags were fluttering, and there was celebration and solemn music in the square of Gabriel. In the sound of music, politicians, nobles, and royal families from various countries, led by a group of MCs, came to the side and sat down on the viewing platform. At this time, the square was full of people standing outside the cordon, and people looked forward to the square. Today is the day of the first military parade of the Gabriel dynasty. People have long been looking forward to this day. Many people have rushed to the city of Gabriel from all parts of the Gabriel dynasty. Now, almost all the sea trains inside the imperial dynasty lie have been through. The islands of the Gabriel dynasty are like a whole piece of land. As long as you get on the train in Shanghai, you will soon be able to reach the island you want to go to. Although New World still has many pirates, no one dares to rob in the Gabriel dynasty's territory.
Because the 16 fleets of the Gabriel dynasty are enough to suppress the entire New World, no one dares to be presumptuous in the seas of the Gabriel dynasty, otherwise the 16 fleets will teach him how to behave.
Excellent environment, policies to promote the development of all walks of life. In addition to the various facilities built by the Canadian Emperor dynasty, there are full of enthusiastic constructions everywhere. The entire Gabriel dynasty seemed to take off. In just 1 year, people discovered that the Gabriel dynasty had undergone tremendous changes. While busy every day, people's daily supplies have become richer, and the money in their pockets has also increased. At the same time, all kinds of novel things appeared. Especially after IWC became the IWC, a large number of entertainment movies and TVs have been launched, a large number of theaters have been built in various places, and I can also go to the IWC for tourism. The people of the Gabriel dynasty found that the rule of the Gabriel dynasty was much happier than the previous rule of the various kingdoms. This made the civilians mostly agree with the Gabriel dynasty. Now people are afraid that this will be a dream. What if they woke up that day and the Gabriel dynasty collapsed? So this time the Gabriel dynasty military parade attracted most people in the country. They want to see how strong the military of the Canadian Emperor Chao Lai is, and whether they can protect their current lives. Look at what the great secret treasure of Emperor Jiadi Wang Chao Lai is like. So the number of people coming to Gabriel City during this time has skyrocketed. It hasn't been lighted day by day, and a large number of people have come to the square to wait. However, the cordon was pulled up early, and no one approached it a few days ago. They can only stop and watch outside the cordon. 5 elders took some officials of the world government and Sengoku and others, led by the master of ceremonies, to the state guest viewing station specially prepared for them. Their faces are a little heavy, it's okay these days. 5 elders took Sengoku and others to visit Gabriel City. I even took a sea train to Garu Island and visited several nearby islands. After a visit, the hearts of 5 elders and others were very heavy. I don't know it. I found that the prosperity of the Gabriel dynasty was not only the Gabriel City. Here you will see many things that other countries do not have. You can see the abundance of the people. They also did not expect Yuri to take down these island countries in just over a year and develop these islands to where they are today. They can see that the people completely agree with the rule of the Gabriel dynasty. Seeing it in person, it is completely different from the text seen from the intelligence. It is in this way that they feel heavy. In just 1 year, the Gabriel dynasty has developed to such a point. If you give them a few more years, maybe the countries of the world in the world government will lag behind them. At that time, even if the Emperor Lai dynasty is overthrown, it will be difficult for the world government to get the recognition of these civilians. However, seeing these will dispel the world government's heart to destroy the Gabriel dynasty? No, not at all. This has strengthened the determination of the world government. This Jiadi Wangchao Lai absolutely cannot exist, otherwise world government, the whole world is really dangerous. Thinking of these 5 elders, even the heart of visiting the great military parade of the Canadian Empire has faded a lot. I just want to go back and discuss more rigorous plans with other 5 elders. Huh. At this moment, 5 elders suddenly heard Sengoku's suspicious voice. What's wrong? 5 elders asked. Your Excellency, please look at those. Sengoku looked around the VIP viewing platform, standing around one by one young people wearing gorgeous red night uniforms, and said. Especially on the main viewing stage, there were many teenagers in gorgeous night costumes. Is there no one in Jiadi Wangchao Lai? Let such a young boy be the escort of such a big scene. A world government official. Idiot, those teenagers are not easy, 5 elders said. Hearing the anger from 5 elders, the official's forehead burst into the air with cold sweat. Your Excellency, you are right. The breadth of these teenagers is no less than that of Marine Rear Admiral. I am afraid they have extraordinary strength, but they are so young. If they are given a few years to grow, Sengoku said. Who are these teenagers? Why haven't I received information about them? 5 elders also asked in shock. With the height of 5 elders and the strength of Rear Admiral Marine, he doesn't care. This group of people is different, they are all too young. With such strength at this age, even 5 elders has to pay attention to it. If they grow up, no one can guarantee that there will be a few admiral among them. Even Sakazuki and the others, at this age, I am afraid they don't have this kind of strength. Moreover, even if they have not reached the admiral level, but with the current strength of these teenagers, the naval headquarters vice admiral level is absolutely no problem. There are hundreds of teenagers here. If they all grow up, they will be hundreds of naval headquarters vice admiral. Even the world government does not have so much naval headquarters vice admiral level combat power. If I'm not wrong, they should be the members of the Qianlong camp who followed Gabriel Yuri to train on the Boeing Islands, Sengoku said. It turned out that they 5 elders said clearly. These are? Have you seen it, from the Royal Guard? They are all young, their military uniforms are so gorgeous, is it because of today's military parade? It's not from the Royal Guard. The badges on them are different from those of the Guard. These people came from there. I haven't seen them before. Every one of them is very young. Are the newly formed troops? Let them be responsible for the security of the military parade? It's not the same who is responsible. With the Emperor, who dares to be presumptuous here. Hey, their badge seems to have been seen there, and I forgot it for a while. At this time, officials from various aspects of the Gabriel dynasty that appeared one after another also discovered this group of teenagers. No, this badge is the Royal Knights. At this moment, a person exclaimed. The Royal Knights? Is there such a system? Someone has never heard of the Royal Knights. Isn't it the Royal Knights? The pro-army knights that belong directly to the Emperor? Someone exclaimed. The Royal Knights, isn't it that the establishment of the establishment has not yet begun? Someone said in surprise. Hey, aren't these the little ghosts of Qianlongying? At this time, Bonus and others walked out and saw the gorgeously dressed Royal Knights and said with a smile. I heard that the Emperor has recruited them back, the Royal Knights. I said that the Emperor hasn't moved since the establishment of the Royal Knights. It turned out to be for these little guys. Brian said. Not bad, each of them has become stronger. It seems that Mr. Rayleigh taught them well. Ashby. Weird, I remember that the Emperor didn't plan to make the Royal Knights so big. Kemp. I'm also surprised. I remember the Emperor said that a large part of this batch of Qianlong camp will be incorporated into our Asura people. It seems that the Emperor has changed the plan, and where are there any Shura people now? It is now the National Security Agency. Bonus. No, I have to talk to the Emperor, I have to recruit some people. These people are really elites, they are much better than those we recruited. Kemp said.
Don't think about it. What is the level of the Royal Knights? Every member of the Royal Knights is an inner knight sequence when they enter the Knights. Since the Emperor arranges them in the Knights, it is impossible to give them to us. Wait for the next batch. Bonus said with a smile. Recently, the Emperor's movements have been a bit big. It is also a great national treasure for refining the royal family, and the establishment of the Knight Order is such a big one. It seems to be preparing something. Ashby said lightly.
Hearing Ashby's words, everyone was startled, their expressions became serious, as if they were thinking about something. Are these people all members of the Royal Knights? There are hundreds of them, someone said suspiciously. That is, they are all in line? Someone said enviously. They are all children. Look, the older ones are only 17 or 18 years old, and the younger ones are 14 or 15 years old. Suddenly there are hundreds of internal formations, and all of them are little ghosts. How can this work? Yes, this is a trampling on the order of the Gabriel dynasty. No, I want to write a letter and ask His Majesty to revoke this order. Many people said dissatisfied. This Royal Knights is not an obscure organization in the Gabriel dynasty. In fact, Yuri just released the establishment of the Royal Knights, and the entire Gabriel dynasty has become a sensation. Because he not only lived directly in the Emperor Gabriel Yuri, he was the Emperor's army, and the power to guard the royal family. Also because once you become a member of the Royal Knights, you can directly advance to the inner formation sequence. In this Gabriel dynasty, which is respected by the inner circle, this is a great temptation. Countless people inquired about the news of this Royal Knights. I hope I can let myself or my children into the Knights through relationships. Unfortunately, after Yuri announced the establishment of the Royal Knights, there was no voice. More than a year later, everyone began to forget that there was also the Royal Knights organization, and they did not expect that he would appear suddenly one day. And the establishment has been completed silently. However, some people who are still thinking about the establishment of the Royal Knights can't help but feel unconvinced. Why are they working so hard, earning experience desperately, and still lingering outside? And such a group of little ghosts enter the Royal Knights and directly become the inner sequence. Suddenly my heart became unbalanced. The Lord, the Queen is here. At this moment a voice sounded. Hearing this sound, suddenly a strong breath came from all around, covering the entire venue. Whether it was the VIPs or the internal officials of the Gabriel dynasty, everyone felt that they were locked in by aura. The people who were still complaining just now, all of them broke out in cold sweat at this time. What a terrifying breath. Perhaps the breath of these people alone is not very strong, but these people exude breath together. These breaths are connected to form a whole, even if the real big pirate in the sea sees the evasive 3 points. Sengoku and others are also ugly. They weren't scared by these people, but felt that the youngsters of the Royal Knights were stronger than they expected. And it's not like a mob like ordinary pirates. This is a group of real soldiers who cooperate with each other and can cooperate and fight together. A group of mobs who can only fight alone, and a group of soldiers who can cooperate and fight together are completely different. At this time, Yuri walked out with a group of people. The leaders were Yuri and Robin. Behind them were 5 young girls. When Yuri and Robin sat down in their positions, 5 young girls stood on both sides behind the throne and watched their surroundings. Participate in, Your Majesty. The Gabriel dynasty people bowed and saluted. No gift, let's start, Yuri said with a smile. The Gabriel dynasty, the first military parade officially begins. As the Marshal of the Gabriel dynasty military and political department Capone, Beeg stood on the podium and spoke through a speakerphone worm, spreading his voice to the entire square. Then there was a sound of solemn music. Amidst the sound of music, neatly organized teams, straddling majestic steps towards this side. In addition to the soldiers, one weapon after another was displayed. Beeg explained the power and function of these weapons to everyone on the main stage. This time, many advanced weapons and equipment of the Gabriel dynasty were displayed, including the electromagnetic cannons of the Emperor Chao Lai, all kinds of rockets, advanced rifles that entered the army, and even machine guns, etc. Every time the introduction made the people in the square exclaim. An hour later, the soldiers, military police, weapons, and weapons who participated in the military parade were all displayed. Beeg reports to Yuri and Robin. At this time Yuri nodded to Robin, and Robin stood up. Pin. She was holding this scepter and knocking on the ground. No one found how she moved in an instant, and she suddenly appeared in the center of the square. At this time, 5 elders and Sengoku both narrowed their eyes, because neither of them could see how Robin moved. When did Nico Robin have such strength? There was a look of horror in their eyes. At this time Yuri also stood up, as the Emperor of the Gabriel dynasty, as an unprecedented person who developed devil fruit to the Second Awakening, the biggest horror of New World. Yuri's every move has attracted much attention. He stood up and immediately caught everyone's eyes. In the eyes of everyone, Yuri slowly came to the podium. Today, the military parade was very exciting, showing the mighty military forces of the Gabriel dynasty and the progress of all walks of life in the Gabriel dynasty. I am sincerely proud of this, Yuri said to his subjects. Upon hearing Yuri's words, the people from all quarters applauded warmly. The applause was thunderous, and it has not subsided for a long time. It wasn't until Yuri made a calming action that everyone stopped. I once said that a great national treasure of my Gabriel royal family will be displayed during the military parade. I am afraid that many people present here are also here for this great national treasure. The scepter of Gabriel, this is the great national treasure of my Gabriel dynasty, Yuri said. Hearing Yuri's words, everyone looked at Nico Robin again, to be precise, at the scepter in Robin's hand. That's it? A scepter? This is the great national treasure of the Gabriel dynasty? Everyone was stunned. Now ask the Queen to show you the power of the great national treasure Gabriel's scepter, Yuri said. Hearing Yuri's words, everyone looked suspicious. It's just a scepter, is there anything more powerful? And let the Queen show. Today, the Queen of the military parade is dressed up. Is she wearing such a costume to show the power of the scepter? At this moment Robin slightly raised the scepter in his hand. But that's it, nothing happened at the scene, not even a breeze. Could it be an oolong incident? Here. Just when everyone was puzzled, Sengoku raised his head and said lightly. At this time, the people on the square also felt something, and one by one raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Isn't it? Meteorite. A meteorite has fallen from the sky. What a big meteorite. Is this the power of Gabriel's scepter? I heard that the Emperor can summon the Meteorite ability. Does this scepter have the power of the Emperor? Everyone in the square also looked at the sky in shock and said, "Oh my god, do you think that this meteorite seems to be smashed toward us?" At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this person's exclamation, the expressions of all the people in the square changed drastically. When the meteorite appeared, the people on the square did not think that the meteorite was directed at them. Because it was in the sky, the civilians present did not have observation hockey, and could not perceive where the meteorite fell for a while. But as the meteorite got closer and closer, and even felt the fiery air pressure of the meteorite pressed down, everyone finally determined that the target location of the meteorite was theirs. Everyone's complexion changed drastically now. Countless people burst into cold sweat. Did the Queen make a mistake? Or is the Queen just going to hit them with meteorites and wipe out everyone here? It really hit us. How so? This is all over. Are you going to die? Such a huge meteorite fell, even the entire city of Gabriel would be destroyed. Quick, run away, go to the sea train, and get out of here on the sea train. Go to the refuge, where there are extremely strong defense facilities, which may be able to block the attack of the meteorite. Flee. No matter what it is, the fact that the meteorite hit them has no way to change. The people in the square panicked. Many people are ready to panic and want to escape. Summon meteorites by gravity? That scepter has Gabriel Yuri's ability. This scepter condenses Gabriel Yuri's powerful strength. It seems that the alien phase that appeared in Gabriel City some time ago is to condense the power on this scepter. Judging from the movement at the time, the power of this scepter may be far more than that. A scepter has such power, that is to say, as long as anyone gets this scepter, can he have the power of Yuri? Gabriel Yuri hopes that in his life and death, this scepter can continue to protect the Gabriel dynasty. It is indeed a great national treasure of the Gabriel dynasty. 5 elders and Sengoku said with slightly surprised faces. If the power on this scepter is merely summoning meteorites, it will not be able to move them. Block. At this moment, the scepter in Robin's hand drummed to the ground. An invisible wave spreads from the scepter. The next moment, whether it was watching the VIPs from various countries on the stage or the people who were about to flee, they all stopped. It should be said that except for thinking, everything else has stopped. What's this? Why can't I move anymore? I remember, this is the power that the Emperor used during the First World War in Mal and Fender. The two-pole static domain. Did the Emperor take the shot? No. That's the power on Gabriel's scepter. Oh my god, this is horrible. Can this Gabriel scepter be used even in the restricted areas of the two poles? Even the two-pole forbidden domain can be used. This scepter is not able to use all the abilities of Gabriel Yuri, right? Even 5 elders in the battle showed a look of horror. At this time, the meteorite in the sky is getting closer and closer, and it has appeared above their heads. The people looked at the meteorites approaching in horror, and their eyes were full of horror. Seeing that the giant's meteorite has reached their heads, the body instinctively wants to escape, but there is no way to move half a minute. Many people are full of despair and can only see the meteorite getting closer and death getting closer. But death has not approached for a long time. At this time, everyone can see clearly that the huge meteorite that has fallen on their heads has also been set there. All the flames including the meteorite's body were also frozen. Oh my god, the meteorite was also stopped. By the way, this is in the static domain of the two poles. All the attacks have stopped, and the attacks of the meteorites have also been stopped. Great, no need to die now. It's amazing, even meteorites can be still in these two polar still areas. But there is always a time when the two-pole static domain disappears. Planetary devastation seal. Endless void great gravitational waves. At this moment Robin pointed to the meteorite with the scepter in the sky again and said. Hearing Robin's words, even 5 elders and Sengoku showed a look of horror. At this time, even 5 elders Sengoku Garp and others were shocked. The planetary devastation seal, the endless void of the big gravitational wave, this is the ability that Yuri uses after the second devil fruit awakening. Under that trick, Big Mom and Kaido, one of the New World 4 emperors, were easily suppressed and sealed. Known as the absolute power of devil fruit's second awakening. Anyone is like a strand of ants in front of this power. Does this Gabriel scepter also have the power to cast devil fruit's second awakening? At this moment, I saw that on the scepter in Robin's hand, the light sphere representing the sun was shining brightly. As if the Tianhe River flows backwards, a gravitational wave visible to the naked eye appeared, and the space around the meteorite was sucked in by the scepter. In just a blink of an eye, the meteorite and the space around it all poured back into the light ball on the scepter. The meteor that was enough to destroy the city of Gabriel just disappeared in an instant. At the same time, The quiet areas of the two poles also disappeared, and everyone around them looked around in amazement. As if the meteorite attack just now was like an illusion. So amazing. Is this the great treasure of our Jiadi Wangchali? Great. There is such a secret treasure. Who would dare to attack us, Gabriel dynasty? Long live the Emperor. Long live Gabriel's scepter. The Emperor is unparalleled in the world. There was silence for a while, and suddenly cheers broke out in the square. The people in the square cheered, and their voices were full of worship and pride. While the crowd cheered in the square, the scenes before their eyes from all over the world were quiet. This time, the military parade of the Canadian Empire is a major event for the New World in the entire world. Reporters from all over the world gather here. They used photos and videos to capture the scene in front of them. When the two-pole static field just appeared, these reporters and phone worms were all stopped. But the Emperor Chao Lai himself had already set up a video phone worm outside the square. These video call worms filmed everything and spread everything here throughout the world. The heads of the world, the big pirate groups, the people of all countries, and the naval headquarters of 5 elders and Saboti archipelago on Marie Joyce. All those who saw this picture became quiet. It is shocking that a scepter has such power as. Sure enough, it is said that the great national treasure, with such a scepter suppressing the sea, who dares to use force against the Gabriel dynasty? I heard that the 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom were easily defeated and sealed by this move when the 2 big 4 emperors pirate groups attacked Jiadi Wangchao Lai. Life and death are still unknown. What a shocking power. In the future, do not be able to conflict with the Canadian Empire, otherwise people will directly use the big secret treasure against our country and use meteorite attacks. How can we resist? To deal with us, there is no need to use meteorite attacks, and there is no need to use this national treasure Gabriel scepter. The advanced rifle artillery that people just showed is something we can't resist at all, and the electromagnetic cannon, I heard that it is like a light cannon. Generally speaking, I will never miss the shot. The power of Jiadi Wangchali is really terrifying, and it may even be stronger than the entire world government. I'm afraid it's even stronger than the world government. All countries in the world said in horror. This is really a troublesome thing. 5 elders on Marie Joyce frowned when they saw it. If this scepter still possesses such power after Gabriel Yuri's death, our plan to deal with the Gabriel dynasty is likely to fail, another 5 elders said. It seems that we still need to plan carefully and come up with a one-size-fits-all solution. Otherwise, even if the Gabriel dynasty can be destroyed, our losses will inevitably be extremely heavy, another 5 elders said. That plan must be speeded up. Let Vegapunk speed up some progress, another 5 elders said. But at this time, the Gabriel scepter's display in the Gabriel dynasty did not end. I saw Robin wave the scepter in his hand at the sky again. The breeze blew, but the expected movement did not appear. But this time everyone will not think that this is an oolong incident. I saw them staring at the sky one by one. No? Did you recruit meteorites again? Many people swallowed and said. At this time, a meteorite in the sky, from small to large, slowly appeared in the sight of everyone. Meteorite. The meteorite smashed down again. It's amazing. It turns out that great national treasures can summon meteorites at will. Oh my god, it's getting bigger and bigger. This meteorite is bigger than the one just now. Seeing the growing meteorite, everyone exclaimed. But this time, I was not as panicked as before, not even a trace of fear. They knew that this meteorite would not hurt them. The Queen will definitely use her divine power again to wipe out the power of the meteorite. So they are not afraid of fear at all. Sure enough, at this time, the scepter in Robin's hand was raised high again. At this time, a planet-like ball of light appeared on the scepter. I just thought that Robin would wipe out the meteorite to the invisible people. When this ball of light appeared, everyone became silent, and cold sweat came out one by one. Hey, I'm not mistaken, am I? This is that, right? Skywrath. This is Skywrath. Skywrath that destroys everything? The Gabriel scepter can actually use Skywrath? I should have thought of it long ago. Even planetary devastation can be used without endless gravitational waves, and Skywrath can definitely be used. 5 elders, Sengoku and others stood up at the same time, with a look of horror on their faces. Planetary devastation, the great gravitational waves of the endless void are indeed terrifying. Even if Sengoku Garp and others go up, they can't guarantee that there will be nothing wrong with this trick. But compared to planetary devastation, the endless gravitational wave of the void makes world government and marine even more fearful, but it is Yuri's wrath. Because this trick is a strategic weapon that can be erased together. Planetary devastation, the endless void gravitational wave can only deal with a few people, at most a group of people. However, Skywrath can instantly destroy Marie Joy's and Naval headquarters, the holy land of world government. It is the power that can reshuffle everything and turn the game over to set the rules. It is with this anger that Gabriel's scepter can be called a national treasure. This is Skywrath. It's the wrath of heaven. Destroy Marin Fendo's Skywrath. The Gabriel scepter can actually use Skywrath. This is not a problem. Even the ability of the second awakening like the great gravitational wave can be used, not to mention the Skywrath. The question Queen is not going to use Skywrath here? Use Skywrath to blow up meteorites? With the power of the wrath of the sky, meteorites will be blown into slag instantly, but we will also be blown into slag at the same time. Queen, you have to think twice. Queen, we already believe in the supreme Kamui of Gabriel's scepter, please accept the magical powers. The people in the square also recognized what the planet-like ball of light appeared on Robin's scepter. Wrath of heaven, this is the most terrifying force quantity in the world, there is no one. It's the origin of Yuri's world's biggest horror name. It can destroy an island in an instant, and is called the power to destroy the world. Robin can use such terrifying power with Gabriel's scepter. But this terrifying sky anger, if it explodes here, everyone will shudder. Go. At this moment Robin waved the scepter in his hand, and immediately the Skywrath on the scepter disappeared. At the same time, the planet-like photosphere of Skyfury appeared on the meteorite falling from the sky. An extremely terrifying power exploded in an instant. The terrifying explosion made heaven and earth deaf. The light of the explosion blinded everyone, the power of horror. Even if the explosion is still a long distance from the ground, you can still feel its power of horror. Just when everyone thought that this terrifying force was going to attack them, suddenly I felt all the pressure disappeared. Everyone slowly opened their eyes and saw the explosion in the sky continued. But this explosion did not affect them, all the impact of the explosion was blocked by an invisible repulsive barrier. But everyone can still see through the barrier, and the shock of terror continues to hit this repulsive barrier. The horrible impact turned into a hurricane that swept the sea, triggering waves of tsunamis rushing out, causing the entire sea to riot. Strong winds, heavy rains, and tsunamis make the surroundings seem to be at the end of the world. Everyone inside the repulsion barrier shivered and looked at the scene in front of them. Here they feel the horror of Skywrath more intuitively. This is also because the distance of the explosion of Skywrath is a few kilometers above the ground. The explosion is diffuse, the main force impacts on both sides, and the up and down impact is weaker. So Solomon Island, a few kilometers below, was not covered by the explosion. But just the impact of the aftermath of the explosion is still so terrifying. Is this Skywrath? It's terrifying, Perispero said. Although Yuri fought at the naval headquarters in Malin Fender, Perispero also saw the terrifying force of Skywrath through the video. But it was only a moment, because in an instant, Malin Fendo and the phone worm were all destroyed. So they also saw a flash of snowflakes, it was only afterwards that Malin Fendo was destroyed by Yuri's wrath. This shocked the horror of Skywrath, however, although this is shocking, it does not feel too real. Now under this sky, under the shield of repulsion, sitting in the best auditorium, watching this shocking blow. Only then can I truly appreciate the horror of Skywrath. This is simply not human power. Even more frightened than when facing his mother. Is this the greatest horror on the sea? Is this kind of power really possessed by humans? No matter how many times I see it, I feel incredible. Cracker put down his arrogance and said. This is not pure devil fruit power. Katakuri said, looking at the explosion in the sky. The explosions in the sky have not stopped at all, but new explosions have been set off constantly. Not just the power of devil fruit. Is there anything else that can be done? Cracker said. Although I don't know the principle of this, but this day's anger is that there are two ultimate forces colliding, which detonates its own geometric power, so it has such a power, Katakuri said. With a powerful observation hockey, he can see some details of Skywrath. Hearing Katakuri's explanation, everyone in the Charlotte family looked at each other in surprise. At the same time, the audience in front of the video all over the world was stunned there one by one. Is this Skywrath? It's horrible. This is really the power to destroy everything. Such power who can resist. It really deserves to be the power to destroy the world. In the future, the Gabriel dynasty will be invincible. Who would dare to pull the tiger's whiskers like Emperor Chao Linao? Fortunately, the Gabriel dynasty is no longer a pirate group. Otherwise, who can stop them? We must establish diplomatic relations with the Gabriel dynasty, and we must express our goodwill. There is absolutely no conflict with the Gabriel dynasty. After waiting for the military parade, immediately send an application for the establishment of diplomatic relations to Emperor Chao Lai of Canada. The kings of the world made such a decision at the same time. At this time, Robin raised the scepter again, and saw that she was waving the scepter like a soldier. The light from the crescent on the scepter, along with Robin's swing, slashed towards the sky with repulsive force. These repulsive slashes blasted the sky's explosions and opened traces. After Robin stopped, the word Gabriel appeared in the sky explosion. The extremely terrifying explosion seemed to become a Shengda firework in Robin's hand. This is even more frightening. If Gabriel Yuri lives, and this scepter can still be used by me, our plan will inevitably fail. On Marie Joy's, 5 elders watched the video and was silent for a long time. After a while, 5 elders finally spoke. Such a national treasure must be in the hands of the world government. Only by turning it into a major national treasure of the world government can our plan be implemented. Agree. Agree. The audience in Gabriel City looked at the sky with fear. The words Gabriel appeared in the sky, turning the huge explosion into fireworks. But everyone present did not have the mood to watch the fireworks at all. I'm afraid that Robin will pierce the pressure barrier in the sky. In that way, the explosion above the intermediate level, everyone present will suffer along with it. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen, and the repulsive barrier in the sky is still good. But the explosion in the sky has continued, and it is not the same thing. You must know that if the explosion is allowed to continue, the explosion may not be able to be completely wiped out every day of night. At this time Robin moved, and saw her lifting the scepter high. Immediately I saw a terrifying gravitational force burst out from the scepter. Time is like mountains and seas, and all the terrifying explosions are taken in by the scepter. But this time it's not planetary devastation. It will do all the large gravitational waves in the void and absorb some explosions. It does not need to be used to shrink the space and make the large gravitational waves in the void. This time it is just ordinary gravity, and the scepter has its own space. It's just that the violent explosion is collected into the space with strong gravity. But it still looks amazing. This suck is like a river and sea being poured down, endlessly absorbed by the scepter. The explosion in the sky disappeared in a blink of an eye. This Gabriel scepter is really good, and only such a powerful power can dare to play like this. With this Gabriel scepter, the Gabriel dynasty is as stable as a mountain. The Gabriel scepter really deserves to be called a great power. It's too powerful. This great national treasure is really amazing. Now they can see clearly, in the scene just now, people are just playing around. But the person watching was terrified for half his life. Especially the Charlotte family who has seen the Battle of 4 Emperors. Holding this big national treasure, even the 4 Emperors level powerhouse must kneel. In other words, as long as this great national treasure exists, no matter how mountains and rivers change in the future, there will always be a terrifying existence that suppresses the sea. As long as the royal family has this great national treasure, no one in Jiadi Wangchao Lai should want to resist the royal family. As long as this great national treasure exists, even if the so-called 4 emperors reappear in New World, they will not dare to make a shot at Jiadi Wangchao Lai. Even the world government must also be afraid of the emperor. Not to mention that there is a god tier such as Gabriel Yuri behind the Gabriel dynasty. With such a great national treasure, the Gabriel dynasty can be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Even if one day Gabriel Yuri is old and dying, the Gabriel dynasty will not collapse like other pirate groups. In fact, many officials of the Gabriel dynasty have such a hidden worry. Regardless of how powerful and prosperous the Gabriel dynasty is now, all of this is based on Yuri's powerful strength. The larger and stronger the Gabriel dynasty, the more impossible it is for the world government to allow the Gabriel dynasty to exist. The Gabriel dynasty ruled almost 1/3 of the territory of New World, and there were many countries attached to the Gabriel dynasty. The world government will never let New World have such a huge empire. Its existence threatens the world government. So the Gabriel dynasty and the world government will have a battle sooner or later. However, because of Yuri's existence, there is no way to fight this battle yet. But once something happens to Yuri, the world government will fight the Gabriel dynasty as soon as possible. Although the Gabriel dynasty is very strong, once Yuri is lost, the Gabriel dynasty will definitely not be the opponent of the world government. At that time, the Gabriel dynasty is bound to face the disaster of extinction. But now I am not afraid. With this Gabriel scepter, even if Yuri is not there one day, no one would dare to do anything to the Gabriel dynasty easily. Of course, there are some people who have different thoughts in the Canadian Empire, and they have quickly hidden these thoughts. So far, the display of the great national treasure Gabriel scepter is here. This time the Gabriel military parade has officially ended. Thank you all for coming to visit this military parade. Yuri was very satisfied. Seeing the expressions of everyone present, he knew that the military parade was a success. As Yuri's words fell, the military parade officially ended. After the military parade was over, many guests hurried back to report to their king what they had seen this time. 5 elders and Sengoku and others also said goodbye. This time the military parade shocked them a lot, and they need to go back as soon as possible to discuss matters with other 5 elders. People from other parts of the Gabriel dynasty also went back. They bragged to their friends and relatives about what they have seen this time. For a while, the whole sea was talking about the military parade of the Gabriel dynasty. 116th, exposed, the world government shot. Oh my god. Isn't this true? I didn't expect that Devil Fruit's awakening would have such side effects. 10 times more lifespan is lost, that is to say, Gabriel Yuri, only a few years of life are left. Looking at the swear words in the newspaper, it might be true. What do I say? Devil Fruit's second awakening is so terrifying, such power cannot be controlled by humans, how can it be without side effects? I am afraid that the Gabriel dynasty has not been better for a few years now, and New World will be turbulent again. That's not necessarily true. The Gabriel dynasty is very powerful, and there is also a great national treasure, the Gabriel scepter. Even if Gabriel Yuri is dead, no one dares to do anything against the Gabriel dynasty. That's not necessarily true. The great national treasure Gabriel scepter was originally made by Gabriel Yuri with devil fruit power, so Gabriel Yuri's power can be used, but if Gabriel Yuri dies, it is still a question of whether this great national treasure can be used. After the military parade of the Gabriel dynasty, the whole world is discussing what happened in the military parade. And Gabriel's scepter, the great national treasure of the Giadi dynasty. Everyone felt shocked and terrified at the power of Gabriel's scepter. Even in New World, several countries actively adhere to the Gabriel dynasty because they are afraid of the power of Gabriel's scepter. Countries around the world have also begun to have great changes in the attitude of the Canadian Empire, and have expressed their willingness to establish diplomatic relations and cooperation with the Gabriel Empire. However, a newspaper today completely extinguished this momentum and even reversed the situation. This newspaper is a piece of research on devil fruit. The above emphatically reported the origin of devil fruit, which is something called descent factor. Once devil fruit is developed to ultimate, it will activate devil fruit's original lineage factor. Once the original lineage factor is fully activated, you can obtain the original power of devil fruit. This is the second awakening of devil fruit. However, once devil fruit's descent factor is fully activated, it will continue to absorb the life force of the host, making the host's body age 10 times faster. There are all kinds of detailed data on it, and people can't help but believe the authenticity of the above. Yuri, can't the things above be true? After the military parade, the Gabriel dynasty developed rapidly, and there were various obstacles in the previous decree. However, after the military parade, all these obstacles disappeared, and the various policies of the Gabriel dynasty were implemented extremely efficiently, which made the Gabriel dynasty once again develop at a high speed. But today, a newspaper shocked Robin and others. When they read this newspaper, Robin, Beeg, and Bonus, the 3 giants of the Canadian Empire, found Yuri for the first time. Robin asked Yuri seriously. Yuri looked at the newspaper and sighed. This newspaper Yuri has already seen this morning. Although this report does not say who wrote it, but the world government is the only one who has this ability. It seems that things can't be kept secret. I originally wanted to wait a while to tell you. I didn't expect that the world government would have known it and reported him. Sure enough, there are still high-ranking people in the world government. Hearing Yuri's words, Robin covered his mouth in disbelief, his body shook and trembled, and his face turned pale. The expressions of Beeg and Bonus also changed drastically. In fact, from Yuri's movements during this period, Beeg and Bonus have discovered some clues. But they didn't think about Yuri's physical problems. I just thought Yuri had some plans. Yuri's body is like a monster with a strong body, how could something go wrong? But this newspaper hit them like a bolt from the blue. Is there no way to solve it? Beeg asked. It's not that there is no way to solve it. The reason why devil fruit swallows my vitality is to nurture the origin of devil fruit, so as to improve and repair the origin. Just let the origin of devil fruit complete its incubation, and it will no longer absorb my vitality. But this is a bit difficult. I don't know, my vitality is not enough for it to conceive, so I made some preparations, Yuri said. How could this be? Robin's eyes were red. Hee, don't worry, I will be fine. During this period of time, I have already thought of some eyebrows, and I am preparing to implement it, which may alleviate my aging. Yuri. There really is a way? Robin asked. Although I don't know if it can be done, but I did find some way, but the next dynasty matters, I will be all over to you, I may not have time to deal with these things, Yuri said. Don't worry. I will take care of the affairs of the dynasty, Robin said. I'm not worried about other things. I'm now worried that when this newspaper comes out, the entire Gabriel dynasty will float. The world government's trick is still very clever. The child was knocked out, Yuri said. You don't need to worry about these things, we will take care of them, you just have to settle your physical problems with peace of mind, Robin said firmly. Okay. Leave it to you. Bonus, your national security agency must play a greater role, and the Royal Knights, let them experience more experience, they will grow up to be the biggest support for the Canadian Emperor, Yuri said. Yes. Understood. Gabriel underground, in the dungeon. There was a sound of footsteps in the originally silent dungeon. The sound of this step by step made the only two people imprisoned in the dungeon suddenly raise their heads. It's boiling over, this is really a big man, Doflamingo said when he looked at the person coming. I've heard that Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom joined forces a year ago. They were easily defeated by you. You also awakened the power of Devil Fruit's second awakening. It is known as the ants under the second awakening. It's really majestic. Not long ago, you refined the great national treasure of Jiadi Wangchao Lai. It is said that you have all your abilities and strengths. Why would a big man like you suddenly think of coming here to meet us? Doflamingo said with a smile. Ah, observation hockey is doing well. It is Yuri who walked down the dungeon. Although Doflamingo was imprisoned in a dungeon immobile, but with a good observation hockey, he can still know some things that happened in Gabriel City. Especially when some servants and guards of Gabriel City are chatting, it is easy to be heard by him. Like Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom, things like big national treasures, a large number of people in Gabriel City are discussing. Doflamingo can easily read this information. At this time Shanks also looked towards Yuri. The feeling for Yuri Shanks is very complicated. With some curiosity, the complexity is because I and my partner were arrested by Yuri, shutting down here to cut off my own adventure at sea. But this is also because I challenged Yuri, and finally defeated and was arrested. It is very good not to be killed. I can't blame others if I'm not as strong as I'm in, but the adventure road is cut off and his companions are arrested, so Shanks can't let go. So the look he looked at Yuri was very complicated. Also a little curious, like Doflamingo, he who owns observation hockey is also very clear about what happened in Gabriel City. He was very surprised when he heard Yuri defeated Kaido and Big Mom for the first time. Although Yuri is very strong, it is almost impossible to defeat Kaido and Big Mom. He knew the horror of those two monsters very well. Later, I heard that Yuri had entered the state of Devil Fruit's second awakening, possessing unprecedented power. Known as the Emperor of Ants under the second awakening. Shanks is very curious about the power of Devil Fruit's second awakening. What kind of power can easily defeat Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom? He often said that it was a pity that Yuri did not force Yuri to use the power of the second awakening. Hey, Gabriel Yuri, when will you let me out? You don't want to support me for a lifetime, do you? I'm not a soft food person. I heard that Toripal did a good job in your Gabriel dynasty. What? How? Count me a girl, Doflamingo said. Yuri ignored Doflamingo, and instead said to Shanks, red hair, you can leave. I? Leave? You want to let me go? Shanks said in surprise. That's right. Once I had some friendship with Rayleigh. Rayleigh agreed to work as an instructor for me in Qianlong camp for 3 years. I will let you and your pirate crew member go. Secondly, I was very unhappy with the world government recently. Give them some trouble, but my current status is not good and I will directly attack the world government, so I decided to release you in advance. Just now I have ordered your crew to be released, and you can get out of the cage, Yuri said. At the same time, a jailer opened the cage of the red-haired Shanks. Is it Mr. Rayleigh? Shanks said in surprise. I didn't expect Yuri and Rayleigh to have friendship. Red hair, now you can leave, Yuri said. Hearing Yuri's words, the red hair took a deep breath, and finally left the cage and left the dungeon under the leadership of the jailer. It's boiling over. It's troublesome to find the world government. You can find me. I am more professional than a redhead. I am also displeased by the world government. Why Gabriel Yuri, let me out, I can help you deal with the world government, Doflamingo said. I am sure I am going to release you, but you lied to me once, so I won't believe your words. I need to make some guarantees, Yuri said. After speaking, Yuri stretched out a finger, and a large amount of gravitational force gathered on the finger, and finally turned into a small gravitational light ball. Don't look at this little gravitational light ball, but there is an extremely terrifying force on it, making Doflamingo cold and sweaty. For a long time, I want to come out and swallow this. Yuri waved his finger before Doflamingo, the little gravitational ball. It's boiling over, I regret that I deceived you last time, Doflamingo said with a smile. But he didn't refuse, he opened his mouth wide, and then let the gravitational light fly into his mouth, and then into his stomach. This sphere of light is called black hole gravity. Once gravity breaks out, it can instantly shatter everything around it. I guarantee that it will burst out once you block it. Your internal organs and even your whole person will be instantly shattered, even if it is your thread. It's impossible to connect them, but I promise that as long as you don't fool me, the gravity of that black hole will never explode. Yuri said lightly. Boiling, I have done the most stupid thing once, and I will never do it again, Doflamingo said with a smile. In the cell, Doflamingo has been very regretful. Why did you want Yuri to play that time? If you give him the information you want, not only will you not have a grudge with Yuri, you will also be able to make friends with the Gabriel pirates. In short, Doflamingo decided to offend anyone in the future, and don't offend a careful person like Yuri. Then what do you want me to do? Doflamingo said. Just said, to add some chaos to the world government, I am going to fund the Revolutionary Dragon, but the Gabriel dynasty is no longer a pirate group, so it is not easy to come forward directly, which requires you as an intermediary, Yuri said. Boiling up, you are really cruel, but I like it, Doflamingo said. It seems that the effect of this report is very good, and the atmosphere of the entire sea has changed for it. Indeed, the world government never heard the voice of establishing diplomatic relations with the Gabriel dynasty anymore. Several kingdoms that were supposed to be attached to the Gabriel dynasty have also died down. On world government Marie Joyce, 5 elders said with a newspaper. Holding the sword, 5 elders returned from the Gabriel dynasty, and told the other 5 elders what he saw in the Gabriel dynasty and some of his feelings. This makes the other 5 elders feel that they can no longer let the Emperor Chao Ai grow up. Otherwise, even without Gabriel Yuri, it would be difficult for them to truly destroy the Giadi dynasty, and it would be difficult for them to gain the recognition of that sea area and territory. However, the world government also knows that a direct attack on the Gabriel dynasty will only trigger a formal war between the two sides. After watching the military parade of the Gabriel dynasty, after seeing the latest technological weapons of the Gabriel dynasty and the great national treasure of the Gabriel dynasty, the Gabriel scepter, 5 elders feels that if war starts, it will be dangerous to the government of the world. Their preparation is not enough to go to war with the Canadian Empire. Moreover, after seeing this military parade, the major franchise countries of the world government have changed their attitudes towards the Gabriel dynasty. Countries around the world have the idea of strengthening relations with the Gabriel dynasty and avoiding conflicts. In this atmosphere, 5 elders dared not rush into conflict with the Gabriel dynasty. After all, the world government is still based on the world government's general meeting as its decision-making. 5 elders absolutely cannot see such an atmosphere spread. After the discussion, there was this report about Devil Fruit's second awakening. As soon as this report came out, the atmosphere of various countries in the world immediately changed dramatically. The momentum that had arisen to pursue the Gabriel dynasty suddenly stopped. The momentum of the Gabriel dynasty is slowly rising. This effect makes 5 elders very satisfied. Just when 5 elders was very satisfied with the broadcast of these situations, a CP hurried into 5 elders' office. What happened? A 5 elders asked. They know that at this time, if there is nothing to do, CP will not disturb them. Just after the news, Gabriel Yuri pardoned the red-haired Shanks, released red-hair pirates, and announced that he would not recognize the pirates wanted by the world government. Only if the pirates robbed in the territorial waters of the Gabriel dynasty will they be identified as criminal, CP said. Hearing CP's words, 5 elders' face changed. What? Gabriel Yuri released the red-haired Shanks? 5 elders was shocked. That's a not easy man. What does Gabriel Yuri want to do? It seems that this is Gabriel Yuri's response to the report we released. How dare he? The red-haired Shanks has the strength not weaker than the 4 emperors. Release him. It will not be long before a 4 emperors pirate group will appear in New World. In the future, his Gabriel dynasty will also be threatened by the red-haired. And the Gabriel dynasty is the first to bear the brunt in New World. 5 elders said in disbelief, I'm afraid Gabriel Yuri has made some agreement with the red-haired Shanks. A 5 elders said gloomily. In other words, does red hair stand on the opposite side of us? Red hair and Whitebeard have a good friendship. Red hair pirates will grow up soon, and New World will have 2 4 emperors level pirates again. Then, once we send troops to New World on a large scale, we must be cautious. Redhead and Whitebeard's Gabriel Yuri is really a good calculation. What a troublesome guy. This also shows that the release of that report completely disrupted Gabriel Yuri's pace and made him have to come up with such a method. But Gabriel Yuri looks down on us too much. The red-haired Shanks is strong, but do you think that a red hair can hold us in? Although the 4 emperors level pirates are difficult even for Marine to deal with, it doesn't mean that the world government can't do it either. Continue to put pressure on the Gabriel dynasty, and the development of the Gabriel dynasty must be curbed. Is Yuri's actions just like this? Of course not. Ordered an amnesty for Redhead, and secretly released Doflamingo. After asking him to support the revolutionary army, Yuri came to a secret palace in the palace again. This is called the Hall of Demons. Place this black ball of light on each side of the town demon hall, and there is a rotating crawler machine on the top of the light ball. The crawler rotates, brings something to the front, and finally falls. Once the falling object approaches the black ball of light, it will be absorbed by the black ball of light immediately. However, the treatment of the two light balls is different. There are a lot of things on the track on a ball of light, all kinds of food, clothing, books, and even toys, etc. On the other side of the photosphere, only a small amount of food is placed. There is a figure in this sphere of light. These two figures are four emperors: Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts. That new world can stop children from crying. Your Majesty the Emperor. Seeing Yuri walking in, the members of the royal knights and attendants guarding the Hall of Demons said respectfully. The Hall of Demons is the place where the Big Mom and Kaido planetary devastation seal balls are placed. Originally there was Kizaru here. Later, the yellow ape was released by Yuri, which left two sealed balls of light. Originally, there were only a few guards to take care of it. There was Yuri and no one dared to break into this palace. Later, after the establishment of the Royal Knights took over the palace in important position. As the Demon Hall where the sealed ball of light is placed, it is naturally also the key guard place of the Knights. There is a squad of Knights guarding here. After all, Big Mom and Kaido are still humans, and both need food. Therefore, Yuri opened a single-line entry hole in the ceiling light ball. As long as the object is placed close to the light ball, it will automatically be absorbed by the ceiling light ball. Kaido doesn't matter, it's better to be hungry a bit, but Big Mom is different. Now the members of the Charlotte family are serving in the Canadian Empire. Although she can't be released, Yuri still promises to give her the treatment she deserves. So a lot of food and toys will be prepared for Big Mom. As for Kaido, he also gave something every day, so he had no choice but to starve to death. When Kaido was sealed, Yuri thought about killing him directly. However, Yuri always had a hunch that Kaido might be used someday, so he didn't kill him, but instead gave him some food every day to support him. Sure enough, there is finally a day when I need it. As soon as Yuri waved his hand, the ball of light holding Kaido flew into Yuri's hand. It's time for you to play, come out Kaido, Yuri said to the ball of light in his hand. Hearing Yuri's words, everyone present was stunned. At this moment, the front of the ball of light was distorted, and a figure appeared in front of everyone from small to large. Kaido of the Beasts, the attendants exclaimed. The figure that appeared is Kaido of the Beasts. As soon as he appeared, he shouted angrily, Gabriel Yuri. While speaking, holding this huge mace, he hit Yuri in the head. But the mace hasn't hit it yet. Yuri raised his finger and just flicked. Immediately, a terrifying repulsion was ejected by Yuri. Kaido's entire body shot out like a rocket, and hit the wall heavily. If you want to fight, let's wait until you are full. You are so thin, I really don't dare to look directly, or do you think you can fight me when you are facing? Yuri said lightly. Hearing Yuri's words, Kaido raised his eyebrows. I want to refute, but I can't speak. Kaido now says that it will be as embarrassed as it is. Kaido is not like Big Mom. Big Mom's sons are now relying on Yuri and doing things for the Canadian Emperor Chow Lai, so Yuri did not treat her wrongly either. Not only got her a lot of gourmet desserts, but also toys and clothes. With her ability, you can directly turn toys into homits. So even if a person is trapped in the seal, he will not feel depressed at all. I ate and slept and ate every day, and it was okay to have a tea party with the toy hormats. It was a good day. But Kaido is not so lucky. Every day, the Gabriel dynasty provides some limited food, which is only the minimum demand for Kaido to survive. Kaido's appetite is the emperor, those things are not enough to stuff his teeth. And in that dark space, no one speaks with him, and even one person is depressed to death. The most important thing is that Kaido is an alcoholic, but he hasn't smelled alcohol for more than a year. In it, for Kaido, life is better than death. After more than a year of torture, Kaido was hungry and skinny, and his whole spirit was blurred. How can Kaido in this state be Yuri's opponent? Come with me, I have already had people prepare food and wine, Yuri said. After speaking, Yuri floated up and flew out towards the outside. Kaido shook his head and stood up, and followed Yuri out. It cannot be postponed. This will only mean that we have a guilty conscience and implement the original plan. It is imperative to issue our own currency, a newspaper, and we cannot let such rumors disrupt our plan. Robin said lightly. In the conference room of the Gabriel Palace, Robin and the ministers of the Ministry of Government are discussing matters. After the original military parade, the various decrees of the Gabriel dynasty were most effectively implemented. According to the plan, they were originally planning to take the opportunity to launch the Canadian Emperor Chao Lai's own currency during this time. Can't let one's own financial currency control in the hands of others. The Emperor Chao Lai established banks in various places to issue Gabriel dynasty's own currency. Originally everything went well, but I didn't expect that at this time. News about the awakening of the second dimension and the short life of Yuri were reported. The entire Gabriel dynasty was panicked, so the people in the Ministry of Political Order think it is necessary to postpone the issuance of currency. While everyone was talking, suddenly someone came to Robin's side and whispered a few words beside Robin. Robin stood up in surprise. What? Kaido. Yuri actually released Kaido? Robin said incredulously. Everyone present was shocked when they heard Robin's exclamation. After pardoning the red hair, Kaido was released again. It seems that our Majesty is really angry, Capone Beeg said. Sure enough, Your Majesty, generous, if Kaido releases it, the 4 emperors of the ocean will be resurrected in a blink of an eye. This is a good show, Bonus said. A large table in a living room of the Gabriel Palace. Food like a small mountain is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are still chefs bringing the food up, but it quickly disappears. If there are not enough chefs in the palace and enough food prepared, I am afraid that the food prepared will not keep up with the speed of consumption. This eating lasted for several hours. After eating all the things on the table, Kaido finally let out a long suffocation. Finally, I am full. How can I be full if I haven't eaten for a long time? At this time something magical happened. Kaido, who was skinny earlier, became a muscular Iron Man again after he was full. Cuckoo. After eating, Kaido picked up the wine jar on the side and poured it into his mouth. With a pop, Kaido went to the wine jar after drinking it, grabbed the mace next to him, and hit Yuri fiercely. Yuri raised his hand, pointed a sword at Kaido's mace just 1 point, and the mace stopped. Kaido's eyebrows wrinkled, his mace hit an invisible pressure. The terrifying repulsion made his mace unable to go further. Your own attack will be blocked. Kaido is not surprised. With Yuri's strength, there is such an ability. But I didn't expect to be blocked so easily. What's more shocking to Kaido is that I haven't seen him for a year and a half, and Yuri has a lot of superb control over Devil Fruit. The Devil Fruit ability of this hand was made more fascinating by Yuri, and it was easy to use a little bit, and the repulsive force changed at will. Ramping, repulsion. When Yuri's finger struck a horizontal line, there was a force of force hitting it horizontally. It centered on Kaido's body and cut Kaido's horizontal stroke 3 meters away. If you want to hit, just come with me, don't collapse the palace, Yuri said. Without seeing any movement of him, the whole person flew up from the seat and slowly flew towards the outside. Watching Yuri fly out, Kaido also followed with his mace. Is that Kaido of the Beasts? Really released? That's 4 emperors, just let him out like this. What if he goes crazy? With the emperor, what are you afraid of? It is true that the emperor is not afraid, but the news does not say that there are only a few emperors. Hush. The Queen and the Ministry of State Order have ordered that this matter is not allowed to be discussed, otherwise it will be punished as a crime of slandering the emperor, not to mention that since the emperor dared to release Kaido, it means that the matter is not true. If it's true, how could the emperor release Kaido? Isn't the emperor afraid that Kaido of the Beasts will be troubled by the Emperor Chao Lai in the future? Indeed, what you say like this makes sense. Yuri took Kaido all the way out of the Gabriel Palace. The guards, servants, and officials in the palace all exclaimed. Even if Kaido of the Beasts is defeated by Yuri and imprisoned by a seal. But still the majestic Kaido of the Beasts, the Kaido of the Beasts whose eyes are enough to make people tremble. Many people see Kaido of the Beasts have soft legs and feet. If it weren't for Yuri's presence, I'm afraid they have fled everywhere. Fortunately, Kaido of the Beasts ignored them at all and followed Yuri to the battlefield behind the palace. Ah, the Emperor is here. Behind him? Kaido of the Beasts? Isn't he sealed in planetary devastation by the Emperor? Could it be that the Emperor released him? The battlefield of the Gabriel Palace. There are many people here to learn and fight, including members of the Royal Knights such as Lan Gang Ziyuan. Seeing Yuri and Kaido appearing here, they both exclaimed. I want to use this battlefield, let me open a battlefield, Yuri said. Yes. The Royal Knights evaded after hearing this. At this time, Kaido walked up to Yuri, and he transformed into a zone demon fruit without saying a word, in the form of a human being and an animal. Kaido, who has transformed into a human beast form, exudes an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as he stepped, Kaido appeared in front of Yuri, and a mace hit Yuri. 8 trigrams of wind and thunder. Kaido hit his strongest attack when he shot. With a stick, the air was blown up immediately, and he hit Yuri with terrifying power. Repulsion. Yuri said lightly. I didn't see any movement of Yuri either. Kaido's attack that contained this supreme terrifying power stopped. Was blocked by a terrifying repulsion. Kaido showed a surprised look. At the same time, the terrifying repulsion drove him back 10 meters. Wind and thunder 8 trigrams, tattoo dragon, Kaido said angrily. The dragons screamed, the wind was thundering, and a huge dragon-shaped energy flew towards Yuri. The wind and thunder surged in the dragon-shaped chi, with incomparable terrifying power. Gravity. Yuri said lightly. The huge dragon was angry and slammed in front of Yuri in a blink of an eye. It suddenly seemed to evade Yuri by passing by Yuri, and then flying away from behind Yuri. Using gravity to twist the space, Kaido said in shock. You are about to attack, it's my turn, Yuri said. After speaking, Yuri raised a hand, and followed Yuri's hand up. The pressure of terror condensed above Yuri, the horrible repulsion condenses, so that the invisible and invisible gravity becomes visible to the naked eye. And it continued to condense and transform into shape. In a blink of an eye, a crystal clear, 30 to 40 meter long huge long sword appeared. Seeing this huge repulsive sword, even Kaido's face showed a look of horror. Impressive. Is this the strength of the top power in the sea? It's terrifying. Needless to say, the Emperor's strength is invincible, but Kaido's strength is so strong, it feels like a single blow can completely destroy us. Otherwise, how can I say it is a 4 Emperors level monster? It is a real monster on the sea. In the distance, Lan Gang and others watched the battle between the two in shock, with shocked expressions on their faces. Seeing the huge repulsive sword appearing in midair, Kaido was also shocked. The huge repulsive lightsaber contains energy that shocks him. Yuri hasn't awakened Devil Fruit yet, so he has such power? In fact, during this period of time, as Devil Fruit has continuously absorbed Yuri's vitality, bred and repaired itself. Although this quickly lost Yuri's life, it also made Devil Fruit more and more powerful. At the same time, Yuri's control of Devil Fruit is incredible. Now for Yuri, there is nothing Devil Fruit awakens or not. In the past, Yuri's repulsion and gravitation only operated on the magnetic field of everything, so as to achieve repulsion and attraction. But now Yuri's Devil Fruit has been bred and repaired, and it has truly derived the 2 powers of repulsion and gravity. Through the control of the origin of Devil Fruit, Yuri is now able to control repulsion and gravity as much as he wants, like magnetic force. No longer like indirect control of gravitational repulsion and repulsion as before. So just a thought can exert the powerful force of attraction and repulsion. It is also able to transform the repulsive force into a huge sword like this. The current Devil Fruit ability is completely different from ordinary Devil Fruit. It's really like the power of the devil in the fantasy myth. It is a pity that this power has paid a great price. Yuri can now clearly feel the rapid loss of life in her body. The rate of this loss is faster than before. If this continues, maybe within a few years, your body will be completely aging. However, Yuri is invincible before the body is completely aging. At this time, Yuri waved his hand, and the huge repulsive lightsaber shot towards Kaido. Don't look at the huge repulsive lightsaber, but the speed is surprisingly fast. It flashes like light and shoots in front of Kaido. Fortunately, Kaido's current speed is not slow, he dodges to the side extremely fast, avoiding the attack of this sword in a very short time. Boom. Kaido's original location was hit, and smoke and dust spread to cover the surroundings. After the smoke disappeared, I saw Kaido's original location turned into a huge canyon. La la la. After that huge sword smashed the ground through a canyon, it didn't disappear. It turned into a long sword and continued to kill Kaido. These long swords are the size of normal long swords, flying extremely fast, and each sword contains this powerful repulsive force. At this time, it flew towards Kaido like a storm. Feng Lei 8 trigrams, collapse. Kaido shouted angrily, and his mace was continuously and fiercely punched out, smashing 1, 2, and 3 repulsive lightsabers. However, after the repulsion lightsaber broke, the terrifying repulsion still bursts towards him, making him tired to cope. And the repulsive lightsaber is not 2 handles. I saw a repulsive lightsaber continuously killing towards Kaido. The sword light flies around Kaido, like light like a shadow, strangling towards Kaido constantly. Tornado. Kaido looked at the lightsabers coming from all directions, and danced hard. The sharp wind blades formed a tornado and collided with the lightsabers around. A repulsive lightsaber exploded, turning into infinite repulsive force, and wind blades exploded. A fierce explosion swept through everything, covering Kaido's entire person making it impossible to see what's inside. Boom. The sudden violent explosion was torn apart by a big stick. Kaido rushed towards Yuri at swift speed. But what greeted Kaido was another huge repulsive lightsaber. Boom. Kaido's attack collided with the huge repulsive lightsaber, and the terrifying power exploded. The explosion mushroom cloud swept everything around, destroying everything, and powerful energy rushed away. This is really scary. It's amazing. At this time, Yaro and Yi Chung also appeared here, looking at this terrifying force and said in shock. In addition to Huo Wu, the captains of the 4 major divisions of the Royal Knights have arrived. Huo Wu's team is now in charge of protecting Robin, so she didn't come. Hey, aren't you two guarding the palace? Why are you here? This is a leave of absence without permission, Ziyuan said while looking at the two. Seeing there is such a big movement here, come and take a look, Yaro said with a smile. Monitoring the movement around the palace is also part of the work of protecting the palace, Yi Chung said with a smile. It's not the time when we talk about this. How is the situation? Yaro asked. They just came over and saw this shocking explosion. However, it is not clear how the specific situation is, so I asked Lan Gang and the others. To be honest, I was scared, Lan Gang said with an extremely solemn expression. Are you scared? Upon hearing Lan Gang's words, both Yaro and Yi Chung looked at Lan Gang in surprise. Lan Gang, who has always been fearless, is actually scared? I used to feel that I was very strong. Even if I met a 4 Emperors level powerhouse, with our strength and the power of Devil Fruit, we could also fight against it for a while. It will be killed, and the sky will be cracked with a single blow, and His Majesty is even more terrifying. Even in the face of 4 Emperors Kaido, he still has the power to crush. We are still too weak. Lan Gang's face is extremely weak, said solemnly. Although it is very frustrated, but Lan Gang is right, I am too weak. If we attack 4 emperors in the future, with our current strength, we will not be able to protect the royal family, and we will not be able to afford Gabriel by then. The title of the Royal Knights, Ziyuan said. Hearing what Lan Gang and Ziyuan said, Yaro and Yi Chung both looked at each other in surprise. The violent explosion lasted for a while. Has Kaido been killed? Yaro said, watching the violent explosion. Such a terrifying attack is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to survive, but Kaido, the monster, is hard to imagine that he would be killed so easily. A voice preached from behind Yaro and the others. Master Bonus, Master Brian, Master Kent, Master Ashby. Yaro and the others looked back and saw that Bonus and others also appeared. The movement here also alarmed Bonus and the others. Sure enough, the words of Bonus had just fallen. A terrifying force ripped the explosion apart, and Kaido walked out of the explosion. A lot of scars appeared on his body, but it didn't take long for those scars to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gabriel Yuri, just this level of attack can't beat me, Kaido said coldly. Take out your devil fruit for the second awakening, Kaido. That's not necessarily, Yuri said with a smile. While speaking, he grabbed his hand, and a repulsive long knife appeared in his hand. Do you think you can defeat me without entering the second awakening, Gabriel Yuri? Don't underestimate me, Kaido said angrily. After saying that, Kaido once again killed Yuri. The body is like wind and electricity, and it hit Yuri with a blow. A long knife in Yuri's hand easily blocked Kaido's blow. This long sword looks not as big as the giant lightsaber just now, but the cohesive repulsion is not weaker than that lightsaber. The horrible repulsion from the long knife does not require Yuri's physical force. Only the terrifying repulsion from the long knife can easily block the Kaido mace back. It would be boring to use the second awakening directly. Since you want to fight, then fight with me, Yuri shouted, and then cut it out. Kaido's face changed with this knife, and the mace in his hand was also a sharp stop. Yuri slashed out with this knife, and the sharp edge of the ultimate knife came out from the repulsive knife. The terrifying edge slashed on Kaido's mace. With the terrifying repulsion and the sharp edge of the blade, Kaido's body was slashed back and forth continuously. Under the impact of this sharp edge, the mace is constantly vibrating fiercely. If it weren't for the powerful armament hockey on the mace, I'm afraid it would have been cut off by this sharp edge. Kaido has a look of horror on his face. Is it just such a random knife? Is there such a power? After the origin of devil fruit becomes stronger and perfected, Yuri can control the repulsive force at will. You can change their shape at will according to your own mind, and even condense powerful repulsive force to compress them into blades. Compress this terrifying repulsion on this long knife. Going out with a knife, The terrifying repulsion turned into a sharp edge, which can be compared to the slash of any great swordsman. Gravity knife girl. Yuri's other hand grabbed it, and a black light knife appeared. Yuri appeared in front of Kaido with the black light knife, and slashed towards Kaido. The knife was cut out, and the blade was twisted. Kaido has to avoid it when he sees it, but this black light knife is like a black hole. Even a strong man like Kaido, under such terrifying gravity, couldn't avoid it for a while, and could only take the knife. Ah! A dark edge flashed from the black knife. The terrifying gravitational edge seems to cut through the space. Pin. Kaido's mace was severed. Repulsion knife. Then Yuri slashed out, a terrifying edge slashed on Kaido's body, and Kaido's body was splashed with blood. Gravity knife. Repulsion, knife. The knife cuts out with a single blow. One blade of repulsion, one blade of gravity. Slashed Kaido's body with a single knife. The twisted space of the gravity knife tears open Kaido's armament hockey. The sharp edge of the repulsive knife opened Kaido's body newly. The blood splashed out again and again. Drink. Kaido was so angry that he raised his fist to fight back, and his injuries were quickly recovering. Repulsion knife. Yuri blocked Kaido's fist with a knife. Gravity knife. At the same time, it slashed out, and the pitch black and twisted slash slashed on Kaido's body. 3 hours later, Kaido lay on the ground panting. There were countless wounds all over his body, and blood was all over his body. Although Zone Devil Fruit can make Kaido quickly recover from the injury, it costs a lot to recover from the injury. After 3 hours of fighting, Kaido finally fell powerlessly. Yuri stepped on Kaido's body. Hee, I played very well today, and then you should go back to where you should be. Yuri took out a black ball of light from his arms and said. This black ball of light is the planetary devastation who held Kaido earlier. Seeing this black ball of light, a look of fear flashed in Kaido's eyes. Even if he was crazy and violent, thinking of this year's life was a look of fear. Huh. Just talk about the purpose. You let me out, it's not just a fight with me, Kaido said disdainfully. Since Yuri released him, Kaido saw through Yuri's purpose. He understands that Yuri cannot easily release himself. To release oneself must have his purpose, either to subdue oneself, or to do something by oneself. Thinking of this, Kaido is very angry. Yuri actually treats himself as a pawn. So as soon as he came out, Yuri attacked, and even fought Yuri. But compared to being used as a chess piece, Kaido is even more reluctant to return to that dark space. Hee, it's not wrong. It's true that letting you out is not just for a fight. Recently, I watched World Government and I was very annoyed. I wanted to trouble them, so I want you to go to the Great Sailing Road. The first half of the paragraph or the words of the whole world will cause some trouble for the World Government and Marine, of course you can also refuse. Yuri said lightly. Do you trouble the World Government? I took this matter, Kaido said. Compared with entering the dark space, Kaido chose to trouble the World Government without thinking about it. You are a big trouble, I don't want to trouble myself, so before letting you go, let's swallow this first. Yuri did not take back the planetary devastation light ball. Instead, it compresses the planetary devastation light ball ultimate, forming a small black ball. Looking at this little black ball, Kaido's eyes shrank. But Kaido didn't speak, and opened his mouth directly, letting the planetary devastation light enter his mouth. Marshal report. Just got the news that the Gabriel dynasty released Kaido of the Beasts. A general marine whose face changed a lot, broke into the office of Marine Marshal Sengoku and said. What? Sengoku stood up abruptly by the news. How is it possible? That's Kaido of the Beasts, how could the Gabriel dynasty release him? Kuzan said incredulously for the first time. Is the Canadian Emperor Chao Lai mad? Did the intelligence personnel read it wrong? The other marine asked in disbelief. It's true that our intelligence personnel in the Gabriel dynasty saw Kaido turn into a dragon to leave Solomon Island, and before Kaido left, he also fought Gabriel Yuri. The battle was not small, the general said. After Shanks with red hair, Kaido of the Beasts was released again. What is Gabriel Yuri doing? Sengoku said angrily. It seems that the report of that article annoyed Gabriel Yuri. His purpose is self-evident. This is to use the pirates to deal with us, Sakazuki sneered. Annoyance shows that what was reported in that report is true, Kuzan said. I didn't expect Devil Fruit's second awakening to have such side effects. It is really dangerous. Devil Fruit's second awakening will absorb the life of the human body. It really deserves the name of a devil, Green Bull said. After the red hair continued, Kaido of the Beasts was released again. Next, Marine. I'm afraid we will get busy. We don't have the time to pay attention to the Emperor's fierceness, Kuzan said lightly. Forget the red hair, isn't he afraid of Kaido of the Beast's revenge? Sengoku said. Maybe, he feels he can control Kaido of the beasts. He has the confidence to do this. He is Gabriel Yuri, Sakazuki said. With Gabriel Yuri's strength, I can indeed control Kaido now. After Gabriel's first battle, whether it is red hair or beasts, I am afraid that he has not dared to do it right with Gabriel Yuri, but Gabriel Yuri does not have a lifespan of several years. Aren't you afraid that the beasts and the red hair will retaliate after his death, and the Emperor Chao Lai? Sengoku said. Gabriel Yuri will release them. I am afraid that they have already reached some agreement with them, or that they have any weaknesses in the hands of Emperor Yuri. Then there will be troubles. It is definitely not the Gabriel dynasty, but our marine and world government, he said. This is no small trouble. Sengoku nodded solemnly. Whitebeard, Kaido of the beasts, red-haired Shanks, plus Yuri, in a blink of an eye, New World returns to the era of 4 emperors. Each of them makes naval headquarters extremely tricky, and Sengoku can predict the trouble that Marine will face next. With the current strength of our Marine, as long as it is not a pervert guy like Gabriel Yuri, even if the opponent is a pirate group like Beast Red Hair, we are not afraid, Sakazuki said lightly. Red Hair Pirates has not yet become a real 4 emperors. As for Beast's Pirates, the last time the Battle of Solomon Island, Beast's Pirates suffered heavy casualties. Even if Kaido of the Beasts appeared again, they would no longer be the original pirates, Kuzan said. Beast's Pirates did suffer heavy losses, but the strength of Kaido of the Beasts is not simple. You have seen the first Battle of Solomon Island. His strength is stronger than before, he said. Hearing the words of Crane, thinking of the terrifying powers shown by Kaido in the Battle of Solomon Island, everyone present was silent. If Kaido wants to come, leave it to me. I will know how strong is he, Sakazuki sneered. What is that? Dragon, there is a dragon in the sky. That's not Kaido. Why? Boss Kaido is not. On this day, a giant dragon appeared above Wano-kuni. Seeing this giant dragon appeared, everyone in Wano-kuni was shocked. People once again remembered the horror of being ruled by this dragon. Is it the boss of Kaido? The Qinglong who appeared in the sky on the Ghost Island looked surprised and suspicious. This image is very similar, but the boss Kaido was captured by Gabriel Yuri and sealed up. At this moment, the blue dragon in the sky flew to the Ghost Island, and then fell and turned into a person. Seeing this person, I hope all the doubts will be gone. Boss Kaido. The leader respectfully greeted Kaido. Even if Kaido has been locked in for a year, they still dare not presume at all. Bring me wine. Kaido said. Yes, hurry up and get the wine. Everyone at Beast's Pirates immediately went to get the wine. Boss Kaido, are you finally back? How did you get out of Gabriel Yuri's seal? Quinn said. In the last battle on Solomon Island, Beast's Pirates was defeated. Only escaped from the 3 plagues, Jack was killed, and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, was also captured by the Gabriel Pirates. I made an agreement with Gabriel Yuri. I will help him find trouble with the world government. He will let me out. Quinn will come to Wano-kuni with Gabriel Yuri later. I have given Wano-kuni to Gabriel Yuri. We will give it to Gabriel Yuri. We'll go to the first half of the Great Sailing Road, Kaido said with a gloomy look after taking a sip of wine. Switching to the first half of the Great Sailing Road. It is indeed a way. As long as Kaido is there, we can break out of the world no matter where we are. Kai nodded, and he also felt that it was not a wise move to be right with Yuri. By the way, what has the world government done recently to make Gabriel Yuri so irritated? Otherwise, that guy wouldn't specifically let me out to trouble the world government, Kaido said. Is the world government's actions good, but what annoys Gabriel Yuri, I think it should be this. Yan handed a newspaper and said. So that's it. Kaido sneered when he saw this newspaper. This is the case. The side effect of Devil Fruit's second awakening is actually the absorption life. Looking at the newspaper report, after Devil Fruit's second awakening, there were such side effects, Kaido's eyebrows wrinkled. In the Seal of Planetary Devastation, Kaido has nothing to do. The dark and silent space all around drove him crazy. Whether it is to find something to do, or to break this space, to escape from this space, Kaido is forced to develop Devil Fruit desperately. He didn't know that Devil Fruit could still be awakened for the second time. Now I know, and I know that the second awakening has such a terrifying power. That invincible power makes Kaido extremely longing. So Kaido desperately developed Devil Fruit in the sealed space. It's just that in the seal, he can't even eat enough to eat, and the development of Devil Fruit is really limited. But even so, after more than a year, his strength are much stronger than before. After being released by Yuri, he fought with Yuri. He actually retained some strength. He knew from the beginning by Yuri's purpose. At the same time, he also knew that even if his strength improved a little, he would definitely not be the opponent of Yuri Devil Fruit's second awakening. He is afraid that if he shows all his strength, Yuri will change his original thoughts. At the same time, in the battle, he also found that Yuri's strength had changed. Kaido was secretly preparing when he returned. After returning, he must develop Devil Fruit to the second awakening. Otherwise, he will never be able to raise his head in front of Yuri. Now I see this newspaper saying that the second awakening of Devil Fruit will have the side effect of continuously devouring life. 10 times the life past, with his current age and lifespan, once Devil Fruit awakens for the second time, he might die sooner than Yuri. Kaido hesitated now. Do you want to continue to develop your own Devil Fruit ability? What if the things in the newspaper are true? Yes, no one thought that Devil Fruit's second awakening would have such side effects. As soon as this report came out, the entire Gabriel dynasty was panicked. Some people said that this matter was done by the world government, Kai said. It's not what the world government will do, but it's really thanks to world government that I can come out this time. I will repay them well, Kaido said with a sneer. Asshole, how could Gabriel Yuri do this? Kaido of the Beasts is the most vicious pirate. We want to make this matter known to the public and let everyone know the face of Jiadi Wangchaoli. At the same time, we questioned the Canadian Emperor Chao Lai. Why should we release a murderous pirate like Kaido? We questioned this. 5 elders also got the news that Yuri released Kaido. After receiving this news, 5 elders became frustrated one by one. I have already questioned it, and the response of Emperor Jiadi dynasty is that the Gabriel dynasty has not formally established diplomatic relations with the world government, so the pirates wanted by the world government will not admit it. As for the release of Kaido of the Beasts, it is mainly because of Kaido of the Beasts are willing to hand over Wano-kuni to Kadi Wangchao Lai, so as to obtain Gabriel Yuri's pardon. The senior official of the world government in front of them said. Asshole, with the strength of the Gabriel dynasty, if they want Wano-kuni, wouldn't they be able to defeat it by themselves? It's just an excuse. I didn't expect Gabriel Yuri's revenge to be so fierce. The use of redemption to pay back doesn't count. Even Kaido moved out. This is troublesome. New World has returned to the era of the 3 emperors. With the addition of Emperor Chao Lai, it is extremely difficult for Marine to enter New World. Not only that, Gabriel Yuri still has Big Mom in his hands. If he even releases Big Mom, then New World is 4 emperors plus a Gabriel Yuri. Big Mom should not be released. Now the Charlotte family is working in the Gabriel dynasty. If the Big Mom is released, the Charlotte family will be completely enlarged. It's a huge disaster. That's Gabriel Yuri, a monster that common sense can't predict. We also have to be prepared for things to reach that point. Talking about 5 elders, his face was very ugly. Although New World had 4 emperors in the past, as long as the world government and Marine do not provoke the 4 emperors, the 4 emperors will not do anything to the world government and Marine. Do their own things, but now it's completely different. The red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the Beasts were released by Yuri. When Yuri released them, he must have made some agreement with them because he came to trouble the world government and Marine. In the future, world government and Marine may need to face the active attacks of Beasts pirates and Red Hair pirates. With Marine's original strength, he can only face 4 emperors. Even though Marine's power has increased a lot now, but still can't face the attack of 2 4 emperors class pirate groups. Not to mention that there is another Jiadi Wangchaoli waiting for opportunities behind them. 5 elders also felt that this time it was really troublesome. On the route to Wano-kuni, a huge fleet appeared. This fleet consists of 3 steel battleships, protecting a gorgeous huge cruise ship, and 10 sailing battleships behind it. Because there are sailing warships, the speed of the fleet is not very fast. Seeing this fleet, all the ships passing by were far away. Not only because of the 3 leading steel battleships armed to the teeth, but also because the flag representing the Emperor of Gali is flying on this fleet. And the flag representing the 3rd fleet of the Gabriel dynasty. Now New World can ignore the flags of other pirate regiments, but absolutely cannot ignore the flags of Emperor Chao Lai from. Because in New World, the majesty of the Gabriel dynasty cannot be offended. The Gabriel dynasty will not capture the pirates wanted by the world government, but once you attack the Gabriel dynasty fleet or merchant ships, the Gabriel dynasty will fight to the end. No matter what pirate you are, once you offend the Gabriel dynasty, there is absolutely no place for you in New World. Report to the commander that the fleet is close to the Wano-kuni waters. A Gabriel Royal Marine soldier saluted the former captain of the 3rd Division of the Gabriel Pirate Group and now the commander of the Royal Marine 3rd Fleet, Yuto Goto. This sea area is very dangerous, pay attention to safety, and notify His Majesty the Emperor. Goto Yuto said. Yes. The Royal Marine soldier saluted, and then left immediately. Goto Yuto looked at the harsh ocean in front of him with a complicated expression. From the name of Goto Yuto, you can tell that he is a resident of Wano Kuni. Goto Yuto was originally a samurai of Wano Kuni. Later, Wano Kuni was in turmoil. The Orochi tried to usurp the throne. Wano Kuni implemented a high-pressure policy. Many warriors resisted the Orochi, but were wiped out by Orochi's men and Beast's pirates. As a samurai, Goto Yuto was also chased by Orochi's men. In order to avoid the Orochi's troops, Goto Yuto ventured out of Wano Kuni and became a treasure hunter on the sea. Today, when I want to go back to Wano Kuni, Goto Yuto is in a mixed mood. Soon the fleet moved into the waters of Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni Marine's violent currents, but still could not stop the steel battleship of the Gabriel dynasty, soon came to Wano Kuni's Rapids waterfall. Is Wano Kuni here? Hey, fat man, call Kaido, Yuri said to Quinn on the side. Quinn on the side looked depressed. If others said that he was fat, he wouldn't be beaten by the flying dragon rider with a bruised nose and swollen nose, but he didn't even dare to refute him. I picked up the phone worm and notified Kaido, and then the waterfall opened from both sides, revealing a passage. Through this passage, the fleet entered Wano Kuni. I didn't expect a Wano Kuni to work and you would be dispatched personally. Don't you worry about me? Through the passage behind the waterfall, Yuri and others entered Wano Kuni. Yuri took a few people to the Ghost Island and met Kaido. It's not that I don't worry about you. Now I am very relieved of you. I think you are not stupid. The world is so big. As long as you don't do it right with me, you can live well. But once you do it right with me, that will always the dark and silent space is your best destination. The reason why I came to Wano Kuni is to bring a group of young people to experience, Yuri said with a smile. You. It seems that you attach great importance to this group of young people. Kaido was a little angry when he heard Yuri's words, but then calmed down. Instead, he was curious about the group of young people behind Yuri. These are the future of our Giadi dynasty, Yuri said with a smile. The people Yuri brought this time, in addition to the Third Fleet, there are also 2 Gabriel Dynasty Knight squads. The leaders are Lan Gang and Yi Chung. A group of nice little ghosts, but you can be careful. Wano Kuni has a group of not weak warriors. If you are not careful, your group of little ghosts will die here, Kaido said. Hearing Kaido's words, Lan Gang's eyebrows just picked up. But because Yuri was there and the opponent was Kaido, Lan Gang did not speak at last. It's just a secret in my heart that I must behave well for a while, so that Kaido looks different. My subordinates are not so easily defeated. Lan Gang and Yi Chang, I only give you 3 hours. There is no problem with Wano Kuni, right? Yuri asked. Is no problem. Yi Chung said in response. The Lord, I will take the capital of Wano Kuni within an hour, Lan Gang said. Yuto, 3 hours later, your Royal Marine Third Fleet will take over Wano Kuni, and you will be stationed at Wano Kuni in the future. Yuri smiled and said to Goto Yuto. Yes. Goto Yuto should be. After Lan Gang and the others responded, they took people away. Now that you have come, Wano Kuni will be handed over to you, Kaido said lightly. After speaking, a large number of flame clouds appeared around the island, flying the island up. What? Beast's pirates appeared in the first half of the Great Sailing Road? Sengoku said incredulously. Yes. Beast's pirates suddenly appeared in the city of 7 waters on the Great Nautical Road. Now the 7 waters have completely fallen and become the nest of Beast's pirates. General Marine in front of Sengoku said. Kaido of the Beasts directly invaded the first half of the Great Navigation Road, or is it connected to the city of 7 waters near Eni's lobby? Sengoku said incredulously. Although it has been predicted that there will be more troubles with world government and marine in the future, but I did not expect to leave New World directly and invade the first half of the Great Sea Route. Moreover, it is also the city of 7 waters, which is very close to Eni's lobby, which is equivalent to directly declaring war with the world government. It's coming more violently than expected, Kuzan said. This is indeed what the madman Kaido of the Beasts can do, Sakazuki said. Never allow him to do anything wrong. Summon Marine, take Beast's pirates for me, and retake the city of 7 waters, Sengoku said angrily. It happens to be Kaido of the Beasts, Sakazuki said with a sneer. Immediately, Naval headquarters uploaded the sirens to summon Marine. At the same time, telephone worms dialed out one by one, and began to dispatch troops. Are these Marines crazy? It's too noisy. Although I promised to lend Sabodi Archipelago to Marine, the noise will affect the siesta nap. What are these stupid Marines doing? So noisy, what do they think this place is? Seeing the fierce siren from Naval headquarters, the Tianlong on Sabodi Archipelago became dissatisfied. Sabodi Archipelago is a resort and a municipality of celestial dragons, directly under the management of celestial dragons. For some reasons, Celestial Dragons was unwilling to lend part of it to Marine as the headquarters, but now suddenly there are miserable sirens, which makes Celestial Dragons even more dissatisfied. What's wrong with this? Marine suddenly has such a big movement. Who else in the ocean can make Marine so aggressive? Is it Whitebeard, or the Gabriel dynasty? It should be impossible. The Gabriel dynasty, who would dare to attack the Gabriel dynasty? That's Whitebeard. Is Marine going to fight Whitebeard? But I haven't heard of Whitebeard's actions lately. The huge movement of Marine also alarmed everyone on the Saboti archipelago, and they all wondered what made Marine so violent. Even some people started to inquire about the news, especially the reporters. It was not a secret that Kaido attacked the city of Seven Waters, and was soon discovered by the people on Saboti archipelago. Kaido of the Beasts. Wasn't that sealed by the Gabriel Emperor? Why did it suddenly appear in the first half of the Great Navigation Road? Some time ago I heard that Emperor Gabriel released Kaido of the Beasts. It is said that Kaido of the Beasts exchanged Wano Kuni for his freedom. I originally thought it was hearsay, but I didn't expect it to be true. 100 Beasts. The pirates actually went straight into the first half of the Great Sea Route. And it also occupies the city of Seven Waters. No wonder the naval headquarters is so aggressive. Now naval headquarters and Beasts pirates must have a battle. I hope naval headquarters can eliminate Beasts pirates, or else the entire first half of the Great Sea Route will suffer. Yeah. Beasts pirates, that's a bunch of unreasonable monsters. Why did Gabriel Yuri let such a monster out? It is said that Kaido of the Beasts dedicated Wano Kuni to the Gabriel dynasty, but I heard that this is just an excuse. The main reason is the report on the second awakening of devil fruit some time ago. It is said that the man behind this report is the world government, the Emperor Gabriel. The Lord felt that the world government was too idle, so he found something to do for them. Not only Kaido of the Beasts, but the red-haired Shanks was also pardoned. Red-haired Shanks, that's a powerful person who can compare to the four emperors. Saboti archipelago exclaimed. At this time naval headquarters, a large number of Marines gathered quickly. The team led by naval headquarters, Admiral Akainu, Aokiji, and Green Bull, drove towards the city of Seven Waters. A big battle started immediately. Although Beasts pirates suffered heavy losses due to the Battle of Gabriel, after more than a year of recovery, the power of the bottom and middle levels has recovered a lot. And this time, Kaido also brought out many of Wanakuna's samurai, even his old nest Ghost Island. Even if the naval headquarters attacked with full force, there was no way to capture it. Of course the most important is Kaido. Kaido's strength has been very strong a year ago. After fighting with Kaido, Akainu and others found that Kaido is stronger than the previous one. The three teamed up and still couldn't beat Kaido. Sengoku was shocked when he heard this news. Let's not talk about it. Akainu and Aokiji have improved a lot during this period. With the strength of the three of them, they can't win Kaido? Shocked, Sengoku immediately prepared to send Garp and others to support Akainu and them. But Garp and the others hadn't left before they were stopped by the world government. 5 elders urgently recruited Marie Joyce on Sengoku to discuss matters. It turns out that not long ago, the Revolutionary Army launched an uprising in many countries at the same time. Kings from more than a dozen countries called worms and asked the world government for help. When did the Revolutionary Army possess such strength? Sengoku was urgently recruited to Marie Joyce by 5 elders. After hearing why 5 elders recruited him, Sengoku said with a shocked expression. In fact, this World Revolutionary Army has always existed. However, under the suppression of the world government in the past, it has not been able to become a climate. It was not until the appearance of a man that the Revolutionary Army grew stronger and was valued by the world government. This man is the Revolutionary Army Dragon. However, although the Revolutionary Army has grown, it has never reached this level. At the same time, uprisings were launched all over the world, causing more than a dozen kingdoms to fall. If the Revolutionary Army had such strength, the world government would have been over long ago. The face of 5 elders is also very ugly now. They also did not expect that the Revolutionary Army had such power, which made them have to start to look at the world they ruled in the world government. The world government is a coalition government composed of more than 170 countries in the world. How are the people of the world under the government? They don't need to care. Even if 1 or 2 countries are captured and destroyed, they don't care. Anyway, there are so many countries in the world, it will not affect the overall situation to eliminate 1 or 2. But at the same time, more than a dozen countries launched revolutionary wars, so they had to pay attention. This has gone to the overall situation of the entire world government. If the Revolutionary Army is allowed to continue, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for the world government. The form of the entire world government will fall to one side. This is something they absolutely don't want to see, and it is even more dangerous for them than the appearance of the Gabriel dynasty. After the incident, our CP conducted a detailed investigation on this matter and found that the Revolutionary Army received a huge donation during this period, and the donor was called Joker Gas. The CP said on the side. Joker. Sengoku frowned. This name is both familiar and unfamiliar. But wasn't the Joker he was familiar with got arrested? And the one who caught him is Gabriel Yuri, could it be? Sengoku thought of something and started to get a headache. Marshal Sengoku is right. Joker, also known as Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the original Shichibukai, and there is a huge force behind Doflamingo. I think this force should be the Gabriel dynasty, CP said. Gabriel Yuri actually released him. In order to deal with the world government, Gabriel Yuri really did nothing to release everyone who had teased him, Sengoku said. Originally thought that after Gabriel Yuri announced the dissolution of the pirate group, the means would be curtailed, but now it seems that Giadi Huang Kaoli did not restrain his hands and feet at all. Such people are too dangerous, 5 elders said. I don't care about everything. What's the difference between this and the pirate? I said that you can't treat him as an ordinary kingdom. The roots of the Canadian Empire is a pirate country, 5 elders said angrily. At the same time, I was a little anxious and nervous. At first they thought that Yuri's purpose of becoming a pirate was to build a huge dynasty. So I feel that after the establishment of the dynasty, Yuri will be restrained by some rules and fears because of the Gabriel dynasty. But now it looks completely different. Yuri doesn't care about the rules. I don't know the fear at all. The one that should be shot is shot, Kaido of the Beasts, red-haired Shanks, so that the top pirates will be released when they say they are released. The Revolutionary Army dedicated to overthrowing the kingdom's world government. They are completely opposed to the Revolutionary Army of the dynasty. They support it and do not fear that the Revolutionary Army will go to their dynasty to make a revolution if they say they support it. They are now scared, afraid that Yuri has any more violent methods. You have Kaido of the Beasts in front of you, Revolutionary Army in the back, and red hair pirates to test the machine. This is really troublesome, Sengoku said. If the red hair hears Sengoku, it will definitely say that I didn't try to move. But even if the red hair explained this way, Sengoku and others would not believe it. Also released by Yuri, Kaido directly attacked the world government. They did not believe that the redheads would be completely inactive. It must be redeployed. The Sacred Marie Joys and Naval headquarters must also increase their defenses. No one knows what Gabriel Yuri will follow. Maybe Kaido of the Beasts and the Revolutionary Army are just chess pieces launched by Gabriel Yuri. Come to attract our attention, and when our attention is all on Kaido and the Revolutionary Army, we will attack the world government and naval headquarters, 5 elders said. Is it screaming? This is really possible. If this is the case, the hands will become tense. Sengoku frowned. Although Marine is very powerful now, there are Sengoku, Garp, San Admiral. There are also top vice admirals such as Fujitora, Momoshage, T-Dolphin, etc. But if you want to fight with the Beasts pirates and the Revolutionary Army at the same time, to support the countries, and to prevent the Gabriel dynasty from hitting the West, no amount of manpower is enough. Call Shichibukai to assist in the fight. It's time for them to play a little role. I will let the CPO cooperate with you, 5 elders said. I am ready to hold a Shichibukai meeting. Sengoku nodded and said. The same is on World Government Marie Joys. In a magnificent meeting room, there are a few people of different images sitting. He. What do you think the world government recruited us for this time? This is a long-lost big move by World Government Marine. Isn't it about going to war with Emperor Giadi? Hello. Please spare me. I don't want to face the monster Gabriel Yuri. I just want to stay away from Gabriel Yuri now. Hey, Tezzolo, aren't you walking very close to the world government? You should know some news? While talking, everyone looked at a man with a red dress and a gold ring on his hand. This man is called Tezzolo, also known as the Golden Emperor. It is said that it controls 20% of Pele in the world. Each of the meeting rooms is a big man who shakes the sea, and is called the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Today, the 7 people gathered on Marie Joys, just after receiving the call from the world government. In the last naval headquarters battle, under Yuri's anger, Shichibukai was lucky to survive, and even the seriously injured Mihawk also survived. It's not that Shichibukai is strong enough to survive that kind of terrifying attack. But in a critical situation, I was able to shoot all Shichibukai flying. For this Shichibukai all owed the bear a favor. I really know this, Tezzolo said with a smile. In recent years, Tezzolo has been the most open person among all Shichibukai. This guy is a business wizard. In addition, he is also a person with the golden fruit ability, able to perceive the gold underground. Relying on the gold he found, coupled with his business talent, established the world's second largest entertainment city Guren Tezolo, and then controlled 20% of Pele in the world. With huge wealth, even the world government can say something. Let me talk about it. It won't really be a war with the Gabriel dynasty. If this is the case, I will turn around and leave, Crocodile said. Naturally, it will not be a war with the Gabriel dynasty. If this is the case, I won't come. Like you, I don't want to face Gabriel Yuri. It's just looking for death, Tezolo said. Actually, you should already know about this matter. Kaido of the Beasts was released by Gabriel Yuri, and now he is taking his Beasts pirates to occupy the city of Seven Waters, and it is a great fun to fight with Marine. Zolo. We know about this matter. Marine dispatched 3 Admiral, but unfortunately it still failed to win Kaido. I heard that Kashui was almost broken. Fortunately, there are still sea trains there. People have basically evacuated from Kashui before the war began. The capital is now, Jinbei said. Isn't the world government summoning us for this? With Marine's current strength, we shouldn't need our help. Isn't there a Sengoku Garp Fujitora Momoshagi T-Vein? Marine is now gathering combat power, Crocodile said. Speaking of Marine's combat power, Crocodile frowned. The current Marine is really powerful. If it weren't for another Giadi dynasty. Maybe Marine has now abolished Shichibukai. You may not know it. At the same time that Kaido appeared, the revolutionary army was uprising all over the world. More than a dozen countries have almost been overthrown. Marine had to urgently support them. Now naval headquarters is short of manpower, Luo said. When the revolutionary army is so powerful, but even so, the world government doesn't need our help. They look at us very unpleasant lately, Moria said with a smile. After the Battle of Mal and Fendo, world government and Marine have seen Shichibukai not very pleasing to the eye. In fact, Malin burned more than one battle, and Shichibukai had no effect at all. Either as to fear their power, or if there is a threat of Gabriel dynasty, the world government may have revoked their Shichibukai name. If it's just these, the current Marine and world government's strength is indeed sufficient to deal with it, but whether it is Kaido of the Beasts or the revolutionary army, there is one person behind it. This person makes the world government have to be cautious. Get up and take more precautions, Tezolo said. Gabriel Yuri. Crocodile, it is true that Kaido of the Beasts was released by Gabriel Yuri, but what is the relationship between the revolutionary army and Gabriel Yuri? Moria asked. Because the revolutionary army is so powerful this time because there are people behind it. Tezolo. The Gabriel dynasty is supporting the revolutionary army, Moria said in surprise. You must know that Gabriel is now a dynasty and the revolutionary army stands on its opposite side. Of course, the Gabriel dynasty will not directly support the revolutionary army. You know the person who supported the revolutionary army, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Tezolo said. It's him. He was released. That heavenly yaksha has come out again to cause trouble. Gabriel Yuri is going to die and the whole world government. Isn't this a sign of preparing to start a war with the world government? It's not going to start a war. If you really want to start a war, Gabriel Yuri won't be able to do so many moves and directly attack Marie Joyce. Now who can stop him in the world? It is said that it is about the second awakening of Devil Fruit. The report made Gabriel Yuri very dissatisfied. Originally, many kingdoms that planned to depend on the Gabriel dynasty died because of this report. Some domestic policies of the Gabriel dynasty were stagnated because of this report. The entire Gabriel dynasty was because of this incident. And the people are panicking. Gabriel Yuri thinks this matter is the ghost of the world government, so it makes some trouble for the world government. Gabriel Yuri is really as big as ever. Just to make some trouble for the world government, he made such a big move. Kaido of the Beasts, Doflamingo, and the revolutionary army became his chess pieces. Tatada. At this moment there was a sound of footsteps. Everyone saw that it was Marshal Sengoku of Naval Headquarters who appeared. It's time for you to play a role, trash on the sea, Sengoku said as he looked at the crowd. It's really bad. It's too much to ask us for help and call us rubbish. Marshal Sengoku, Moria said. If you behave like the last time, you don't even dare to fight, saying that you are rubbish already looks at you, Sengoku said lightly. Hey, go to war with Gabriel Yuri, you Marines can't go there as well, although we are in an alliance, but we are not to the point of dying for you, Crocodile said. So even if you performed so badly last time, we did not revoke your Shichibukai title, but if you still perform so bad this time, then your current status may not be preserved. After all, there are many problems in Marine. Those who would like to see you exist, Sengoku said lightly. It's really harsh, but I said in advance that if the opponent is Gabriel Yuri, we won't help. Fighting that guy is just looking for death, Crocodile said. Don't worry, It's not Gabriel Yuri. I think you guys know that the goal this time is Kaido. I need your help, Marine, to defeat Beasts Pirates, Sengoku said. He. Kaido of the Beasts. I'm participating in this battle, Moria said. He and Kaido still have an account to settle. I don't have a problem, but I'm done. We are only assisting, not the main force, Crocodile said. If the main force is you, I don't worry. Akainu Aokiji will be there. You just exchanged the Green Bull back, Sengoku said. A bunch of stinky men. They're done talking, so let's start quickly, and return to Nine Snake as soon as you finish the fight, Hancock said. Kaido of the Beasts is indeed a wicked guy. This matter is my one, Jinbei said. In the city of Seven Waters, a great battle begins again. Just a few days ago, Green Bull, one of the three Admiral, was recalled to Naval headquarters. Kaido saw the opportunity, so he took the initiative to launch a war against Marine. But Kaido didn't expect the Green Bull to leave, but came to Shichibukai. Although the strength of a single Shichibukai is not as strong as that of the Green Bull, the power of the 7 people is more than that of the Green Bull. Especially Moria, this time for the other party Kaido, but she has lost her blood and brought out all the zombies under her. Fighting all day during the day, and at night the strong like Kaido Akainu don't need to rest, but Kaido's subordinates and the ordinary soldiers of Marine need to rest. We couldn't win the opponent in a short time, so after dark, the two sides began to strike. On this day, when it got dark, when Beasts Pirates was resting, endless zombies emerged from the ships of a large number of ships. He rushed to the city of Seven Waters and to the Ghost Island in the center of the city of Seven Waters. What is this? Sail, zombie. Oh my god, Ghost Panic is here. Monster. Facing the mighty pirates, facing the mighty Marine, Beasts Pirates didn't have any timidity. But in the face of these ghosts, Beasts Pirates panicked one by one, pale, and fled around. No wonder, Beasts Pirates made his fortune in Wano. A large part of the members of Beasts Pirates are from Wano. There are too many ghost legends in Wano. Almost every township, village, town, and even an ancient well, bridge, and tree have various legends. Influenced by these childhoods, they believed in ghosts and monsters. Even if I have seen a lot of markets, I know that devil fruit exists in this world, and I know that many ghost legends are caused by the so-called devil fruit ability. But they still believe that the so-called ghosts in this world exist. Seeing the appearance of these zombies, one by one flees everywhere. At this moment, suddenly a laser shot out, shooting a zombie through. Then the laser swept across, and several zombies were cut in half on the spot. It's Master Quinn's laser cannon. Great, it's Lord Quinn who is here. Even zombies are not an opponent of Queen Quinn. Seeing a giant Brachiosaurus appeared, everyone at Beasts Pirates cheered. Fools, these are just phenomena caused by devil fruit. What are you afraid of? Kill me, Quinn shouted. Hearing Quinn's words, Beasts Pirates finally calmed down. But they soon discovered that the zombies shot by Quinn did not die, and the zombies cut in half were still crawling like them to kill. This is really a zombie. Oh my god, it's so scary. Beasts Pirates said in shock. Idiot, whoever runs away will die for me. If you run away, you will become zombies, Quinn said angrily. Soon a pirate armed with a special gun pointed at the battlefield and shot at several escaped people. Give me the antidote. The man who was shot fell to the ground, but he was not dead and let out a painful cry. It's Master Quinn's plague, the pirates exclaimed. Seeing these guns, Beasts Pirates' face paled in shock. Although they were afraid of zombies, they were even more terrifying to Quinn's plague. They didn't dare to run away anymore, and they all went to the zombies. Although it is no longer in fear, although the strength of the zombies on the opposite side is very weak, but facing an astonishing number of undead zombies. The crew of the Beasts Pirates still fought very hard in this battle. And there are some powerful zombies. For example, with the Dragon Slayer Swordsman Dragonhorse Spirit Zombie, it makes Beasts Pirates difficult to cope with. In the end, Kai is dispatched to beat him back. After fighting all night, the sun was about to rise, and the zombies retreated. Beasts Pirates fought all night and was going to sleep, when Marine killed him again. The next night, the zombies harassed, Marine stormed during the day, and the Beasts Pirates was depressed. Even if Beasts Pirates is extremely powerful, but in the face of such a battle, he has to retreat temporarily. Kaido knows I'm great now, Moria yelled as he looked at the Ghost Island flying away. A big battle has temporarily come to an end. 3. I didn't expect a big battle to cause Moria to mess up. When Yuri heard about the battle in the Seven Waters City, he laughed and said, Moria has the support of the world government, and the zombies are almost endless. However, Kaido is not incapable of solving those zombies. I am afraid that Kaido wants to end this war. After all, Marine is now very strong and well prepared. If we continue to fight, it is very unfavorable to him, and the Revolutionary Army will not support it for long. If there is no restraint of the Revolutionary Army, Marine attacking them with all their strength would be very detrimental to the beasts, Robin said. It doesn't matter, anyway, our goal has been achieved. Next, the world government may not have time and dare not come to trouble us anymore. It only needs a few more years of development. Zero Dynasty launched a war, and we also have the strength to compete with it, Yuri said with a smile. Hearing Yuri's words, Robin's face became heavy and worried. Yuri's words made Robin realize that Yuri is planning for the future. Because if Yuri is alive, there is no need to worry about this. With Yuri alone, the world government will not dare to go to war with the Gabriel dynasty. Yuri said that he has a way to solve the side effects of the Second Awakening, perhaps just to comfort himself. Now I can finally find a way to solve my problems with peace of mind. Yuri also realized that he seemed to have said something wrong, and explained to Robin. Yuri, tell me, are you sure? Robin frowned. I don't know if I'm sure. After all, such a thing has never happened before. I don't know how long and how much vitality it will take for Devil Fruit to complete the incubation and repair. I'm just not sure if I can succeed, so I have done so much preparation, Yuri said. Yuri didn't actually lie to Robin, he did think of a way to solve the side effects of Devil Fruit after the Second Awakening. Devil Fruit needs a lot of vitality to nurture the origin. And the reason why I am aging rapidly is because my vitality is insufficient. Accurately say that your vitality is not strong enough to support the origin of Devil Fruit. After all, it is insufficient supply and demand. What if one's own vitality is strong enough to be able to satisfy its gestation and completion of its origin? But how can one's own vitality satisfy Devil Fruit's original restoration and gestation? It is not easy to satisfy this point. You must make your vitality more than 10 times stronger, which is almost impossible. If there is an op fruit awakened now, it may be possible to perform an ageless operation on oneself. Don't say whether the other party is willing or not, after all, the price of the old operation is the life of the capable person. The opponent is willing. The current op fruit ability Trafalgar Law's strength is too weak. When he can perform the undead surgery, I am afraid that he will be old. The only way is to rely on oneself, raise one's own life level, thus promote one's own body vitality. If this is a world of cultivating celestial beings, one can rely on cultivating celestials to improve one's own strength, thereby gaining more lifespan, that is, vitality. It's a pity that this is not the world of cultivating immortals, and there is no cultivation technique. If it's someone else, don't even think about this kind of thing. But Yuri thought he might be able to do it. The first level of his Thunderbolt breathing method is to cultivate cell muscles, the second level is to cultivate the bones and meridians, and the third level is to cultivate the internal organs. With the practice of Thunderbolt breathing method, his muscle cells are stronger, his bones and meridians are stronger, and his internal organs are stronger. And he also discovered that his cells have reached a certain degree of evolution under the continuous tempering of his thunder and lightning breathing method, which can contain more physical energy. The strength of the vital functions of the human body depends on the internal organs of the human body. If the internal organs are continuously strengthened through continuous tempering, will it undergo some evolution like cells? Especially your own heart, if it evolves, can it improve its life level? Can it meet the needs of Devil Fruit? Next I need a lot of medicine, a lot of energy containing medicine, Yuri said. Practicing Thunderbolt breathing method requires a lot of nutrition. Without nutrition, practicing thunder and lightning breathing method is suicide. And if you want to practice the thunder and lightning breathing method of the third level, even the temptation food of Boeing Islands is not enough to support it. Yuri needs something richer in energy and nutrition, that is, various precious medicinal materials. This is no problem. There are a lot of precious medicinal materials in the palace treasury, and there are many ancient islands on the sea. I will let people find and collect all kinds of medicines, and plant some needed medicinal materials on them. Guy Sa Kalang is also very strong. The biologist can let him develop more powerful medicine, Robin said. Yuri nodded after hearing this. Next, Yuri began to practice in retreat, strengthening his body with all his strength. During this period, a large amount of medicine continuously flowed into Yuri's closed room. At the same time, Gaiza Current also received Robin's order to let him put down all his work and lead the team to fully research biopharmaceuticals. On the sea, after Kaido and Marine fought, they left the first half of the Great Sea Route and came to North Blue, where they took root. After Marine knew about it, he launched another crusade against Beast's pirates. The two sides fought several battles, but in the end they could not stop it, because the cost of fighting Kaido was too great. After every war, Kaido will directly take the Ghost Island away, and then occupy another country. After several wars, Beast's pirates has not been wiped out. The North Blue countries have been wiped out by Kaido for several times, and these are all countries joined by the world government. There is no way, world government can only default to the existence of Kaido. In such a blink of an eye, another 4 years have passed. On this day, 5 elders called Marine Marshal Sengoku secretly to Marie Joyce. The time has come to fight the Gabriel dynasty, 5 elders said to Sengoku. A war against the Gabriel dynasty. Had Gabriel Yuri heard 5 elders' words, and Sengoku said in surprise. In the past few years, CP has been paying attention to the Gabriel dynasty. Over the years, the Emperor Chao Lai has continuously collected a large number of precious medicinal materials from various places. Most of these medicinal materials have been sent to a secret area of the Gabriel Palace. In the place, in just a few years, the precious medicinal materials provided to Gabriel Yuri by the Emperor Chao Lai reached an emperor, but the CP monitored that in the last year, the Emperor Chao Lai had stopped continuing to deliver drugs to Gabriel Yuri in retreat. Said 5 elders. A lot of precious medicinal materials. It seems that Gabriel Yuri is trying to solve devil fruit's inhalation of his vitality. The supply of medicinal materials has been interrupted for a year. It is Gabriel Yuri who has solved the side effects of devil fruit's second awakening. Sengoku frowned and said. Indeed, as Sengoku said, there are these 2 possibilities, so CP sent the most elite spy to sneak into the Gabriel Palace. This spy has the ability to space fruit, so even if the Gabriel Palace is tightly guarded, he still sneaks in. The CP who sneaked in found that Gabriel Yuri could not be found in the secret room, and that the secret room had been locked, and no one could enter it. Even in this way, it was impossible to determine that Gabriel Yuri was dead, but our people searched the Gabriel Imperial Palace, and even the Boeing Islands sent people to search for it, and they did not find Gabriel Yuri. So far Gabriel Yuri has been missing for a year. Count time, it has been 6 or 7 years since Gabriel Yuri Devil Fruit's second awakening, so it can almost be determined that Gabriel Yuri is dead. Even if he is not dead, he is still very old. 5 elders said. Hearing the words of 5 elders, Sengoku thought. What 5 elders said made sense, but Sengoku always felt that something was wrong there and was very upset. Wait. From the time point of view, from the performance of Emperor Chao Lai, Gabriel Yuri is indeed very likely to die, but it is still not certain that Gabriel Yuri has really died. If you wait another year or 2, more sure, and don't forget, Gabriel's scepter, a great national treasure, is still in the Gabriel Empire. Sengoku said cautiously. Sengoku, I know that it is necessary to be more cautious in the face of Gabriel Yuri, but the world government can no longer wait. In a few years, even if the power of the entire world government is gathered, it may not be the opponent of the Gabriel dynasty. I have to admit that the growth rate of the Canadian Emperor Chao Lai has greatly surpassed everyone's imagination. Now the Canadian Emperor Chao Lai's technology, national strength, and industry have far surpassed all countries in the world, and even surpassed the sum of the entire world. 5 elders said with an extremely heavy face. In the past 4 years, the Gabriel dynasty has developed rapidly. Since Gabriel entered Solomon Island, he vigorously began to develop education. After taking down Garu Island, it is even more so. The results of the development of education in recent years have finally exploded, and all walks of life in the entire Gabriel dynasty have blossomed. This makes the development of Emperor Chao lie far beyond everyone's imagination. Its development speed is faster than that of Yuri's previous life in recent decades. As early as 2 years ago, the total value created by the Gabriel dynasty has surpassed the total value of all countries in the world. It is conceivable how strong the Gabriel dynasty is today. With such a national strength, it does not take a few years to increase the strength of Emperor Dynasty Lai to fully surpass the world government. If they don't take action against the Canadian Emperor Chao Lai, maybe they will have no way to do it in a few years. As for the Gabriel scepter, before the war, I will let the CP steal him out. If the Gabriel scepter is still capable, it will be an important weapon we use against the Gabriel dynasty. 5 elders continued. For Gabriel's scepter, they had planned for. 5 elders also knows clearly that if the Gabriel scepter is still effective after Yuri's death, then all their plans may go bankrupt, so before the battle, you must first steal that scepter. After constant exploration and sacrificed a lot of CP, they finally found out where Gabriel's scepter was. Over the years, they have tried their best to cultivate a person with the ability of the fruit. Using his abilities, they are sure to be able to steal the Gabriel scepter. Your task now is to make all the plans and make the preliminary preparations, 5 elders said. The world government will fully cooperate with Marine. When necessary, we will ask celestial dragons to send out the big national treasure to help Marine. 5 elders said. Hearing what 5 elders said, even the so-called big national treasures were moved out. Sengoku knew that 5 elders was not discussing with him anymore. It seems that a war with the Gabriel dynasty is imperative. Will war be waged against the Gabriel dynasty? Isn't it too hasty? After returning to naval headquarters, Sengoku recruited Marine's chief advisor and told her what 5 elders had said to him. Crane also felt that the war was going on at this time. Was it too hasty? Although in terms of time, Gabriel Yuri may indeed be dead. Even if he is not dead, he may be very old now. However, this time period is still a bit awkward, and there is no absolute guarantee. If a few years pass, it will be even more certain.
5 elders has their considerations. The Gabriel dynasty has developed too fast in recent years, so this time they also made a lot of determination, even willing to take out the great secret treasure of celestial dragons. In short, this battle is imperative. What we have to do is to plan well to avoid too much loss of marine. Sengoku said.
So, is it really necessary to plan well? In fact, Marine has always had a battle plan for Kadi Wangchaoyi, but Kadi Wangchaoyi develops too fast, so the battle plan is constantly being revised, Crane said. However, even if it is going to go to war, we have to make a test in advance to ensure whether Gabriel Yuri is still alive, and if the alive still retains how much strength, Suru said. Well, all kinds of trials can be carried out. I will arrange this matter. This trial also needs the cooperation of the world government, Sengoku said.
Now waiting for the CP people to steal Gabriel's scepter, it is not easy to steal the great national treasure of the Emperor in the Gabriel Palace. Those Gabriel royal knights are not vegetarian. These royal knights have grown up in the past few years. The strength of each one is not simple, he said. Indeed, I remember that the first time I saw them at the military parade, I felt that these teenagers were not easy. I didn't expect to underestimate them, especially the several captains. Each of them already has the quasi-admiral level strength. When the war starts, they are definitely a bunch of troublesome guys. Sengoku said.
The 5 of them are really strong, but the most troublesome thing is that the Enel, who calls himself Thor, is indeed the most terrifying devil fruit in Logia. In just a few years, he has truly possessed Admiral-class combat power, Crane said.
The Gabriel National Security Agency is also a huge problem. In terms of overall strength, the strength of the Canadian Emperor Chaolai is no longer weaker than that of the world government. No wonder 5 elders is so anxious and let the Canadian Emperor Chaolai develop. It's really hard to handle, Sengoku said with a headache.
Unknowingly, Jiadi Wangchaoli has developed enough to match the world government. You must know that in the previous Gabriel dynasty, apart from Gabriel Yuri, few can make Sengoku look at it.
The real horror of the Gabriel dynasty is its development potential. The spies who have returned from the Gabriel dynasty in the past few years have all lamented that the Gabriel dynasty has developed too fast, especially in terms of technology. If we talk about military strength and weapons, we are afraid without any advantage. I am afraid that the only way to rely on high-end combat power will be, he said.
Hearing Suru's words, Sengoku nodded and agreed with Suru's words. In order to formulate a detailed battle plan next, Sengoku and Suru ordered all the intelligence of the Gabriel dynasty over the past few years to be found. The two sat in the office, ready to learn more about Jiadi Wangchaoli again, so that they can make a plan. After a while, Marine carried in the mountain-high document. Hey, are these documents about the Gabriel dynasty? Sengoku said in surprise when he saw these documents. Marshal Sengoku, these are only a small part of them, and the more important ones are selected. We have accumulated a file room for the intelligence of the Gabriel dynasty, the intelligence officer said. Sengoku gasped again, then I picked up the above file and looked at it. The more I looked at Sengoku, the more solemn his expression became. After the two of them read the documents, both Sengoku and Crane frowned. Really? Do you want to go to war with Kadi Wangchaoli? Can we fight such a Kadi Wangchaoli? Even without Gabriel Yuri, even without Gabriel's scepter, with the current strength of Jadi Wangchaoli, even the world government can win. The lower Jawang dynasty is strong. I am afraid that it will also be severely damaged, and even the world government may lose in the end, he said. She didn't say Marine, because just Marine's words, it is impossible to win the Jiadi dynasty. This is not without Gabriel Yuri and Gabriel's scepter. From this information alone, Crane can see that although the islands, territories, and population controlled by the Gabriel dynasty are not as large as those of the world government, his achievements have completely surpassed the world government. Not just general transcendence, all walks of life, military manufacturing, commercial trade, construction, biopharmaceuticals, transportation, etc. have completely surpassed world government. In fact, How can the world government compare with the Canadian imperial lie? The management and control of the world government is only a stalking type. How are the countries? Actually, it has nothing to do with the world government. The only thing the world government cares about is the heavenly gold handed in by various countries in the situation of the entire sea. How is the development of various countries, what progress is made in various industries, and even the life and death of the people, the world government will not pay much attention to it. The Gabriel dynasty is different. At the beginning, the Gabriel dynasty vigorously developed education. Under the vigorous development of the Gabriel dynasty, countless talents are sent to the Gabriel dynasty every year. What is most precious in this world is naturally talents. Moreover, the Canadian Empire attaches great importance to talents and patents. In addition, the family dynasty also has a hierarchical incentive mechanism. It also spared no effort to develop transportation facilities to connect the entire Gabriel dynasty. If this is the case, it is really strange that it has not developed quickly. When Sengoku heard it, he also wrapped his head in pain. Recently, the world government and naval headquarters have been moving continuously. It seems that there is going to be a movement. The Gabriel National Security Agency is a pivotal institution of the Gabriel dynasty. If they think that someone is in danger to the safety of the Canadian Empire, they have the right to take action against them, even if that person is an important official of the dynasty. They monitored every move of the entire Gabriel dynasty and guarded the safety of the Gabriel dynasty. Recently, the actions of world government and naval headquarters have continued. Constantly testing the Gabriel dynasty, how could Bonus and others not know? I'm afraid they have discovered the disappearance of the Emperor. The next temptation will become more and more fierce, and even eventually turn into a war, Brian said. Have you not found the Emperor? Bonus said. We have mobilized all the intelligence personnel secretly, but there is still no whereabouts of the Emperor. I am afraid the world government is also looking for the Emperor. Now it seems that they have not found the whereabouts of the Emperor. Otherwise, it is more than just a test, Shichibukai said. That's right, Yuri is missing. Even Bonus did not know how Yuri disappeared, and went there. On the first day of the year, the Gabriel dynasty suddenly discovered that Yuri in retreat suddenly disappeared. This discovery surprised Bonus and others, but Yuri was never found. Since the world government already knows, there is no need to hide, and we will mobilize our intelligence personnel to look for the Emperor's trace, Bonus said. It can only be the. I hope I can find the Emperor as soon as possible, otherwise a big battle will be unavoidable. If we are given 2 more years, the world government will not come, so we will knock down the whole world government by the way, but now we are not ready yet, everyone said. Where did the Emperor go? Bonus said with a frown. At the same time, there was a person in the palace asking this question. Yuri, where are you now? This person is Robin. Unlike Bonus, Robin knew that Yuri had left. Before Yuri left, I met Robin and told her a plan. Yuri disappeared for this plan. It now appears that this plan has begun. At the same time, a door opened in the royal treasure house. This door is not the door of the royal treasury. But a door opened in the air. A big man walked out of the air opening the door. His hair, strangely formed a horn. He is called Blue No and is a CP member. Because of his ability, he was favored by the senior officials of the CP organization, so he was promoted quickly and focused on training, just for today. As early as 4 years ago, at the military parade, when 5 elders saw the power of Gabriel's scepter, they understood. If you want to use force against the Gabriel dynasty, you must first remove the obstacle of Gabriel's scepter, otherwise their plan will not succeed. After that, the world government had a plan to steal Gabriel's scepter. But it's not easy to steal Gabriel's scepter from the Canadian Empire. Just to find the location of Gabriel's scepter, the CP organization killed a large number of spies for this. And the Gabriel Palace is now all under the protection of the Gabriel Royal Knights. The strength of each of the current Giadi Royal Knights is comparable to the top naval headquarters Vice Admiral. With this kind of combat power, there are as many as 500 Royal Knights. Not to mention the strength of the 5 division captains, but also the level of Quasi-Admiral. Coupled with their devil fruit, even Marine Admiral can hardly win them. It is almost impossible to steal Gabriel's scepter under such defensive power, not to mention that Yuri still exists in Gabriel's palace. However, Bluno's door-to-door fruit ability appeared, allowing CP to see the opportunity. This ability can open doors on buildings, or even open doors in the air, and it's perfect for stealing things. Therefore, knowing that there is a Bluno fruit ability in CP, they immediately promoted him and arranged the instructor of the CPO to train him carefully and let him fully develop the devil fruit ability. But even if it is the fruit of the door, it is extremely difficult to steal the Vice Admiral Gabriel scepter from the Royal Palace of Canada. A little carelessness will fall short. To this end, they tried their best to arrange Blue No to work in the palace. After detailed planning, Blue No finally opened the air door in the royal treasure house of Gabriel without knowing it. Walking out of the air door, Blue No saw Gabriel's scepter at first sight. Because in the great royal treasure house, there is only one gorgeous scepter placed there. If others see such a scepter in this royal treasure house, they will be surprised, even strange. The most mysterious royal treasure of Gabriel, there is nothing but a scepter. This is not a trap, right? The scepter on it is not fake. But Blue No was not surprised, because he had known this situation a long time ago. Because he knew that all the treasures in the palace were in nabbing Gabriel's scepter. That's right, this Gabriel's scepter has its own space. When Yuri was refining Gabriel's scepter, he used a large gravitational wave in the void to extract a large area of space. So there is a huge space in this Gabriel scepter. Yuri divides this space into several grids. Some are for storing things, some are for absorbing attacks, and some are for other functions. There are more and more treasures in the Gabriel Royal Treasury, and many of them are ultimate precious things in this world. For example, the precious devil fruit, the big knife, and even the supreme knife. The last time I brought Yala and the others into this place to get devil fruit, they felt that it was not very safe here, and I was okay, but what if I left? So I used Gabriel's scepter directly to collect all the treasures into the space inside Gabriel's scepter. Looking at the Gabriel scepter in front of him, Blue No also glowed with eager gaze. This is Gabriel's scepter, represents this supreme power and the existence of supreme power. As long as you hold him in your hand, even the top powerhouse in the entire world can be easily subdued. Thinking of this, Blue No held back his excitement and grabbed it towards Gabriel's scepter. Seeing that his hand was about to touch Gabriel's scepter, Blue No's heart kept pounding and beating quickly. But at this moment, a powerful repulsive force burst into Gabriel's scepter, blocking his hand, and at the same time repelling him as a whole. Why? No, damn, this Gabriel scepter can release its repulsive force on its own, so that no one can touch it. Blue No's face changed. In order to steal this Gabriel scepter this time, their CP organization has spent a huge price. Regardless of his ability to easily enter the royal treasure house of the Gabriel dynasty with devil fruit. But before that, they have done immense work and sacrifices. Investigate the location of Gabriel's scepter. Arrange for him to enter the Gabriel palace to do things. In order to be able to open the air door in the Gabriel royal treasury, he took a huge risk to do a lot of preliminary work, which allowed him to easily open the air door here and enter the royal house. But who thought of getting Gabriel's scepter just now? But such a thing appeared in the last step. There is movement in the treasury. Quickly, open the treasure house and have a look. But the key to the treasure house is in the hands of the captain. Immediately find the captain to get the key to the treasure house. The royal knight's voice came from outside the door. It's not good that the royal knight outside has noticed the movement in the treasure house, Blue No said with a change of face. No one in the world government knows the horror of these royal knights better than him. Once encountered by those royals, there is only a dead end. Even if he has the fruit of the door, he can open the door through the air to evacuate, but once locked by the group of knights, even if he uses the air to open the door, it is impossible to escape. After all, it is impossible for him to escape directly from here to another island. Their observation hockey will directly lock themselves and catch up with themselves. What should I do? Should I retreat first? However, once evacuated, the Gabriel dynasty will be vigilant and transfer the Gabriel scepter to another place. At that time, he will have no chance again. But if you don't retreat, how can you take away Gabriel's scepter? The repulsive force on Gabriel's scepter can't get close at all, let alone get Gabriel's scepter. The thinking in Blue No's heart quickly turned. Right here, suddenly his heart moved. I saw him press the ground, open the door. A door appeared on the ground, Blue No entered the door, and then the door closed. Open the door. At this time, a voice came from under Gabriel's scepter, and then a door appeared under Gabriel's scepter. Immediately, Giadi's scepter even dropped its base into the door. Can't wait any longer. At this moment there was a voice outside the door. With a touch, the door was opened and several royal knights broke in. But they were too late. When they came in and took a look, their expressions changed drastically. The treasure chest was empty and Gabriel's scepter was gone. Immediately after the sirens from the entire Gabriel palace, the entire royal knights was dispatched, searching for something everywhere. But no matter how they searched, they didn't find any trace. In the Gabriel palace, several people knelt down in front of the throne, with expressions of incomparable shame on their faces. You had to take warning on this matter. The people in Yarrow originally thought that this time there would be heavy punishment. Losing Gabriel's scepter is not a trivial matter. But I didn't expect Robin to let it go with just one sentence. Next, the Gabriel dynasty will face huge storms. Since Gabriel's rights have been stolen, the safety of the Gabriel dynasty will depend on you, Robin said. Swear to the death, allegiance to the royal family, to defend the glory of the royal knights to the death, the 5 people said with extremely firm expressions. Have you heard? Gabriel's scepter was stolen. How come? That is the great national treasure with the supreme Kamui, protected by the royal knights of Kadi, and the emperor is there, who can steal the great national treasure from the palace. I heard that the emperor has been missing for almost a year. How is it possible that the emperor is missing? How can it be impossible? Those from the National Security Bureau are looking for people everywhere during this time. Speaking of which, time is approaching. What time? You forgot. The news a few years ago. Devil Fruit's second awakening will absorb vitality and make people age more than 10 times, count the time. The news that Gabriel's scepter was stolen was leaked out without knowing how. At the same time, someone broadcasted the news of Yuri's disappearance in the Canadian Empire. Suddenly the entire Gabriel dynasty panicked. Countless people came to the palace to ask about this matter, but the royal family did not give an answer, which made the entire Canadian Emperor Chao lie even more panic. At the same time, Marine announced that it would move naval headquarters to the GL branch of New World in order to better deal with the violent pirate forces of New World. But everyone knows that Marine's move was directed at Emperor Giadi dynasty. 3. This is Gabriel's scepter. 5 elders looked at the Gabriel scepter that appeared in front of them, and said with surprise. Of course, it is not the first time that 5 elders has seen Gabriel Kwangkan. They naturally recognize the scepter style at a glance. It's just that they can steal Gabriel's scepter so smoothly, they still feel surprised. 5 lords, this is the Gabriel scepter. In order to steal it, CP spent a huge price and made a huge sacrifice for this. In the end, Blue No shot it, and then got this scepter. CP, the senior official with Blue No, respectfully said. Very good, this time you did a good CP job. To be able to get this scepter is worth it even if it costs a lot. A 5 elders said excitedly. Even 5 elders couldn't help but get excited after seeing the Gabriel scepter they were holding. CP did a good job this time, but I still have some doubts whether this scepter is a Gabriel scepter or not. This thing went too smoothly. After a while of excitement, a 5 elders said with some suspicion. Is it Gabriel's scepter? Don't you know if you try it? At this time, the blonde-haired 5 elders said, and he grabbed it towards Gabriel's scepter. Be careful. Bluno exclaimed when the blonde 5 elders was about to grab Gabriel's scepter. He knows that there is an extremely powerful repulsive force on this scepter, and he has been repelled by this scepter many times. In order to be able to transport this power out of Gabriel City, from Solomon Island, to Marie Joy's, he took careless thoughts. Later, using the base under the scepter, it was transported smoothly this time. He wanted to touch this scepter countless times along the way, but was rejected and flew away without exception. If 5 elders touched him, he would definitely be repelled by the repulsive force above, so he subconsciously reminded him. Yeah. Just when the blonde 5 elders' hand approached Gabriel's scepter, he felt an extremely powerful repulsive force, blocking his hand. Feeling this repulsive force, 5 elders frowned. 5 elders was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect Gabriel's scepter to automatically release its repulsive force to organize others to approach without the owner. But what made him frown was not because the scepter would release repulsive force. It's not because this repulsion is too strong. On the contrary, I feel that this force is too weak. What is Gabriel's scepter? It has earth-shaking power. You can use Yuri's second Devil Fruit Awakening ability. How could the ultimate terrifying power contained in the scepter be so powerful? So 5 elders frowned, and at the same time increased the strength of his hands. Yeah. An armament hockey burst out, trying to tear away the repulsive force and grab the scepter. But at this moment, a terrifying repulsion burst out from Gabriel's scepter. This repulsive force swept the surroundings, immediately repelling everyone and everything in the surroundings from flying. After a while, Blue No slowly stood up and took a look, seeing that everything around him was completely changed. Blue No showed a look of shock. Although he knew that Gabriel's scepter had repulsive power, it was the first time he had seen it release such a terrifying repulsive power. When the repulsion just came out, he felt that he was completely stunned. That repulsion was too terrifying. Fortunately, this repulsive force is simply pushing people away, otherwise, I'm afraid I've died just now. Haha, it really is Gabriel's scepter. At this moment, a laughter passed by. Blue No saw that it was a 5 elders who was talking. Five Elders was not surprised at all for the terrifying repulsion emanating from Giotti's scepter lie, on the contrary, it was very satisfied. In Five Elders' view, this is Gabriel's scepter. If Gabriel's scepter does not have such power, they will think that the scepter is fake. It seems that Gabriel Yuri used a certain ability when refining the Gabriel scepter. Only people he agrees with can use the Gabriel scepter. If anyone else touches it, they will be repelled by this force. The power of Devil Fruit's second awakening is really incredible. Unfortunately, in this case we can't use the power of this Gabriel scepter. Otherwise, using the Gabriel scepter to deal with the Gabriel dynasty will definitely hurt their morale. In fact, it is also expected that with such a terrifying power, Gabriel Yuri cannot fail to do some precautions when refining. It is already very good to be able to make the Gabriel dynasty lose the strategic power of Gabriel's scepter. That's the case, don't think about it too naturally. It is enough to be able to control the power of the Gabriel dynasty by. It's also time to highlight the great national treasures of our world government and let everyone in the world see it. Don't tell me. Sometimes you show your power, and you may receive unexpected gains. Just like the military parade of the Gabriel dynasty, you received good results. After that military parade, there were no pirates in the entire New World. Dare to appear in the waters of the Gabriel dynasty, although this is also the contribution of the Gabriel dynasty Royal Marine, but the Grand Military Parade is the biggest contributor. Notify Sengoku that the task on the CP side has been completed, and it's time to see them next. Said the Five Elders. Unexpectedly, CP really stole Gabriel's scepter. Is there any fraud? It is not easy to steal the Gabriel scepter from it with the strength of the Gabriel dynasty. Five Elders has tried it, and it is indeed Gabriel's scepter. The order of the world government was quickly communicated to Naval headquarters. Sengoku heard that the CP had stolen the Gabriel scepter, showing a look of shock. If the Gabriel scepter is true, then the Gabriel dynasty may be in serious trouble, Crane said. Yeah, even if there is no evidence, the Gabriel dynasty will guess that the world government stole the Gabriel scepter. With Gabriel Yuri's past temper, even if he didn't directly kill Marie Joyce, it would not be so quiet, but now it is not at all. The movement, even the doubts in the Gabriel dynasty remain silent. It seems that Gabriel Yuri may be dead, Sengoku said. If this is the case, we have a great chance of winning this battle at. After all, the world government has taken out that big national treasure. I didn't expect the world government to have such a deterrent strategic weapon, he said. Moreover, this great national treasure is a strategic weapon that belongs only to celestial dragons. It seems that celestial dragons is not as unbearable as we thought, Sengoku said. In this pirate world, everything speaks with power. Powerful people can do whatever they want. Kaido, Big Mom, the guy who doesn't do whatever they want. Even Yuri is a reckless guy in the eyes of Sengoku. Although he is not as cruel as Kaido Big Mom, and although he is a great man for the Gabriel dynasty, his damage to the world is no less than Kaido and the others. In the past, celestial dragons had no power, just like a bug raised by the world government. Although Marine bowed to celestial dragons because of the order of the world government. But secretly, I actually look down on these celestial dragons, even Sengoku is the same. But after knowing the strategic weapons possessed by celestial dragons and the power possessed by celestial dragons, Sengoku's view of celestial dragons has changed a bit. Even Sengoku feels that people with strong power should be given special treatment. What's more, it is a powerful existence like celestial dragons. In order to prevent Marine from suffering a huge loss, this time the battle plan should be developed around the great national treasure of celestial dragons, Crane said. Then the action begins. I hope everything goes well, Sengoku ordered. After Marine moved its headquarters to the G1 branch of New World, it immediately launched a severe attack on the New World pirates. At a time, a large number of pirates were defeated by Marine, and a large number of pirates were arrested. At the same time, under the pretext of capturing pirates, Marine kept entering the waters of the Gabriel dynasty. For this reason, World Government Marine and Gabriel Royal Marine continue to clash. As a result, the situation on both sides became more and more rigid. Make the whole world nervous. Everyone knows that the New World is now full of gunpowder. Perhaps the two largest political bodies in the world will go to war in the next moment. The world government is about to start a war against the Canadian Empire. You are still in the mood to show up with me. I heard that the world government took out their mysterious weapons in order to deal with the Canadian Empire. You are not worried at all. Gabriel Yuri. Kaido of the Beasts on the North Blue Ghost Island sat facing the other side. Boom boom boom. The lightning flashes in the sky. Through the lightning flashes, everything around was illuminated. But if anyone sees here, they will find that there is no one in front of Kaido. Is Kaido talking to the air? Aha, I came here because of the war going on. How about it? This is the biggest battle in the world. Do you want to take part in it? A voice came from the air and said, this voice is Yuri's voice. There was obviously no one in the air, but there was a voice coming from it. Could it be a ghost, Yuri's ghost? Of course not. There are no ghosts in this world. Even if there are ghosts, they are caused by devil fruit. Yuri just uses the devil fruit ability to repel all light, eyes, and even the sense of existence, so that it shines like this. It is precisely because of this ability that Yuri has not left the Gabriel dynasty during this year, and no one has ever discovered his existence. It's not like you. Are you looking for reinforcements? I don't remember that I will be your reinforcements. Are you going to use that to threaten me? Kaido sneered. Threat you? No, I just think it would be a shame if you don't intervene in such a big battle. Fighting such a huge war is not something you have always dreamed of, Yuri said with a smile. Kaido fell silent when he heard Yuri's words. I can help you in this battle, but I can't help in vain. I want you to resume trading in artificial devil fruits, Kaido said coldly. No problem, as long as you help, artificial devil fruit can be given to you, Yuri said with a smile. When does it begin? It should be soon. After all, the play is almost done, and then it will start to be real. A few days later, the world government issued a notice that a large number of pirates were harbored in the Gabriel dynasty and asked the Gabriel dynasty to surrender these pirates and imprison them into impelled down by the world government. The Canadian Emperor Chow Lai would naturally not agree, saying that he did not recognize the wanted order of the world government. Then the world government declared war on the Gabriel dynasty. In response to the declaration of war by the world government, the Canadian Emperor Lai also officially declared war on the world government. So the two major political bodies officially went to war. The world government and the Gabriel dynasty are at war. The two largest countries in the world are at war. The entire new world will be involved in the war. The two strongest forces in the world go to war. What will the whole world look like? World government Marine threatened that the Gabriel dynasty is the largest pirate group in the world and will surely eradicate the huge evil of the Gabriel pirate group. The pirates did not declare that the dissolution of the pirate group was a crime. The Gabriel dynasty claimed that the world government is the world's largest robber, constantly robbing and exploiting the fruits of the labor of the people all over the world, and the Gabriel dynasty has always been a country dedicated to letting people live a better life. The achievements of the Gabriel dynasty since its establishment, it is obvious to all. After the world government and the Gabriel dynasty declared war on each other, the whole world was shaken. The two strongest forces in the world declared war on each other, so that the eyes of the entire world were on the new world. The world government and the Gabriel dynasty each slapped their mouths, making people all over the world look unhappy. At the same time, the Marine of the world government and the Marine of the Canadian Empire are dispatched at the same time. A fierce battle started in New World. The powerful strength shown by the two sides shocked the whole world. The Gabriel dynasty launched a fleet of all-steel warships, carrying a variety of advanced weapons, not to mention electromagnetic guns, and various torpedo missiles. The world government has also launched powerful combat robots, based on pacifists who can be the prototype. The two sides fought fiercely, so that the world once again saw the strength of world government and Giadi dynasty. Cool la la la. It seems that Gabriel Yuri really has an accident, otherwise the world government would not dare to take action against Gabriel dynasty, Whitebeard said while looking at the newspaper on the Moby Dick. Father, is that Gabriel Yuri really that amazing? Asked Ace, who had just joined the Whitebeard pirates. But I have to say that guy is a monster through and through. There are many monsters in New World, but that guy is definitely an anomaly, Whitebeard said with a look of disgust. The guy called a monster by my father, I really want to meet him, Ace said with a smile. Idiot, you know how horrible Gabriel Yuri is. If you want to die, you might as well just kill you right now, Whitebeard said angrily. Thief, ha ha ha. I have to say that Gabriel Yuri is really terrifying, even if it is the old man, I am afraid he can't do anything about it. It is the only guy in New World who makes us Whitebeard pirates jealous. I also advise you not to, it's good to mess with him, said Dichi lying on the deck of the ship. Could it be that, don't be stronger than that guy? Ace said in surprise. When Ace dashed into the sea, Yuri had already closed up. With Yuri's retreat, there has been no news of him in the past few years. As a newcomer to the sea, Ace naturally rarely hears his legend. What's more, the Gabriel dynasty is no longer a pirate. In addition, the achievements of the Gabriel dynasty are getting more and more brilliant. Regardless of his strength or the achievements he has made, whether it is a reporter or the world government dare not compare him with the pirates, such topics naturally become less and less. That guy is known as the greatest horror in the world. Dad once fought with him. At that time, his strength hadn't reached the peak, but he was able to stop shock fruit's awakened dad, and he had to retreat. Sachi said. But even if this is the case, I can't say that he is stronger than his father, and at most he is tied with his father, Ace said. That's right. At that time, it was indeed a tie at most, but Gabriel Yuri's strength had not fully grown at that time. Even if Gabriel Yuri's strength had fully grown, he might not be able to beat the old man, but he did not expect that guy to be outright. The monster of was able to develop devil fruit to an unprecedented second awakening. Marco said with a smile. Devil fruit's second awakening? What is that? Ace asked. Usual demon fruit power, developing devil fruit to ultimate, can enter a state called awakening, which can increase devil fruit's ability by a dimension, and also have special abilities, such as influencing the outside world, forming a field, etc. However, if you want to develop devil fruit to the state of awakening, you have already struggled with 99.9% of the demon fruit power. The realm of the second awakening has incredible power. Marco explained. The female thief, ha ha ha, devil fruit's second awakening, known as the second awakening, is the power of ants. Even Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, are easily defeated under this power. Catch. Dichi said. It's so scary. Ace said in shock. Anyway, if you meet that guy, stay away. Whitebeard said with a troubled expression on his face. Well, even if you want to meet him, it is almost impossible. Although devil fruit's second awakening has incomparable power, it also has a huge price. Once devil fruit is awakened for the second time, the devil origin will be fast. Absorbing the vitality of demon fruit power, his life will lose aging at a rate 10 times. Gabriel Yuri devil fruit will have a second awakening for at least 6 years. If aging at 10 times the rate, he is equivalent to 6 past 10 years, plus his original age. Even if he is not dead, he is already very old now. Marco said with a smile. What, then, this Gabriel Yuri is dead? Ace said. Looking at the actions of the world government, Gabriel Yuri is likely to be dead. Otherwise, the world government would not dare to take action against the Gabriel dynasty. Marco said. That's really a pity. Ace said with a pity on his face. It's like if Gabriel Yuri is still alive, he will challenge him. That's all. Don't mess with that monster. Whitebeard said with a punch on Ace's head. It hurts. Ace said cursedly. Pacifists, when did the world government come up with something like this? Beeg said gloomily. Beeg is responsible for the naval battle against the world government marine. The marine of the world government has long predicted that the world government and the Gabriel dynasty will have a battle sooner or later, and the Gabriel Royal Marine also has predictions in this regard. So Beeg and the others have already formulated strategies to deal with the attack by the world government. To be honest, if it's just a naval battle, the current Gabriel Royal Marine is really not afraid. With the rapid development of the Gabriel dynasty in the past few years, with the huge economic support of the Gabriel dynasty, Marine's military outfit has been remodeled almost every year. In the current Gabriel Marine, every fleet is fully equipped with an ironclad battleship with a steam turbine. The speed of the armored battleships alone completely crushed those sailing ships. Coupled with the various high-tech weapons that have been continuously developed over the years. Electromagnetic guns, laser runs, missiles that can accurately hit targets from thousands of meters or tens of thousands of meters away, machine guns that can fire frantically, torpedoes for seafloor operations, etc. Gabriel Marine can be said to be armed to the teeth. So Beeg will not be afraid of indigenous weapons like world government. Didn't even see them in the eyes. Beeg is also very excited about the world government's declaration of war. Maybe they can use this to lay down the world government and let the Gabriel dynasty unify the world. But I didn't expect the war to start, and it was far from Bega's expectation. In Beeg, Gabriel Marines dealing with the Marine of the world government can be a crushing situation. The only worry is the monster Admiral of Marine. Even if the Royal Marine has powerful high-tech weapons, there is still no way to face those monsters Admiral. But such a huge war cannot be controlled by a few people. Their battleships are all steel battleships, even Marine Admiral is not so easy to destroy. And they are not without resistance. Royal Marines 3 Admiral, the National Security Agency, and the Royal Knights are not vegetarian. But I didn't expect that the world government would actually come up with pacifists, such a black technology. The emergence of pacifists made the war treacherous, which completely exceeded their expectations. Pacifists, I didn't expect to be researched by him, Gaiza Current said. You know this thing? Beeg asked. Of course, I have participated in the research of this project. This is a research project presided over by Vegapunk. Later, I thought this was meaningless, so I switched to research other things. Gaiza Current said indifferently. You didn't say it earlier. Do you know how much this thing caused Royal Marine to lose? Beeg stared at Current and said. I don't know that this thing has really been researched by him. It is only an idea at the time. It is expected to be completed for at least several decades. The monster Vegapunk has researched him so quickly, and I look at the number. I'm afraid they can already be mass-produced. Current. Then what do you want to do now? This thing is there and it is a great threat to our warship, Beeg said. Don't worry. This time the Queen sent me, but brought a solution, Current said. What way? Beeg asked. The war is undecided, Royal Knight. Guy saw Current. Royal Knight. The Queen is going to dispatch a Royal Knight? Beeg said. That's right, the Queen said. It's time for the Royal Knight to come out and make an appearance. Guy saw Current. I admit that the Royal Knights are indeed very strong. If they take action, they can indeed suppress these pacifists, but don't forget that sea battles are very detrimental to them. Moreover, the pacifists are machines. The reconstruction of losses can be done. Royal Knights are royal. My dear, if they suffer a huge loss, it will be a huge blow to the royal family. They also have the important task of guarding the palace. What should they do when they come out of the palace? Beeg said. Facing the marine of the world government, Beeg is not afraid of naval battles. They have a huge fleet and a strong manufacturing industry. Even if it is piled, it can pile up the world government. What Beeg fears most is the world government and marine, who will behead it. You know that the world government has a lot of high-end combat power. If they were to behead the Gabriel Palace, without Yuri, they really didn't know if they could stop it. In the Gabriel Palace, Lai has not only the Queen Robin, but also Yuri's son, Gabriel, the only heir of the Gabriel dynasty, Roy. If they were beheaded, it would be an unexpected blow to the entire Gabriel dynasty. It might even collapse the Gabriel dynasty. So the defense of the Gabriel Palace in this war is extremely important. The Royal Knights are the most important force to protect the Gabriel Palace. If they were sent out, the security of Gabriel Palace would be greatly weakened. Don't worry. We've created night combat uniforms for the Royal Knights. Not only can they fight at sea or even in the air, but they also greatly enhance their combat strength. As for the defense of the palace, the Queen said, leaving a team. Royal Knights are enough, and the palace does not need too much guarding power. Current. Hearing Current's words, Beeg frowned. This arrangement worries him. And I know where the world government researched and produced. When I came, the Queen had already ordered some gifts to the world government. The special product of the Gabriel dynasty, Dongfeng Express, should have almost been delivered now. They want to continue to produce pacifism in the future. I'm afraid it will be difficult, at least in a short time, Current said with a smile. Can. Bega's eyes lit up when he heard it. This was the best news he had heard today. Unexpectedly, Gabriel Royal Marine is so powerful. When Beeg shocked that world government marine even had black technology like pacifists, Sengoku was also shocked by the strength of Royal Marine. Yes, not to mention their marine's personal strength, Royal Marine's weapons and equipment have completely surpassed us. Compared with them, I am simply too far behind, Crane said solemnly. Iron and iron warships with steam turbines, they have known for a long time. They also know that these iron and iron warships are also equipped with electromagnetic guns, rockets, large-caliber artillery, etc., these high-tech weapons. For this they are also prepared to deal with it. But they didn't expect the battle to come together, they were almost beaten up. The fleets of the two sides have not approached yet, separated by a distance of several kilometers or tens of thousands of meters, they have already fired on them. A powerful missile flew out, hitting the target accurately. The power of that missile, as long as it is hit by one, their marine warship is almost finished. Fortunately, they send a powerful marine to detonate most of the missiles in the air. Otherwise, with these missiles alone, they can wipe out their marine fleet. But when they paid attention to the sky and attacked, the torpedoes on the bottom of the sea have come silently. The power of these torpedoes was equally huge. When the torpedo hit the bottom of the battleship and broke, the entire battleship sank in a blink of an eye. The missiles in the sky can also be detonated by using Marine 6 styles legs or swordsmanship. But how do you detonate the torpedo on the bottom of the sea? And you can't see it. If you have a powerful observation hockey marine, you can still perceive them. But there are too many torpedoes, and marine can't come up with so many observation hockey masters who have insight into the conditions of the seabed. And which torpedoes travel in very strange ways, even if they are perceived, they are difficult to hit. In the end, I can only use observation hockey's perception probe to find a way to avoid these torpedoes. In order to counter the missiles and torpedoes of Gabriel Royal Marine, they sent pacifists, who were originally the Cards. Use their lasers and scanning capabilities to deal with missiles and torpedoes. At the same time, These pacifists have installed jet propulsion devices, which can allow them to fly and fight at a certain distance in the air, so as to make them fly and attack Gabriel Marine's steel battleship. Gabriel Royal Marine was also flirted by these pacifists with laser weapons. Several steel battleships were also destroyed. But later they reacted and immediately launched a strong counterattack. Electromagnetic guns, rockets, these attacks, World Government Marine has long anticipated. The rockets are not powerful enough to do much harm to pacifists. And the speed of pacifists can evade them, if you can't use a laser to detonate them. Rockets are of no use to them, the electromagnetic gun is powerful enough, and the speed is fast enough. But it is small in number, slow to start, and requires a lot of power. Pacifists can take the lead in destroying these electromagnetic cannons with lasers, and it doesn't matter if they are hit by one or two of them. However, I did not expect that in addition to the electromagnetic artillery rockets, the Gabriel Royal Marine's battleship also had laser light cannons and Gatling guns that fire thousands of depleted uranium rounds per minute. Fire like Gatling guns and powerful depleted uranium bombs blasted close pacifists one by one. Seeing this scene, Marine's cold sweat broke out. What kind of gun is that? What kind of bullet is that? Fortunately, it is not a person who stepped forward. Otherwise, even the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral will be instantly blown up. After the information was passed back to Sengoku, Sengoku's face was extremely ugly. It has been expected that the equipment of Gabriel Royal Marine will be very strong, but it is not strong enough. And they are not only strong weapons, but they have no scruples in using them. As if you don't need money for the use of these weapons. Directly use the powerful firepower to cover, and the World Government Marine has no resistance at all. Can only rely on pacifists to fight back. There is no way, now only Admiral-class combat power can be deployed, Sengoku said solemnly. Because the current battle is still in the waters outside Giadi Dynasty, and the time for the decisive battle has not yet arrived, Marine has not dispatched Admiral-class combat power. But now if Admiral-class combat power is not deployed, Marine might not even be able to penetrate the waters of Emperor Giadi. Just when Sengoku made up his mind to send Admiral-class combat power to turn the tide of the battle, suddenly bursts of fierce explosions came from the outer door, and the entire naval headquarters vibrated fiercely. What's the situation? Sengoku and others rushed out of the meeting room to take a look, and saw huge missiles flying from a long distance in the sky. These missiles split, and many warheads were scattered. It was a fierce bombardment against the naval headquarters. The power of each warhead is enough to destroy the world, and in a blink of an eye the entire naval headquarters was beaten beyond recognition. Is this the attack from there? I don't know, there are no enemies around. This distance is at least hundreds of kilometers away. The Marines said in shock. You can't let these missiles come close, and knock them down for me. Sengoku shouted angrily, and at the same time, he rushed out in the form of a big Buddha, sending out a powerful shockwave, intercepting some missiles in the air and detonating them. Meteor volcano. Ice Age. Marine Admiral, as well as some quasi-admiral and admiral-class powerhouses from Marine, took action to intercept and detonate these missiles. Although the missile is powerful, it is difficult for these admiral with powerful devil fruit ability to play a role. Among other things, a gravity control of Fujitora can stop most missiles. So these missiles were quickly cleared. It is reported that a large number of buildings in the naval headquarters were destroyed, and more than 2,700 people were killed or injured. A Marine said in a statistical loss. Even if Admiral took the first shot and cleared the missiles, naval headquarters still suffered heavy losses. Report. News came from Marie Joyce. Just now, the holy place Marie Joyce and Floor Island were strongly attacked by long-range missiles. Marie Joyce suffered heavy losses and Floor Island was almost sunk. At this time, Marine came again. 0, the report said. Report. According to intelligence, these missiles came from a desert island in the Gabriel Dynasty waters, and they flew thousands of kilometers and directly attacked naval headquarters, the Holy Land Marie Joyce, and Florid Island. Another Marine came in and said. Asshole, the target of Emperor Giadi Dynasty is Floor Island. How does he know where the pacifist production base is? Sengoku said angrily. It should be Guy Saw Current. He used to be a marine scientist and has a lot of knowledge about marine research and production, he said. Is there no defensive measures on Floor Island? Sengoku said. Flory had certain defensive measures when he arrived on the island, but it was difficult to defend against the attack just now, said Crane. Thinking of the bombing situation just now, Sengoku fell silent. With so many masters in naval headquarters, they are still smashed into the sky, let alone Flory's arrival in such a production base. The most troublesome thing now is that the Gabriel Dynasty missile has such a long range and can accurately hit the target, Then can he bomb other places, such as Sabodi Archipelago, the capitals of other countries, marine important research base, an important facility of the world government, he said. Immediately, transfer Marine's research base, and at the same time notify 5 elders to transfer important facilities and personnel, Sengoku said. Before Sengoku's order was communicated, General Marine came again. Report. 5 elders urgently called and ordered Marine to encircle Solomon Island within 3 days and cut off the operation of the Solomon Island sea train. 3 days later, the world government will launch a general offensive against the Gabriel dynasty. Sengoku's face changed when he heard the report from General Marine. As 5 elders planning to use that in 3 days? He said. 3 days? This task is very difficult, Sengoku said. It's no wonder that 5 elders is so urgent. Now the Pacifists' production base is destroyed. The Pacifists will not be able to reproduce in a short time. If the war continues, with the power of Gabriel Royal Marine, the final loser is likely to be we Marine, and even the Emperor Chao Lai may play New World and threaten the entire world government, he said. Hearing what he said, Sengoku's face was very ugly. He knew that what he said was very possible, and the steel battleship of the Emperor Chao Lai could do this. Plus the long-range missile just now. What is the concept of being able to accurately hit the target from thousands of kilometers away? Any country must surrender under such a blow. This is going to be a beheading operation, but this is indeed a way. There is no way. Put all the pacifists in at once and open a way for me, Sengoku said. It can only be so. Crane nodded and said. Immediately a large number of pacifists were sent out. The cost of pacifists is not low, but in the past few years, in order to plan against the Gabriel dynasty, the world government secretly created a large number of pacifists. Over the years, thousands of pacifists have accumulated. However, during the recent battle, hundreds of them have been blown up, and there are still 800 or 900 left. This time, all of them were thrown in at once, and the Gabriel dynasty Marine, which was soon defeated, retreated steadily. Are these pacifists? But some scraps of copper and rotten iron. Let me dismantle these scraps of copper and iron. At this moment a group of young people appeared on the battlefield. They are wearing combat suits with jets, flying in the air, walking in the heart of the sea. Holding these various technological weapons, laser swords, high-explosive sniper rifles, handheld giant Gatling guns, etc. Each of them has strong strength, plus special combat uniforms and technological weapons. Each one is enough to crush the pacifists. Under their attack, every pacifist was blown up. Did our support arrive? This is the Royal Knights? The headquarters just said there would be support, but I didn't expect it to be them. It's so amazing. Those terrifying pacifists are like babies in front of them. Hundreds of them were killed in a blink of an eye. Is this the Royal Knights? I heard that everyone in the Royal Knights is in the inner formation. It's not so powerful. Look, they are the latest super battle uniforms. It is said that only members of the inner formation who have obtained great merits can be awarded by the royal family. The Royal Knights actually has one man, and it is indeed arrogant Royal Knights. The latest super battlesuit, coupled with the strength of the Royal Knights, has such a performance as natural. Seeing these people appearing, the Royal Marines exclaimed and exclaimed. The group of people that appeared was the Gabriel Royal Knights. As soon as they appeared, they immediately showed terrifying combat power. The tough pacifists were crushed and beaten directly by them. The super battle uniforms on the Royal Knights are actually Germa's battle uniforms. As early as 3 years ago, the Gabriel dynasty sent people to subdue the kingdom of Germa. Acquired their technology from the kingdom of Germa, including this combat uniform technology, as well as a large number of scientific research personnel in the kingdom of Germa. It was these Royal Knights who were in charge of this matter at that time. The national power of the Gabriel dynasty is much stronger than that of the Germa kingdom. Germa, Judge only made 6 combat suits, except for the fact that in the kingdom of Germa, only a few of them can exert the greatest value of the combat uniform. The biggest reason is that the materials, technology, and capital used to make this combat uniform are extremely expensive and rare. It takes a lot of money to make the memory metal of the battlesuit, a lot of rare metals, and special technology, and it is extremely difficult to produce. With the national power of the kingdom of Germa, even if he continues to undertake national wars, he will not be able to produce as many as cannot be popularized to their fighters, but the Canadian Empire is different. When it comes to economy and manufacturing, even the world government and Paima can't keep up with them. Even if it adds up all the kingdoms in the world, it is not an opponent of the Gabriel dynasty. Under the strong national power of the Gabriel dynasty, more than 500 combat uniforms were manufactured in just 3 years, almost all of which were awarded to the Royal Knights and became the standard combat uniforms of the Royal Knights. In the past 4 years, in addition to the task of guarding the palace, the Royal Knights also often set out to fight in the New World. In the past 4 years, the strength of each of them has grown substantially. Now each of them has the strength of the top naval headquarters vice admiral. Coupled with the blessing of battle uniforms, let them become super scary existences one by one. In the end, the Royal Knights are soldiers, not skirmishers fighting separately, they will fight together. Yuri's requirement for them is to be able to fight against monsters like Marine Admiral. They clearly know that by relying on them alone, it is impossible to be the opponent of those monsters. Therefore, we must learn to cooperate and even study cooperative operations. These Royal Knights have lived, studied, and fought together since they were young. We are very familiar with each other for a long time, and mutual cooperation is even more incomparable. Tacit understanding is a partner who can truly hand over life and death to each other. With such a powerful coordinated battle, even Marine Admiral like Sakazuki has the power to fight. Although pacifists are strong for others, powerful body, powerful laser, like a monster. But in front of them, these pacifists are like toys, only being crushed. After all, no matter how strong a pacifist is, it is nothing but a machine. The attacks that come and go are all set. The Royal Knights? They actually dispatched? And they dispatched 4 squads? Sengoku said in surprise when he received information from Marine. Although Sengoku expected the Royal Knights to be a troublesome force before the war began, he did not expect to encounter it here. The Royal Knights guard the royal family, especially in such a war. The Royal Knights should guard the palace and not be sent out, so Sengoku felt that even if they would meet them, it should be near Solomon Island. Unexpectedly, the Gabriel dynasty sent them out directly. This is troublesome and completely disrupted Sengoku's plan. Now is the time to make a decision. The strength of the Royal Knights, coupled with their combat uniforms and technological weapons, are completely sufficient to crush the pacifists. If this goes on, the pacifists will be wiped out in no time, he said. It looks like it's time for us to dispatch, Sakazuki said with flame magma bursting out of his body. Those Royal Knights are troublesome guys, well, but if we are dispatched, it will be enough to take them down, Kuzan said. Then let's move out now. If all the pacifists are knocked out, it will be difficult for us to do it. Green Bull. Admiral is really going to be dispatched at this time. Sengoku's eyes also flashed brightly. Hearing Sengoku's words, the expressions of the 3 Admiral became serious. However, it is not for you to support the front line, Sengoku continued. Hearing what Sengoku said, all 3 Admiral were shocked. Is not a support front line? Ah, does Marshal Sengoku have any plans? Could it be? Everyone was surprised and said. That's right. I want to surprise Gabriel City, and the Gabriel dynasty sent a large number of Royal Knights. Then the combat power of the Gabriel domain is now the most empty time. It is the best time for us to launch a surprise attack, and it is also to cooperate with the world government's combat plan, Sengoku said. Hearing what Sengoku said, everyone nodded. Moreover, pacifists are not so easy to deal with. As long as they are good at command, it will be enough to hold down the Royal Knights. I leave it to you. I am afraid that the pacifists will be wiped out, Sengoku said to Suru. Understand. Leave this to me. Crane said. Fujitora, now I want to use your power. I need you to use the gravitational fruit ability to bring the main combat power of naval headquarters to the Gabriel domain and launch a surprise attack on the Gabriel domain. There is no problem, right? Sengoku said. This kind of thing, the old man can still do it, Fujitora said with a smile. These kids did a great job. They killed so many pacifists in just 2 days. Gabriel Dynasty Frontline Command, Beeg looked at the information collected and said. That is, these are the Royal Knights of our Jiadi Wangchao Lai, the direct relatives of the Emperor's royal family. That is, although there were still people who were not convinced at the beginning, they could directly enter the inner formation without doing anything, but they used their strength to make everyone shut their mouths. Each of them has Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level combat power. There is no more luxurious force in the world than this. As long as they are there, the Gabriel royal family will be as stable as Mount Tai. They are like the divine needles of the Jiadi dynasty Lai. Anyone who wants to make an opinion on the Gabriel dynasty must weigh the weight of the Royal Knight. The staff of the Royal Marine Command and some commanders in the office said with a triumphant smile. The Royal Knight is naturally powerful, but it's weird, said Kizaru, who is the Royal Marine Admiral at this time. Everyone in the command center looked towards Kizaru. Gabriel Royal Marine now also has 3 Admiral. Kizaru Peluzalino, Keita Curry, and Thor Enel. Enel came back from Boeing Islands 3 years ago. As soon as he returned to New World, Enel was awarded the position of Royal Marine Admiral by Yuri, and at the same time he was awarded the position of Admiral in the Inner Line. During this time, Enel was also in the New World, constantly challenging the powerhouses of all walks of life, and thus obtained the title of Thor. Of course, this title was first called out by Enel himself. However, its powerful strength has also been recognized by everyone, and the title of Thor is worthy of its name. Later, in order to get 3 Admiral, Yuri appointed Katakuri as Marine's last admiral. It stands to reason that Marine shouldn't be quiet now. Marshal Sengoku has the title of the resourceful general. From what I know about him, he will not be inactive, but now it seems that only Crane Vice Admiral has been dispatched. The front line is commanding the battle, and the Pacifists have been slack in the recent battles, as if they were just trying to hold the Royal Knights, Kizaru said. These Royal Knights are very precious, although they are already very strong. They will still be difficult to deal with if they encounter Marine Admiral-class combat power. And now there are a large number of Admiral-level powerhouses in the Marine of the world government. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Chingshong, Laniu, Fujitora, and Quasi-Admiral Momoshagi, T-Veins. If these shots are made, the Royal Knights will be difficult to deal with, and there may even be huge casualties. In order to support the Royal Knights, the 3 Admiral of Royal Marine are always ready. But so far, Akainu and other Admiral-class combat power have not appeared, so it seems very strange. Ahahaha. What conspiracy is World Government Marine doing? Indeed, pacifists have been mainly procrastinating lately, which has greatly reduced their losses, Katakuri said. At this time Bega's face suddenly became ugly. Immediately, check me the traces of Sengoku and others, and inform Gabriel City at the same time. Beware of the surprise attack of Naval Headquarters, Enel. You should also go back to Gabriel City to support. Beeg issued several orders and said. Enel's expression changed when he heard it, and the next moment he disappeared into thunder and lightning. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Enel is, it is already too late. Just when Beeg discovered something was wrong, Gabriel City also found traces of an enemy attack. Since the last time the city was Gabriel Big Mom airstrikes beasts and pirates, Gabriel City on the increased air defense measures. For this purpose specifically studied a lot of radar. If there is an unknown object near, the radar will immediately alert, while the Royal Knights Violet are probing the case. Under the control of Fujitora, a small island in the Royal Airfly, flying through the air toward Gabriel City. But the increase has not been close to Royal City, was immediately Gabriel City air defense radar to monitor, then a Violet exploration, immediately found on a Marine on the island. Gabriel immediately throughout the city alarm is sounded. Discovery raid. 3 o'clock, 900 height, whether to issue a warning. Do not need a warning, the other is World Government Marine. We have now is the state of hostility, immediately gave me fire, give me beat them down. Yes, fire. Rockets, missiles, guns, laser guns toward the sky to fight. But in addition to laser guns, other missiles, rockets, and even guns are not used. But toward the other side is in control of the palace called toward Gabriel. National Security Agency, and the Royal Knights while, to intercept, this did not make these missiles rocket launchers to bombard the palace. You idiot, it is the ability Fujitora. After Bonus waved a large number of rockets missile explosion cut his face and said ugly. Direct, launch a surprise attack on the city of Gabriel, to be beheaded action. LL never succeed, Kemp said coldly. But this World Government Marine can be called out the army, as well as World Government of CP, this time trouble, Ashby said. They are taking advantage of this Royal Knights attack, we saw behind the week, this launched a surprise attack, ready to do it once, Brian said, frowning. Let the ordinary people of refuge, everyone convened the National Security Agency, be sure to stop them, Bonus Command said. However, just in people such as Bonus Security Agency, and a member of the Royal Knights left behind, ready to intercept Naval Headquarters embattled elite when, Naval Headquarters did not directly attack the Palace Gabriel. But it occupied the maritime train station. Actually occupied the maritime train station, which is made up note we want to catch Bonus said coldly. World, Government Marine is made up my mind, and we want to fight to the death in the end it. Monet said. Do not leave us retreat, but we have never thought of retreat, Brian said. But the sea train station cannot fall into the hands of world government, must find ways to snatch away to the job, Ashby said. But the crowd fell silent listening is, the other world government marine squad is too luxurious. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Green Cow, their Fujitora, Momoshagi, T-Dolphin, but the strength of all the naval headquarters arrived at the scene. There are many naval headquarters of Vice Admiral and CPO instructor. This lineup, they do defense, might be able to dongsha, but take the initiative to attack, lay on the sea train station is almost impossible. At least a short time is impossible, let them return to aid Enel, Want to deal with naval headquarters, we need the strength of the Royal Marine, Bonus said. At the same time, Sengoku holding a phone worm, he said, we have arrived in Dasualuodor Island, see and occupy the train station, the curse can launch attacks. Wrath of God, to launch attacks, target Gabriel Palace. 5 elders came from a phone command said, he said. Huh. What happened? Why'd I have a bad premonition? Suddenly, Bonus glanced around and said. He suddenly felt a shuddering sensation, this is an extremely bad premonition. It seems that something terrible is about to happen, or is happening. Do you feel this way? It seems that I am not the only one who feels this way. Ashby's face also changed when he heard Bonus's words. Other people also changed their faces in the same way. Before the autumn wind started to think, this is observation hockey. It must be extremely terrifying to make their observation hockey so alert. And terrible things are happening, but they haven't seen it. On top, at this time, the captain of the Royal Knights Squadron Yi Cheng, who was the only one left behind in Gabriel City, looked towards the sky and said. The observation hockey level in Yicheng is extremely high. He was originally the natural owner of observation hockey. Yicheng is a person who is very good at thinking and has great wisdom. He knows that he has nothing to do with others. The only thing that stands out is his observation hockey. So he focused on training his observation hockey. It is with his observation hockey and wisdom that he can stand out from Qianlong camp and become the captain of the Royal Knights. In the entire Gabriel dynasty, his observation hockey is second only to Keita Curry and Enel. So he was the first to notice something wrong. Bonus and the others looked towards the sky, but they didn't perceive anything. What do you perceive? Bonus said. They know that Yi Cheng's experience is very powerful. Moreover, Yi Cheng wouldn't talk nonsense at this time, so something must have happened above, but they didn't perceive it. Energy. I feel that extremely far above, an extremely large power is being gathered, such a strong power. Such a power is enough to destroy the entire Gabriel City. Yi Cheng's face turned pale, and cold sweat burst out on his forehead. What? Hearing Yi Cheng's words, the faces of Bonus and others changed greatly. Huge energy? Enough energy to destroy the entire Gabriel City at once? How is it possible? Ashby and the others also exclaimed. Could it be that? Brian said at this moment, thinking of something. Huh. Everyone said, looking at Brian. I heard the Emperor said that world government, or celestial dragons, has a big secret treasure. It is said that it has extremely terrifying power. It is because of this that the Emperor is so jealous of world government. Otherwise, the last time I went to Marie Joy's, it would have been leveled up the entire world government. Blaine said. Is the world government's great national treasure? The world government dared to take the lead in using which one? Bonus said with a startled expression on his face. The national treasure of the world government, but like Yuri's Skywrath, a strategic force. Yuri's Skywrath can easily destroy a country, even an island. The big national treasure of the world government may not be too different, right? At least it should be no problem to destroy a city, otherwise how can it be called a big national treasure? Thinking of what kind of power the world government would use, Bonus's expression changed drastically. This power is really terrifying. What should I do? The Emperor is not there and Gabriel's scepter has been stolen. How can this resist such a terrifying power? At this time, the energy in the sky became stronger and stronger, and Brino and others finally felt this terrifying power. Asshole. Do they even assume that the Emperor has passed away? Are they not afraid of the Emperor's revenge on them? Step by step, I stole Gabriel's scepter again. They are horribly determined that the Emperor has passed away. After all, it is almost time. The Emperor is not that easy to die. Now is not the time to talk about this, think of a way to deal with this attack. There is no other way but to die. Come with the strongest strength. Bonus said with a firm look flashing in his eyes. It started. Sengoku also looked towards the sky. The energy condensed in space is getting bigger and bigger, and now this power can almost be seen clearly. Is this the Celestial Dragon's great national treasure Scourge attack? There are 3 ancient weapons, Uranus, Pluton, and Poseidon in the legend. Isn't this Uranus among them? Kuzan looked at the sky thoughtfully. The attack from space, and this energy is too terrifying, even the 4 Emperor's Admiral level powerhouse can't resist it. Maybe this is really Uranus, Green Bull said. The others also looked towards Sengoku. I only know that 5 elders call this a Scourge attack. As for whether it is Uranus or not, I don't know, but this is a strategic weapon that Celestial Dragons exists. Whether he is Uranus or not, it is also an ancient weapon, Sengoku said. Sengoku also suspects that the great national treasure of Celestial Dragons is one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons. But 5 elders didn't say clearly, he could only rely on guesswork. But whether it is Uranus or not, as long as such power is sufficient. Coming soon. Fujitora said solemnly at this time. Just as his words fell, a huge and terrifying beam of light flashed from the sky. The light of horror shines on the whole world. With the power to destroy everything, crashing down. The center of the target is the Gabriel Palace. But with its power, I am afraid that the entire Gabriel city will be destroyed. 240th chapters, why Nico Robin Gabriel will be on hand scepter. Destroy all of the light beam from the sky, as long as people have a little observation hockey, they are able to feel this terrible energy beam contained. Such a terrible energy people feel despair, even clamored absolutely want to block this attack shares down bonus, who, this time it felt very weak. It shares the attack is also a laser attack, an ordinary laser show different, he contains the energy is too horrible. This channel attack if Gabriel hit the city, the whole city of Gabriel are likely to be destroyed by it. General laser show very difficult to cope with, and even more so not to mention the destruction of all light gun. The original light beam emitted from them far, far away, but the light beam shot burst, and instantly have arrived on their heads. Even if you want to revolt have been too late. This is a big treasure world government do. Such terror attacks throughout the city will be destroyed Gabriel civilians in the city to Fujitora frowned. Fujitora thought world government is to add up to attack the Emperor Palace leash end of destruction, but now look at this terrorist attack down the energy, I am afraid that the whole city will be destroyed Gabriel spotless, even where they will be affected. To know that Gabriel the city but there are a large number of civilians, world government it is you want the whole city was Gabriel erase it? Even those with destroyed and civilians. Even Fujitora determined to want to stop, and there is no way to be in front of such a force. Moment of terror beam came down, many people cannot close your eyes. But everyone expected devastate, but long time did not feel the fall. Everyone squint, endured the harsh light of the light beam toward looked. I saw a figure appeared in the beam of light below. She edged hand this scepter, endless appeal issued on scepter. All of the light, a power, all the attacks are all sucked. The beam of light to destroy everything, as if the river flow backward in general, does not leak a little all been sucked while scepter. That is the queen. What is in the hands of the queen, all absorbed into the attacks. Gabriel is a scepter, scepter in her hands is Gabriel's scepter is not stolen? Great, Empress Mace with Gabriel will destroy all that attack Dongsha. Far more than Dongsha, that road to destroy all the attacks have all been absorbed into the amazing awe. This is Gabriel's scepter of power? Long live the queen. Gabriel long live the dynasty. As long as there is Gabriel's scepter in, we fear any attack. See the destruction of all of the light beam is absorbed by Gabriel's scepter. Especially to see Gabriel appeared scepter and exhibit such a magical power. Everyone all excited again, earlier despair and weakness are all swept away. World government earlier face of large national treasure, bonus, who worried about fear, mostly because they know that, just recently added Emperor Scepter Lie had been stolen. Yuri Gabriel and now not in the city, the face of large national treasure attack world government, none of them able to resist. Gabriel now know the scepter, the right not to be stolen Gabriel's scepter still have infinite power, they will never have fear. All of a sudden reversal of form, world government strategic weapons, they also have Gabriel dynasty strategic weapons, afraid awe? This is Gabriel's scepter. Why would the hands of Nico Robin Gabriel's scepter? How is it, Gabriel's scepter not been stolen out of it? Is CP stolen scepter as false? How could, 5 elders say personally verified, has a horror of repulsion on that Gabriel token, no one can hold both Gabriel token, there is such a terrible repulsion is certainly no doubt Gabriel's scepter. But how is this going? If CP is Gabriel's stolen scepter, then Nico Robin hands what is this? Is Gabriel Yuri had been manufactured to Gabriel's scepter? It's impossible, right? You know that Gabriel Yuri scepter but the time secondary to Devil Fruit Awakening Force, spent 3 months, this sudden movement boundless refining them, I am afraid that even if you want to re-refining Gabriel Yuri a bar is not easy, and if re-refining, then certainly there will be a huge movement, absolutely cannot escape in marine world government surveillance. This trouble has scepter in Gabriel dynasty we want to win, you want to lay Gabriel dynasty, is harder on countless times. Looking at the sky, holding Gabriel scepter, curse the terrorist attacks extremely accommodating all go Robin, marine of people also face changes. At the same time, in the Holy Land Marie Joy's world government. Big bad, Gabriel scepter CP a whirlwind between the rights of the 5 elders broke into the big panting exclaimed said. Whatever next? How strong the increase Imperial Scepter? A 5 elders said coldly. Plus, Gabriel's scepter suddenly disappeared out of thin air, CPO said. What? 5 elders stood up and exclaimed simultaneously. How is this possible? A scepter how would suddenly disappear? Who is not up to no good? 5 elders asked. Since Gabriel was sent Scepter Marie Joys, although they cannot use Gabriel's scepter, but they are still careful care, specially sent guard to avoid being robbed Gabriel dynasty back. There are special arrangements for people round the clock staring at Gabriel's scepter. But in just under the eyes of guards, Gabriel suddenly shining scepter, then flash Gabriel's scepter disappeared. Seeing this, responsible for guarding the CP's scared face became pale. This is only exhausted Gabriel stole the scepter, even so there is no sound disappeared, but also in their eyes disappear without a sound. CP scared and quickly came to report the situation. How is this going? How could Gabriel's scepter suddenly disappear? Hearing the CP's table report, 5 elders immediately came to the treasure house where Gabriel's scepter was placed non-stop. But at this time, the Gabriel scepter that was originally placed in the treasury was already empty. 5 elders couldn't help feeling a bad feeling. It suddenly radiated light, and then disappeared in front of us with a flash. CP continued to explain. It's not good, 5 elders. Just now Marshal Sengoku called the bug to report, saying that Gabriel's scepter suddenly appeared in Nico Robin's hand, and all the scourge attacks were taken in, and asked what was going on. Gabriel's scepter has it been in the hands of the world government? How come Nico Robin has Gabriel's scepter in his hand? Hearing the words of this CP, 5 elders' expression turned ugly. The bad premonition finally became a reality. The scepter we got should be real. There is nothing wrong with the Gabriel scepter, but the Gabriel scepter can not only identify the user, but also actively releases a strong repulsive force so that even outsiders want to touch it. It can also automatically return to the owner, in hand. Gabriel Yuri has the ability to move in space. It can repel a crack in space to move. The Gabriel scepter should have disappeared using this ability and returned to Nico Robin's hand. In other words, in fact, we are doing useless things. The Gabriel Scepter project is completely bankrupt. Nico Robin didn't use this ability at the beginning. I'm afraid it was just for this moment to turn defeat into victory. It seems we were calculated. What should I do about the current problem? The Emperor Chao Lai owns the Gabriel Scepter, and now Sengoku and the others are in a dilemma. It is indeed trouble. The Gabriel Scepter has almost all the power of Gabriel Yuri. If it is used to exert its power, even Sengoku will have difficulty coping with it, but if it retreats, it is equivalent to our world government giving up. The world government can never lose. In fact, it is a good opportunity. Now that the Gabriel city is empty, it is an opportunity for the world government. As for the Gabriel Scepter, Nico Robin is not Gabriel Yuri after all. We can use the Scourge attack to contain it. Tell Sengoku, it is a matter of the survival of the world government. This battle can only be won without losing. Give me the Gabriel city. Tell Sengoku that only Nico Robin can use the Gabriel Scepter. As long as Nico Robin is killed, no one in the Gabriel dynasty can use the Gabriel Scepter. Let the hidden CPO and CPO instructor also take action and assassinate Nico Robin at all costs. By the way, the crown prince of the Gabriel dynasty, Gabriel, Roy, find him and get rid of him. If the world government loses this time, the prestige of the entire world government and marine will be greatly affected. Bring the phone bug, I will tell Sengoku myself. 5 elders ordered. After Sengoku heard the order of 5 elders, his face was also very ugly and solemn. I didn't expect Gabriel's scepter to have such an ability. This is troublesome, Sengoku said. Even if I have the Gabriel scepter, I still have the upper hand. Even if the Gabriel scepter has incomparable power, it is not Gabriel Yuri after all, Akainu said lightly. This is Gabriel City. She shouldn't use the terrifying power of Skywrath, right? Green Bull said with a faint smile. Marine has no way of retreating now, can't you see Gabriel's scepter just retreat like this, right? Kuzan also said indifferently. Go on, you must take down the Gabriel Palace before the Gabriel Royal Knight returns, Sengoku ordered. After speaking, Sengoku took the lead to kill towards the Gabriel Palace, and Akainu and others all followed. Only Fujitora hesitated, but in the end he followed towards the palace. At the same time, many masked men appeared in Gabriel, each with a very powerful strength. They also rushed towards the Emperor's palace and killed Robin. Why is this guy here? He actually appeared here, is he ready to intervene? Seeing this man appeared, everyone in Marine was secretly surprised. What do you want to do? Kaido. Sengoku said suspiciously. Without going out, the person who suddenly entered is Kaido of the Beasts. I saw him grinning, and the mace in his hand flew out quickly. Haha. How can such a big battlefield save me? The last time I was accounted for, it happened to be calculated with you. The mace in Kaido's hand swung out quickly, boom. Akainu Kuzan and Green Bull were caught off guard and flew out. Boom. Kaido's attack was stopped by Garp. Leave this guy to me, you do your thing. Garp stopped Kaido and said. Okay, be careful, this guy is dangerous, Sengoku said. Stop him, I still have no problem, Garp said. Kaido, that monster. Akainu walked out and said. Although he was shot off by surprise, Akainu was not injured. His strong physique is not so easy to be so badly injured. The same goes for Aokiji and Green Bull. Garp, did Vice Admiral block Kaido of the beasts? Green Bull said. Sure enough, it is Garp, Vice Admiral. Aokiji. Kaido handed over to Garp. We will continue on, Sengoku said. Speaking of Marine, he continued to fight hard towards the Emperor's palace. Hey, is Marine hero Garp? Kaido sneered, looking at Garp, who was stopping him. I will never let you pass, Garp said lightly. In the past? I didn't think so, but there was a real monster there, Kaido said with a smile. Hearing Kaido's words, Garp's eyes narrowed, thinking of something. But at this time Kaido has already attacked him, Garp can only focus on this Kaido. At the same time, I was secretly worried. Kaido said that he exists as a monster, is it him? Go on, stop them. As long as the Gabriel scepter is there, we are not afraid of anyone. Destroyed world government Marine. Dare to invade my Gabriel dynasty and let them know how good we are. To make they look good. We, the Gabriel dynasty, is not easy to mess with. Seeing Marine killing, Bonus and others immediately led the National Security Agency and killed them one by one, filled with outrage. Blizzard. Monet's blizzard first struck. She was a Logia demon fruit capable person, and Snowfruit had a wide range of attacks. Monet's strength has also risen sharply over the years, and the power of this blizzard is really much stronger than before. The violent wind and snow swept the earth. Instantly the surroundings became extremely cold, and the whole environment changed. And not only that, every snowflake in the blizzard contains extremely terrifying ice and cold power. A snowflake fell on a Marine lieutenant, and the Marine lieutenant immediately noticed that the place where the snowflake fell instantly lost consciousness. The icy air in the snowflakes immediately penetrated into his body, sealing the area covered by the snowflakes with ice. Be careful, there is a problem with these snowflakes. The Marine captain's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed. At this moment, snowflakes swept over madly, he was instantly covered by snowflakes, and the whole person was frozen. At the same time, a large number of Marines were frozen by snowflakes. Akainu. Sengoku shouted. Hot hell. Akainu snorted coldly. Immediately the surroundings became extremely hot. I saw that the ground under Akainu's feet turned fiery red, exuding extremely strong high temperature, neutralizing the cold of the blizzard. Martial Marine Sengoku, dare to invade the city of Gabriel, today I will cut your head off and cut it into the air. Bonus attacked Sengoku directly. A terrifying slash cut through the void and looked towards Sengoku. Slash the ghost bones. Seeing Bonus's slash, Sengoku showed a solemn expression on his face. Immediately, the incarnation of the Buddha was shot out, and the palm of the golden Buddha was hit with the blow, and the force of terror radiated in all directions, and the large area of buildings was shattered because of their impact. The strength of Bonus itself is not enough to make Sengoku so dignified. Bonus is only a quasi-admiral level character if he is dead. Who is Sengoku? That can be the existence of Whitebeard Roger. The average quasi-admiral is really not enough in front of Sengoku. But Bonus is really not an ordinary quasi-admiral. The strength of Bonus really only reaches the level of quasi-admiral. Even after 2 years of training on the Boeing Islands, and the continuous improvement of combat training over the years, there is still no way to break through the bottleneck between quasi-admiral and admiral. Bonus also knows that his qualifications are difficult to truly break through that bottleneck, so in the past few years, he has not sought to break through that bottleneck. Instead, he has specialized in research and development of devil fruit capabilities. In the past few years, Bonus has developed his devil fruit ability to ultimate. I have to say that Bonus's devil fruit is very powerful, especially in terms of attack. Bonus's devil fruit is called cutting fruit, which can turn the body into a knife and cut the object. In fact, cutting the fruit in Paramecia devil fruit, in terms of attack and power, it is top-notch. Many people in previous lives referred to shock fruit as Paramecia's strongest devil fruit. Many people in this life call Yuri's magnetic fruit the strongest and most terrifying devil fruit. But in fact, Bonus's cutting fruit is not weaker than magnetism and shock fruit. The reason why shock fruit is strong is because its owner is Whitebeard. Because he is Whitebeard, shock fruit is so scary. The same magnetic fruit is strong because it is Yuri who uses it. Although Yuri is not a monster in the sense of this world, Yuri is a traverser. His mental power is 10 times, dozens of times, hundreds of times that of ordinary people, and his knowledge are far beyond this world. Devil fruit, especially Paramecia devil fruit, originally is that the brain is very important. In a sense, Yuri is also a monster. It is only natural to be able to develop the magnetic fruit to this extent. As for the second awakening, it is entirely due to coincidence, plus thunder and lightning breathing method and seductive food. The power of Bonus's cutting fruit is even higher than that of magnetic fruit, and it is not weak even compared with shock fruit. It's just that Bonus's strength is much weaker than Whitebeard, so it's not that scary. However, compared with the original work, Bonus's strength has a worldwide improvement. In addition to the continuous research and development of devil fruit capabilities in the past few years, devil fruit has been developed to the level of awakening. The cutting fruit of awakening can cut everything apart, and even cut the power of space to a certain extent. If it's an ordinary person, even Admiral can hardly block his attack. So Sengoku saw this slash, it was so solemn. But dignified to dignified, Sengoku will not fear anyone. Here Sengoku and Bonus are fighting together, and Kenku and others are also fighting together with Akainu and others. Although Kemp and others are not as strong as Akainu and others. However, the combat power of the Gabriel National Security Agency is definitely not weaker than the combat power of Naval Headquarters. The Gabriel National Security Agency is the first violent agency of the Canadian Empire. Was expanded from the original Shira people, although it was called a game at the beginning, but the original Shira and others counted some strength. However, the development has been extremely fast in the past 2 years. The reason is that the second batch of Qianlong camp also graduated. This group of Qianlongying people have been taught by Rayleigh since they were young, and they have been trained in the temptation of the Boeing Islands. The strength of each one cannot be underestimated. After this batch of Qianlong camp graduated, except for a few of the most brilliant little monsters, who were picked up by Yuri, everyone else entered the Gabriel National Security Agency. This made the Gabriel National Security Agency's strength skyrocket. Of course, not all the people from the National Security Agency are in Gabriel. However, the members of the National Security Agency in Gabriel City are all members of the Security Agency. Facing the attack of Naval Headquarters, they did not show weakness at all. In addition to Naval Headquarters, there is also the CP Organization of World Government. These CPS are not easy to mess with, including many CPUS and even CPO instructors. These CPO instructors are the hidden power of the world government, and each of them has admiral-level strength. However, the Gabriel Royal Knights were originally built to respond to admiral-class combat power. Each of them has the strength of the top vice admiral, plus the command of Yi Chung, and is not afraid of the world government's CP. The battle in Gabriel City was fierce, and when the battle was fierce in Gabriel City, a person sneaked into the Gabriel Palace quietly. This man wears a strange mask, he seems to be silent, walking in the palace. No one can discover his existence, even if someone passed by his side, he didn't seem to be spotted. This is called Luther, a CPO instructor, at the same time he is also a demon fruit power. His devil fruit is called the hidden fruit, hidden traces, hidden breath, coupled with his powerful stealth technology. Unless they meet someone who is strong in seeing, hearing, and color, ordinary people don't even want to discover his existence even if he stands in front of him. He is the first person in the CP organization to hide and assassinate. At the same time, it is also an instructor that teaches CPO hidden assassination techniques. At the beginning of the battle, he sneaked into the palace quietly. His goal was not Robin from the beginning, but Gabriel, Roy, the heir to the Emperor dynasty. Hey, hit it, hit the pit, the more lively the hit, the better it is for me. No one knows that the crucial person in this battle is neither Nico Robin nor the capture of Gabriel Palace, but Gabriel, Roy, the only son of Gabriel Yuri, and the only heir to the Gabriel dynasty. Just capture him in his hand. Jiadi Wangchali is not letting me take it, Luther said with a smug sneer. He sneaked into the Gabriel Palace quietly at the beginning of the battle between the two sides. Because of its powerful stealth skills and the ability to hide fruits, no one discovered his existence, and he sneaked into the palace quietly. The Gabriel Palace is very large, but Luther soon came to a gorgeous palace. This is the residence of Gabriel, the Crown Prince of Gabriel, Roy. The reason why Luther was able to find this place so quickly was also due to the fact that some time ago, in order to find the trace of Gabriel's scepter, the CP organization spent a huge price to explore the layout of the Gabriel Palace, which gave him a great understanding of the Gabriel Palace. So it's easy to find here. Hey, I actually want me to say that you shouldn't find any Gabriel scepters at the beginning. As long as Nico Robin and Gabriel Roy are solved, the entire Gabriel dynasty will collapse. There will be no heirs. Don't you fight each other? However, if it were in the past, under the tight guard of the Gabriel Royal Knights, it is indeed extremely difficult to sneak into the Gabriel Palace like this. Even I can't do it, let alone sneak into the restricted area of Gabriel Palace, plus the palace of Emperor Gabriel Roy, the fierce crown prince of the Emperor, wanted to capture Gabriel Roy even more to die, but this time was a golden opportunity. Those Gabriel Royal Knights are also really stupid. They only know to guard the palace, but they don't know that what they really should guard is not the palace or the palace, but the future owner of this palace, one by one guarding the outside of the palace, but here there is no guard at all, which is extremely stupid. Luther triumphantly came to Roy's bedroom, and saw that there was no guard around him, and he couldn't help showing a look of disdain. Sure enough, he was born as a pirate and has no background. It is far from the world government. Luther walked into the palace quietly and saw a child about 5 or 6 years old in the palace who was reading and writing under the guidance of several teenagers. The world is cracked outside, but it can't affect this place in the slightest. What is still going to be done here, or what is being done here? This 5 or 6-year-old kid is the crown prince of the Gabriel dynasty. Well, I have seen it in the photo. It is not wrong. There are only a few attendants waiting. There is no guard beside him. It seems that the sky is about to destroy Gabriel dynasty. This can't blame me. Luther looked around carefully and found that there were no hidden guards around. As the first person to stealthily assassinate the world government, he is very confident. If someone hides in the dark, he will definitely not be full. He carefully observed the entire palace for a while, and made sure that there were absolutely no guards hidden around him. There were only Gabriel Roy and 4 teenage attendants in the entire palace. This is really going to be an ouster to Emperor Lai, as the crown prince of Emperor Lai. In this case, there is no one to guard him? It's strange that you say that the Canadian Empire is immortal. Haha, God help me too. Luther couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. Who's there? The teenagers beside Roy said vigilantly. Oh, that's true, I would make such a mistake, but since it was discovered, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry for the robbery, please give me Gabriel Roy next to you. Luther walked out of hiding and said. Are you here to catch me? Roy looked at Luther curiously and said. For some reason, Luther saw a bad feeling in Roy's eyes. As if mocking myself, Luther felt offended. Haha, it seems that I am going to give up some tricks. Luther smiled faintly. He looked around carefully and found that there was indeed no one hiding in the surrounding area. However, when I look closely, I do find a place that I didn't find earlier. Those are these teenagers, some of them are not simple. With the hand coming in, he only observed whether there were any strong guards hidden around him, but ignored the few young attendants who accompanied Roy. In his opinion, they are just a few 15 or 16-year-old teenage girls, no matter how strong they can get there. I am also an admiral-level powerhouse anyway. If I am given a chance to assassinate myself, even if the opponent is also an admiral-level powerhouse, he is sure to kill with one blow. So at the beginning, he didn't put a few young people in his eyes at all. Take a closer look now, these teenagers are really not easy. These young men, 3 men and 1 woman, dressed as attendants, each holding this cane in their hands. The style of the cane is very simple, with a bead on the top and no other decorations. It is just like an ordinary cane, which is nothing strange. The reason why Luther feels that the 4 are not easy is that the 4 of them exudes a not weak breath. Luther took a closer look. Ming, they are all good, the strength of each is at least the level of Marine Vice Admiral. Even in the CPU training base, it is difficult to see such strength at such a young age. I said why there are no guards outside. It turns out that the 4 teenagers next to Gabriel Roy are the best guards. But for others, the strength of these 4 is really good, but for him. Let you see today, what is the art of murder? Thinking of this, Luther's mouth curled up, and the next moment he was killing everyone like a ghost. Like a phantom, Luther appeared in front of the teenagers in an instant, and a small short sword appeared in his hand, piercing the throat of one of the teenagers. In the Lutheran view, pick up a few teenagers not Shoudaukinlai. Although the strength of these juvenile looks good, but he did not look down on. He was not ordinary people, there is also the top in the CP. With high strength and assassination techniques, and devil fruit ability, even if it is Admiral class strong he might one-hit kill. With his strength to his assassination technique to kill them is not a simple matter. Middle also be able to have time to consider how some of the more handsome pose a knife. His mind has emerged out ahead of teenagers' look of shock and horror. Roy panicked look. But his mind emerges situation did not occur. His shadow ghosts in general, Life-threatening short sword as if suddenly appeared in general, this amazing knife powerful. Such a powerful knife, it was an invisible force to blocking. Then he did not react how it is when a thrill of horror repulsion shockwaves swept Luther whole person impacted inverted out heavy impact on the pillars of the hall. What's the situation? What happened? I was there. Luther's mind is full of doubt. Ahem, just a devil fruit power capacity. And this force is how some feel like the legendary repulsion. Came down to stand up from the pillars of Luther exposed, puzzled look he said. Just blow did not give him according to major damage. Luther carefully look around at the same time, some suspicious up. World government finds that although Gabriel Yuri was dead, but in the end was not really sure he was dead. Maybe he's still alive or perhaps, he will not hide in here. No, it should not be, Gabriel Yuri if this is the case, just that kind of force would not be just so. And he was pretty sure no one the 4 weeks. In other words, these attendants are demon fruit power. Well, to Gabriel dynasty of strength, get a few devil fruit was able to do, and I heard very fond of Gabriel Yuri devil fruit, he sent people to protect their son, is the demon fruit power, there is no strange place, it seems to be some effort a waste. Luther stood up and said thoughtfully. He just felt really careless, did not think the other side is the demon fruit power. Even by a kid playing fly out, as quite thrown into the. But now think about it, this was a normal thing. After all, this is Gabriel dynasty, dynasty is the only crown prince Gabriel Roy attendants escort. Gabriel exceedingly prosperous years of development dynasty, and even the world government look very jealous. Gabriel a dynasty, the whole world will catch up with income, and such a terrible economic capacity, not what they want. And the world knows, Gabriel Yuri is most like the devil fruit. Devil fruit dynasty emperor strong in Canada can fetch the best price. So almost devil fruit around the world have been added to the strong dynasty emperor. Gabriel Roy beside a few demon fruit power guard, really is a little weird. If you do not but it is a little strange. After figured this, Luther again toward Roy, who exudes an extremely dangerous atmosphere. World government of the people? I never expected to find even come here. There is a danger of the body feel, should not be pushovers. Just look at the knife from him, strength is very simple. It should belong to the agile master. And look at the way he just knife, is a master assassinated area. Ryan, he gave you. Okay. Luther saw came up again, several teenagers hint of this exchange views, and finally a teenager armed with a cane came out toward Luther welcome to go. Do you think a person alone, you can deal with me? I was really underestimated it, I'm not an ordinary CP0. Luther said sneer. They stature slowly close, Luther suddenly step taken in the room, physique instantly disappeared, while Dao Guang flash, instantly disappear Luther figure flashed, there has been behind in Ren. Luther's hands holding it edged short sword, he looked at his frown short sword. Bloodline is not on the cutting edge, just did not cut the human feeling. As a veteran of the assassination, the blade cut the skin feeling very familiar with him. Just although only is the time between a split, but Luther clearly feel his sword in vain. How could the world be able to escape the knife he had just that very few people do, how a teenage kid might escape the lure of his own knife. Just be alarmed Luther, a thrill of horror gravity heavy pressure in Luther's body. The sudden appearance of gravity bongi to press him on the ground. Luther ground or the knees, one begins to have cracked open. Gravity, no, this is a strong attraction, how could just repulsive force of gravity now, do not you are. Luther shocked face up and said. While this time he found a cane pressure on his shoulders. Sense of terror gravity, while this is from the cane. It is surrounded by its own gravity to increase the number of more than a dozen times. Gabriel scepter. This time Luther exclaimed again said. Ryan looked at the hands of the cane can control gravity, and has just released repulsion. This cannot immediately reminded him of Gabriel's scepter. But Gabriel is not the scepter out of the hands of Nico Robin do. Ren hand how this will be Gabriel's scepter, and the style is completely different.